I asked you to look for the flaws in my method in forging the meridian expansion pill, yet you insulted my concubine, saying that she wasn't a person. What do you mean by that? Even though Lin Mu was good-natured, he was still displeased by those words. Not only did his face darken, the others also had bizarre expressions on theirs. What was going on? Why did he suddenly start insulting others? Apothecary Lin, please calm down. Xianxia seemed to have guessed that the other party would react like that, and he looked at him playfully. Have you been working hard every day? Not resting even during daytime? Upon being posed with such a question, Lin Mu's face reddened and he was a little embarrassed. I just married my concubine, so I might have worked a little hard. An old man like him married a young wife, not to mention a beautiful lady who wasn't 18 yet, so it was no wonder that Lin Mu would shower plenty of love on her. If he could, he would be in bed all day long. Ha. Apothecary Lin, I didn't expect that you would still be so active. You are truly vigorous, truly an old man with the zeal of a youngster. Impressive. I am truly impressed. Upon hearing the conversation of the duo, the other apothecaries couldn't help chuckling. It was common for men to bring in concubines into the household, but for him to bring in a concubine who hadn't reached 18 yet and work hard every day, both day and night. This apothecary Lin Mu had way too much drive. Upon hearing the laughter of his old buddies, Lin Mu felt embarrassed. Looking at Xianxia, he said, There should be nothing wrong with that. It was perfectly normal for males and females to be in love with one another. It was a natural phenomenon of complementing the yang with yin. Furthermore, his cultivation had reached Pishua realm, so it wasn't a big deal for him to go at it several times in a single day. In fact, it wasn't a big deal for ordinary humans to go at it several times every day either. If that was all, there would be nothing wrong with the situation. However, in order to become more fiery, did you consume some medicine that you shouldn't have? Xianxia asked. Lin Mu's heart skipped a beat. The other party was correct. Even though he possessed a high cultivation realm, he was still advanced in age, so his physiological functions weren't working as well as they had before. In order to take better care of his concubine, he consumed some medicine to boost his stamina and strength recently. If I'm not wrong, your concubine persuaded you to consume that medicine, right? Xianxia continued. You're right. Lin Mu nodded his head. As an apothecary, he knew that all medicine was poisonous in a way or another, so he was reluctant to eat it. However, he was unable to stand his ground against the persuasion of his concubine. As such, he could only consume it. The medicine was provided by the other party, and after which he felt like a wolf, full of incomparable vitality. Furthermore, it left him excited for quite a period of time. Despite your correct forging method, sequence, and such, you were still unable to forge the meridian expansion pill. With both of his hands behind his back, Xianxia circled around Apothecary Lin Mu. Choosing not to pursue the matter about his concubine, he continued to talk about pill forging. Initially, I was unable to find the reason, and that left me puzzled for a moment. I even wondered if it could be a mistake with the cauldron when I suddenly recalled a certain line in a book. The book is known as Discussion on Pill Formation. It was written by a 3-star apothecary, Senior Mu Yang. The book is in the basic tier book collection vault, and written within are several hundred reasons why a pill might fail to form, of which there was a certain line, and quoting directly from it, upon losing one's breath, one's spirit would be incomplete. Even with perfect skills, it would be hard for the pill to form. The meaning is simple. It means that if one's essence is lacking, even if the forging technique and sequences are completely correct, it will be difficult for the pill to be successfully formed. This formation of pill here refers to meridian expansion pill. Upon thinking of these, I walked over to you and caught the scent of the fragrance of the body of a young lady in rouge. As a result, I asked you about your concubine. Actually, just by marrying a concubine and working day and night, you shouldn't have lost your essence to the point that the pill wouldn't form. The main problem here was that you have lost your core. Lost my core. Lin Mu was taken aback. That's right, humans have a core and losing it results in catastrophic effects. Given that you are an apothecary, you should have heard of it. If you have just worked day and night, given your strength as a fighter 6 Dan Pishua realm, it wouldn't be anything much. You should recover fully by resting for half a day. However, you shouldn't have eaten the tonic she gave you. Those tonics were actually poison that stimulate your spirit, making you imagine hallucinations. It is true that it grants you overwhelming vitality and battle power in the short run, but the poison also flows about your entire body and damages your core. As time goes by, your body will gradually grow weaker and weaker. In the end, you will die. On the outside, it looks no different to the usual aging process, and even more accomplished apothecaries would find it hard to tell the difference. If I'm not wrong, if you were to continue consuming the pill like that, you would age swiftly, and within a single year you will definitely die. Even deities would find it hard to save you then. Meridian Expansion Pill is a medicine that can widen a cultivator's meridians and can be considered to be a tonic. Losing your core, you are unable to focus your spirit, breath, and psyche, and as such it is difficult for you to forge such a pill. Failing to forge the pill was very normal. At this point, Xianxia paused for a moment. For this kind of medicine to even fool an apothecary like you, it must be incomparably precious. It would be hard to imagine that your concubine is unaware of the matter. That is why I said that she is not a thing. If I have offended you, I hope that you can forgive me. This. Lin Mu shuddered and he staggered backward. The words of the other party were completely rational, such that it felt like he had witnessed it all happening. It was true that he felt his battle power rising upon consuming the medicine by his concubine. In the past, he would feel his back aching right after a single go. Yet, after taking the medicine 3 to 5 times was an easy feat for him. Initially, he thought that he was slowly growing stronger. Never would he have thought that he was being drugged. Damn it. That bitch. To think that I showered her with so much love. She actually tried to backstab me. Clenching his fists tightly, Lin Mu's eyes turned red. Alright, if Apothecary Lin thinks what I said is not true, there should be a way to verify what I just said. I have finished answering this question. Xianxia gestured. What you said is completely true. I thank you for your guidance. I admit defeat for this pill debate. Without any hesitation, Apothecary Lin Mu admitted defeat. The other party's words were spot on and his analysis completely rational. Given how he was unable to find a single mistake in what he said, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Furthermore, it was true that his body condition had slowly been deteriorating recently. Initially, he thought that it was due to his age. To think that his concubine was the cause of it. Xianxia simply smiled faintly, choosing not to interfere in Lin Mu's affairs. It was the other party's problem. He found it bothersome to get involved. Afterwards, he glanced at the 3 remaining apothecaries. You're the only ones left. Just ask any problems that you have all together. Of the 10 apothecaries at the start, 7 had already admitted defeat. As long as these 3 did so as well, he would pass the pill debate and become an official apothecary. Genius brother Xianxia, if that's the case, I happen to have a question that I need to inquire of you. An apothecary stood up. Brother Lu, don't be too anxious. Going by seniority, I should be the one to go first. I happen to have thought of a question as well. Another apothecary stood up. Both of you stop arguing. I should be the one to ask first. No matter what, I became an apothecary earlier than you two. The last elder also hurriedly stood up. Just a moment ago, they were still cowering in his presence. He had asked them to pose their questions many times previously just to receive a silent response. Yet now they were all vying to ask him questions. Xianxia was bewildered. Did they take the wrong medicine today? Not just Xianxia, even Ouyang Chang and the others were dumbfounded by their actions. The hell? Can anyone tell me what is going on? Weren't they still behaving apprehensively a moment ago? Why are they vying to go first, as though seeing a beautiful lady and charging towards her? You all. When Shui was also completely baffled. I get it. This bunch of fellows, they really? Du Man shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Get what? Xianxia looked over. Previously, Xianxia was able to point out their flaws through pill forging. It gave a feeling akin to being stripped naked in public. Under such circumstances, no one would be willing to pose questions, Apothecary Du Man said. But now, not only did he solve Apothecary Lin Mu's problem, he even pointed out a hidden threat for him. It is clear that this is an opportunity for them. Given that, who wouldn't get excited? That's true. Comprehending the situation now, Xianxia nodded his head. It is easier to know someone else than to know yourself. It was difficult to notice one's own flaws. With a single word from Xianxia, they might be able to correct their flaws and induce a giant improvement in their pill forging skills. It's a pity. I was truly foolish then. I shouldn't have admitted defeat so early on. Otherwise, I could have brought up some doubts I have been harboring inside me for a long time. With a pained heart, Apothecary Du Man shook his head. How did he miss such a good opportunity just like that? Just let it go since you've already passed it by. You're at fault for not treasuring the opportunity anyway. On the other hand, I have been dedicated to my responsibilities, making my best to ensure this pill debate is impartial. As such, I didn't even get a chance to pose a question. Say, when this pill debate ends, will he give me a chance to ask a question or two? I also have quite a few questions. At this point, Xianxia's eyes shone brightly and excitement filled him. Apothecary Du Man had no words. When Shui didn't know what to say either. The hell? You are a one-star intermediate stage apothecary, as well as the head of the Apothecary Guild. For you to brazenly say that you want to consult an apprentice, dedicated to your responsibilities, you say? Why do I not see a single hint of what you just said? You've just been sitting idly by. All right, one at a time. Soon Xianxia understood what was going. Shaking his head helplessly, he casually pointed to an apothecary among them. You? Me? Great. Upon being chosen, he hurriedly stood up. I have a question that I would really like to ask. Recently, I've had insomnia and wake up 7 or 8 times every night. I also often get nightmares. Can you help me check if I have any illness? Or if someone is scheming against me? Or if there is a problem with my concubine? Xianxia was speechless. So were the others. Cough, cough. Apothecary Lu, we are in a pill debate, not a fortune-telling or patient treatment session. Pay attention to what you are saying. Xianxia couldn't help but intervene. But that's my question. This is what I want to ask. Apothecary Lu said with a resolute expression. All right, how about this? You try forging a pill and I will try to see what I can through that. Xianxia felt a splitting headache consuming him as he waved him away. All right. Apothecary Lu nodded his head in excitement before rushing over to start forging. How about you? What problems do you have? After settling the first fellow, Xianxia's attention turned to another apothecary. My question is actually quite simple. It isn't as shameless as Apothecary Lu's. The apothecary spoke with a righteous tone. My daughter is getting married within these 2 days, and the one she is marrying is a man called Zhou Xin. He hails from foreign lands, and even though I have investigated his background for quite a while, I have not been able to get any useful information on him. Can you help me check if that lad is reliable or not? If he isn't, I will reject this marriage. At this point, he hesitated for a moment as he looked at Xianxia questioningly. So, do I have to forge pills as well? Pooh! Xianxia almost threw up blood. Forge pills? Forge your head. What does your daughter getting married have to do with me or forging pills? I am just a person who is undergoing pill debate to become an apothecary. I am not here to divine your fate. Besides, even if I can divine fate, if you don't tell me the situation with your daughter, what can you forging pills do? Are you sure you aren't pulling my leg? Apothecary Qin, what the heck does your daughter getting married have to do with pill forging? Why are you asking Brother Zhang for that? What a joke! The final apothecary flung his hands and harumphed. But this is the question I want to ask right now. Apothecary Qin was conflicted. You should at least ask something related to pill forging. You continue to think on that matter. I will go first. The last apothecary stepped forward toward Xianxia before saying, "Brother Xianxia, seeing how young you are, you probably aren't married yet. I have a beautiful daughter who can serve as your concubine. Look, if not, my niece is also willing. Ah, if you think that I am taking advantage of you, I still have an elder sister and a younger sister." Xianxia was lost for words. The hell? You are already 60 years old with half your foot in the grave. Your younger and elder sister. How unusual and hardcore a taste do I need for that? It took a long while before the chaos settled down and everyone got back to the main topic at hand. My question is this. The main ingredient of an antidote pill, poison-neutralizing grass, is too weak and it often burns to ashes before it can reach the bottom of the cauldron to mix with the other medicinal herbs. Where did I go wrong? Poison-neutralizing grass isn't resistant to high heat. This is something commonly agreed upon by everyone else. If you throw it directly into the cauldron, it is inevitable that it would burn up. However, you can soak it in purple sun water for 3 days before using it in your forging. Not only will it not burn up, its medicinal property will also be unleashed to the maximum. I would like to ask, why is it that I often find my breath getting irregular when I am forging pills? That is easy to answer. After getting back on track, the remaining part was simple. Most of the questions could be solved using the knowledge Xianxia had gained from the basic tier book collection vault. If he really found himself at a loss, he would then proceed to get the other party to forge pills and utilize the Library of Heaven's Path to analyze the mistakes in his process. An hour later, he finally finished answering the questions of the 3 remaining apothecaries. All right, now that all 10 apothecaries have admitted defeat, I hereby declare the winner of this pill debate as Xianxia. From today onwards, he will be a new 1-star apothecary of the Apothecary Guild. When the pill debate came to an end, Ouyang announced the results and handed a 1-star badge and a robe over. This is the emblem of an apothecary. With this, no matter which apothecary guild you go to, you will enjoy special privileges when purchasing pills. Okay. Taking the 2 items from Ouyang's hands, he casually placed them into his storage ring. Everyone had guessed that there was some incredible figure guiding him from behind, so they weren't really surprised by that storage ring in his possession. Besides, being an apothecary was a lucrative occupation. The storage ring, which could cost millions, might be exorbitant, but it was nothing much to them. Guild leader Ouyang, where is the advanced tier book collection vault? I would like to take a look, Xianxia asked. His main reason for undergoing the apothecary examination was to go to the book collection vault. Thus, the first thing he decided to do upon becoming an official apothecary was to head there to take a look. I'll take you there. After which, Ouyang first walked out of the room and Xianxia followed closely behind him. Before he could travel far, the voice of the previous apothecary rang out behind him. Apothecary Xianxia, do consider it for a bit. If my elder and younger sister won't do, I have an aunt too. She isn't married yet. Xianxia staggered and tears streamed down his cheeks. Your aunt is old enough to be my great-grandmother. The Apothecary Guild's advanced tier book collection vault wasn't too far away from where they conducted the pill debate. It barely took a few steps before they arrived there. There are a total of 10 official apothecaries in the Tianxian Kingdom Apothecary Guild. Most of them only head here to pore through these books upon encountering truly difficult questions. As such, this place tends to be quite deserted. Anyways, feel free to pick out any book that you would like to read, Ouyang introduced, pushing open the doors. Xianxia voiced his acknowledgement before heading into the room. Even though there weren't too many official apothecaries in Tianxian Kingdom's Apothecary Guild, the books inside were more than a few. It might be unable to compare to the hundreds of thousands of books in the basic tier book collection vault, but there was still more than 10,000 books inside. They were densely packed in a dozen or so bookshelves. Feel free to take a look. If there's anything you are unable to comprehend, you can ask me. I will be in that room. Ouyang casually pointed. Looks like I have troubled guild leader Ouyang. Xianxia nodded his head with a smile. There is nothing troublesome about this. You are an official apothecary now, and I will likely have quite a few questions I will need to consult you on in the future. Ouyang Cheng chuckled and walked out of the vault. He knew that the other party had his own goals and secrets for coming to this book collection vault, so it inappropriate for him to linger around here. I should start looking around. Upon his departure, Xianxia cracked a grin. Walking over to the first rack, he started to flip through the books. He would have to spend a significant amount of time to find that specific book. Since he was bound to be delayed in any case, he might as well copy all of these books into the Library of Heaven's Path. It would be more convenient to look through them in the future, and he could learn more on pill forging as well. Walala! Walala! The flipping of pages echoed in the advanced tier book collection vault. After a period of time, Xianxia stopped and his eyes gleamed. Indeed, the book I wanted to browse through is here. Diligence paid off. Eventually, he found the book regarding unique constitutions and the pills required to awaken them. Tianxian Year 373, Emperor Shunling's daughter, Princess Xianxia, had pure Yin body. She managed to awaken it upon consuming a grade 3 pill. Unravel Yin pill? Xianxia's eyes lit up. He continued to browse through it. Tianxian Year 126, there was an individual who had Emperor bloodline. He was unable to awaken it using pills. He eventually awakened it by smearing the blood of the colossal rhinoceros beast on his body. However, the probability of success is extremely low. In another book, he found the method to awaken the Emperor bloodline. I need to see whether it's right or wrong. He copied the 2 lines onto a piece of paper, and with a jolt of his mind, the contents and flaws of the paper he just copied appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Pure Yin body can be awakened using the Unravel Yin pill. Flaws: it can only awaken around 10% of the constitution. Thus, it is incapable of unleashing the full strength of the constitution. Emperor bloodline can be awakened using the blood of the colossal rhinoceros beast. Flaws: it can only awaken around 10% of the constitution. Thus, it is incapable. Upon seeing the flaws written in the library, Xianxia was taken aback. Only 10%? Previously, he thought that he would be able to fully awaken their constitution through the use of pills. He didn't think that it could only awaken 10%. However, 10% is sufficient. Xianxia smiled. Unique constitutions were extremely powerful. Even if it was just awakened by 10%, it was enough to increase one's cultivation by leaps and bounds. It was more than sufficient for a mere freshman tournament. Now, I have to look for a grade 3 Unravel Yin pill and the blood of the colossal rhinoceros beast. Upon confirming what he needed, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He finished flipping through all the books before walking over to Ouyang Cheng's room. He was the head of the Apothecary Guild. Most probably, he was the only one who could obtain these 2 items for him. After flipping through the books in the Apothecary Guild's advanced tier book collection vault, Xianxia had a rough idea on what Wang Ying and Lu Yang required, and he could buy it along with the other things. Apothecary Xianxia. Upon seeing Xianxia walk over, Ouyang Cheng hurriedly stood up. Guild leader Ouyang, there is something I need to trouble you for. Xianxia cut to the chase and spoke of his purpose here. I would like to purchase a few items and I may require your assistance. Oh? What do you need? It shouldn't be a problem as long as it is something the guild has. Ouyang Cheng nodded his head. I need an unraveling pill, a meridian rejuvenation pill, a portion of colossal rhinoceros blood, and a portion of body nourishment medicinal solution. Xianxia said. Meridian rejuvenation pill was for Lu Yang's consumption. After practicing a battle technique beyond his cultivation realm, the meridians in his right arm had withered and required the meridian rejuvenation pill to heal it. On the other hand, the body nourishment medicinal solution was for Wang Ying. Her legs had yet to fully recover top form, and she was still unable to fight like a normal cultivator. As such, she required the nourishment of this kind of medicinal solution to hasten her recovery. It should be easy to obtain meridian rejuvenation pill and body nourishment medicinal solution, and I can help you look for it. However, the Unravel Yin pill and the blood of the colossal rhinoceros beast. This is slightly trickier. Ouyang Chang didn't expect that he would require so many things, and a deep frown appeared on his face. Trickier? Is it possible to obtain it? Zhang Xian looked at him. After going through so much trouble to look for the solution to unlocking his student's constitution, he would truly be infuriated if he was unable to obtain the items required for them at this point. We don't have these items in our guild. However, if I send in an application to headquarters, it should be possible to obtain them, Ouyang Chang said. That's great. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, Ouyang Chang frowned once more. The headquarters are simply too far away. Even if they got another branch from the other, closer kingdoms to send it, it would still take a minimum of 10 days. 10 days? Zhang Xian was surprised for a moment. Then he recovered and continued. That's fine by me too. If it has to take 10 days, then so be it. There were still 14 days until the freshman tournament. Things might get a little pressing if it arrived 10 days later, but he should still be able to finish his preparations in time. All right, I will send in the application to headquarters now then. You can obtain it within 10 days. As for the Meridian Rejuvenation Pill and Body Nourishment Medicinal Solution, I can get them for you right now. Guild leader Ouyang smiled. Okay, I will be inconveniencing you then. Zhang Xian nodded his head. How much do the 4 of them cost? Do I pay for all of them now, or do I pay when they are all here? After inheriting Yang Mo's fortune, he had more than 1,000,000 gold coins in his possession. He could be considered a wealthy man in the capital now. Purchasing a few medicinal herbs to raise his students' fighting prowess didn't matter much to him. At the same time, he could also show how noble he was as a teacher. It's just a small sum of money. Am I a stingy person? Meridian Rejuvenation Pill and Body Nourishment Medicinal Fluid aren't too expensive. Totaling both of them up, it is around 400,000 gold coins. Ouyang Chang calculated for a moment before continuing. The Unraveling Pill and Colossal Rhinoceros Blood would be slightly more expensive. The former is one of the more advanced Grade 3 pills, whereas the Colossal Rhinoceros Beast is a primordial beast, a whole level higher than that of savage beasts. Right now, you are an apothecary, so you are entitled to special privileges. I can sell them to you at a discount. The Unraveling Pill will cost around 20 million gold coins, whereas the blood of the Colossal Rhinoceros Beast will cost 3 million. How about this? I will lower the price down for you. 23 million will suffice. Ouyang Yang calculated for a moment before saying. Upon noticing the abrupt silence in the atmosphere, he lifted his head to take a look. Unknowingly, Zhang Xian was already 10 meters away from him. Waving his hands constantly, he said, I'm just casually asking about those things. Don't take it as real. Ouyang Chang couldn't even choke out a response. Zhang Xian was on the verge of tears. He thought that these things would cost a maximum of a few 100,000 gold coins. With that fortune of 1,000,000 gold coin that he possessed, spending a little slight amount more didn't mean much. Anyway, he didn't really work for the money. Yet, never in his dreams did he expect that the cost would total more than 20 million. He prided himself on his wealth, but before such an outstanding sum, he wouldn't have enough money even if his wealth multiplied several-fold. What kind of damned situation was this? Initially, he was determined to awaken their bloodlines to make up for their weaknesses, thus causing their fighting prowess to soar. They would be able to astonish everyone with their strength at the freshman tournament, and at the same time, Zhang Xian would gain the image of an expert who cared not for money. Yet, never in his dreams did he expect that he would have to spend so much. This was too much. If he knew that he would need that much money earlier, he wouldn't have tried to act cool from the start. Why don't I just forget it? Suppressing his bleeding heart, Zhang Xian was conflicted. He was far from the required sum, so he definitely couldn't buy these items. Yet, all of the effort he had put into this, taking the apprentice apothecary and full apothecary examination, was for these items. Could he allow it all to end in vain, accomplishing nothing at all in the end? Furthermore, he had already bragged about it. Xiaoya and the others knew that he was trying to look for ways to awaken their constitution. If he were to return empty-handed, how could he lift his head in front of them in the future? No. Giving up just because it's too expensive isn't my way of doing things. If he truly gave up on these items, Xiaoya and the others wouldn't be able to awaken their constitutions, and it would merely be a dream to triumph over Lu Sun 14 days later. A transcender should not give up before even trying. Furthermore, as Xiaoya and the others' teacher, the one to point out their path for them, his sense of responsibility would not allow him to simply sit idly by. Even though he had just become a teacher, he had chosen to take on the responsibilities that a teacher ought to shoulder. If he didn't have enough money, he could just look for ways to earn more. At this point, Xianxia walked back up to him. Looking at Ouyang Cheng, he asked, "Cough cough, Guild Leader Ouyang, is it possible for me to put those items on my tab first? I will find ways to repay this debt to you in the future." It can't be done. Guild Leader Ouyang shook his head. "None of those in our branch can forge grade 3 pilsel, so we need to purchase it from the headquarters. As a result, I can't delay the payment for you. But 20 million? I won't be able to take it out within a short period of time." Zhang Xian shook his head. "There's no way around it. How about you try to learn how to forge pills first? Given your knowledge in the field, there should be a lot of ways for you to earn money," Ouyang Cheng advised. The young man before him had knowledge that surpassed that of all of the apothecaries in the entire branch. If he were to forge pills personally, even though 20 million might sound fearsome, for a high-level apothecary, it truly wasn't a huge sum. One can earn a lot of money from forging pills? That meridian soothing pill that you all forged previously, how much could one be sold for? Zhang Xian couldn't help asking. The meridian soothing pill isn't easy to forge, and as such it's one of the more profitable pills among grade 1 pills. A single pill should be able to sell for 50,000 or so. If you forge 10 in a day, you will earn 20 million in less than 2 months, Guild Leader Ouyang asserted. Apothecary was an extremely lucrative profession. However, it depended highly on the market conditions and whether the supply of medicinal herb could keep up with production. Even though it was possible theoretically, even official apothecaries would find it difficult to forge pills every single day. 2 months. Despair streaked across Zhang Xian's face. In 2 months' time, the freshman tournament would have concluded and everything would be over. If that's the case, he might as well work on their strength the conventional way. There was no point in him exerting so much effort here. Besides, the reason why his theoretical ability was that impressive was because of the Library of Heaven's Path. If he were to forge pills personally, it wasn't a feasible plan. Even though every single word of his was profound and logical, if he were to do it personally, he couldn't even complete the very first step of extracting essence from the medicinal herbs. He had seen the others forging pills previously, and without several dozen years of training and refining his skill, it was impossible for him to get to their level of expertise. Is there any other better way of earning money? He couldn't help but ask for an alternative method. Better way of earning money? Guild Leader Ouyang shook his head. Just when he was about to shoot down the possibility, a thought popped into his mind. The most lucrative occupation in this world is, without a doubt, master teacher. They can earn a hefty fee just by offering some guidance to others. Apothecaries aren't that bad either, but when compared to master teachers, there is still a huge gap between the two. There were many occupations in the job. Appraisers and apothecaries could be considered as some of the more lucrative ones, but they still paled in comparison to master teachers. Cultivators often find themselves reaching a bottleneck in their cultivation, unable to break through even till their last breath. However, a single pointer by a master teacher could possibly be the key for them to reach higher realms. With a rise in the cultivation realm, not only would their lifespan increase, their ability to earn money also quickened. As such, most people were willing to dump all of their fortune just for a single pointer from a master teacher. Indubitably, master teacher was the most lucrative job in the world, unmatched by any other occupation. However, it wasn't easy for one to become a master teacher. One had to have students of their own, teaching experience, reputation, and on top of that, one had to go through numerous trials as well. For example, Zhang Xian with his Library of Heaven's Path was able to easily solve many problems. However, without students of his own, he couldn't take the master teacher examination. Can you pay in my stead first? I will search for a way to pay you within 10 days. As Xianxia said this, a bold idea emerged in his mind. All right, Ouyang Cheng was oblivious to his thoughts. However, seeing the grim look on his face, he didn't seem as though he was joking. So he nodded his head. I will be leaving first. After which Xianxia walked out. Since master teachers were good at earning money, if I pretend I am a master teacher, would I be able to earn money swiftly? At this point, Xianxia started to analyze the pros and cons of the bold thought he just had. Using ordinary methods, it was impossible to earn 20 million gold coins in 10 days unless one robbed a bank. However, if he pretended to be a master teacher, there might be a possibility of him earning the sum within the duration. If someone tried to so and were exposed, it was highly likely for that person to be beaten to death on the spot. After all, a master teacher possessed vast knowledge, and it would be easy to give himself away, especially when he said something flawed. However, Xianxia was different. With the Library of Heaven's Path and his ability to hoodwink others he gained in his previous life, it was truly a simple feat to scam others. Of course, it wasn't really considered as a scam. After all, with the Library of Heaven's Path and his Heaven's Path divine art, he could see the flaws in others. Raising their cultivation realm would be something easy and pleasant. All right, I shall do it that way. After analyzing the situation, he felt that he could do it and nodded his head in satisfaction. If he wanted to help Xiaoya and the others to grow stronger and win the bet he had with Lu Xun, those few items were a must. As such, he had to earn that sum of money. This was the only way to earn 20 million within 10 days. I have to prepare some things in advance. Given my current age, no one will believe me if I go around shouting that I'm a master teacher. I need to disguise myself. At the very least, I should look 30. Master teachers were just like apothecaries. If you said you were a master teacher when you didn't even look 20, you would probably drown in the other party's spit before you could even finish your words. No matter what, he had to disguise himself and alter his facial features. Otherwise, putting aside the fact that it would be difficult for him to induce trust in others, this might also bring him endless trouble in the future. Next, as a master teacher, I would need uphold my own identity and reputation. I can't possibly run to the house of others and offer to give them guidance. If so, they would just think of me as a scammer. He lived in the information age previously, and even though he had not done such things in the past, he knew a thing or two about it from the news. Given the esteemed position master teachers had in this world, it wasn't practical for him to run to other people's house to offer them pointers and demand money from them in return. What should I do? Since he couldn't run to others to offer his services, how could he look for clients? Without clients, how could he make money? Xianxia frowned. Right, I should first look for a residence. As long as I can build a reputation, people would definitely come scrambling to me. This way, I can avoid knocking on the doors and retain my dignity as an expert, while earning money. An idea popped into his head. As a master teacher, one had to uphold his stature. He couldn't simply go around visiting houses. As such, he could only lie in wait for willing praise to take the bait. As long as someone were to come knocking, he was confident of subduing them with his hoodwinking prowess and Library of Heaven's Path. Yup, I should first look for a base of operation. After contemplating carefully, he realized that this was indeed the best way to go about it. With a snap of his fingers, Xianxia made up his mind. He would do it this way. With a concrete idea in his mind, he didn't dawdle and immediately proceeded to the reception to purchase pills and medicinal solutions that could change one's outer appearance and skin color. Even though he didn't really know disguise techniques, as a member of modern civilization, he still had some basic knowledge regarding makeup. Using those pills and medicinal solution, it didn't take long for him to transform from a young lad below 20 years old into a yellowish, middle-aged man that possessed a dignified gaze. After staring into the mirror for a long period of time, he ascertained that there were no problems with his disguise and nodded his head in satisfaction. After which, he walked out of the apothecary guild. In order to convince others, I need to be dressed in luxurious clothes. Clothes make the man. Given his current dress-up, many would believe him if he claimed to be a beggar. He needed to look the image if he wanted people to believe that he was a master teacher. There is a clothing store right ahead. With such a thought in his mind, he noticed a clothing store that was nearby and entered. When he finally exited, he had already transformed into a totally different person. With a brocade hat and marten coat, he was dressed extravagantly. It was clear from his appearance that he was a person of noble standing. These clothes cost him a total of 20,000 gold coins. He could feel his heart bleeding. I should just treat it as an investment. Consoling himself, he walked along the street. An hour later, he arrived at Tianyu Commercial City once more. It was already late in the afternoon and the sun was about to set. Knowing that he was lacking time, Xianxia proceeded forward in large strides. He knew that it was impossible to find accommodation in a short period of time single-handedly. However, Tianyu Commercial City was reputed for selling everything possible under the sun. Thus, it was guaranteed that there was information on this aspect available as well. Furthermore, he didn't need to purchase an accommodation. It was sufficient for him to just rent one. As he had already been here before, he had become quite familiar with the surroundings. After strolling around, he soon caught sight of a realtor agent center. "Old master, are you here to buy a house?" Upon noticing his entry, a plump boss stepped forward immediately to welcome him. "Old master." Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. He had already modified his appearance at current. He looked like he was in his 40s. He was no longer a young lad. Thus, he nodded his head and placed both hands behind his back, assuming a disposition befitting that of an old master. He deepened his voice, making him seem more mature. "I want to rent a mansion." "Mansion? Old master, your decision to visit us to rent a mansion is a wise one." The boss's eyes gleamed. Those who were able to rent out mansions were all wealthy men. Just by raising the rent by a slight amount, these landlords would be able to earn a huge sum. "Old master, may I know what your requirements?" As though he saw a fat lamb before him that was waiting to be butchered, the boss asked excitedly. "It must be clean, large, and has the best location. It would be perfect if the renovations are in place so that I can move in immediately," Xianxia said. "This." Upon hearing the other party's request, the eyes of the boss twinkled and he almost leaped in joy. No doubt about it. This was a huge lamb for him. Putting aside all other factors, just the requirements Xianxia stated had made it impossible for the mansion to be inexpensive. How could someone who wanted to rent a mansion like that be poor? He was so happy that he almost squealed, but he acted as though he was troubled. "Old master, we do have such mansions, but the cost of the rent would be slightly pricey." By saying so first, the plump man would be able to demand a higher price later on. "The price isn't a problem," Xianxia gestured haughtily. Right now, he was a master teacher. It would truly be embarrassing if he were to squabble over the measly sum of money. "All right then, I will bring old master to look at mansions until you find one that is to your liking." Upon hearing such impressive words from the other party, the bosses smiled so wide that it was about to reach his ears. Without any hesitation, he closed the shop and led the way, holding a bunch of keys. Xianxia followed behind him. Soon they arrived at a vast mansion. This is a mansion a rich businessman bought last year. However, he died last year and his son indulged in prostitutes and gambling. As a result, he had no choice but to put this mansion up for sale or rent. This mansion is newly renovated and its location is good as well. "Do you want to take a look?" Stopping before the mansion, the boss looked at Xianxia to gauge his reaction. This mansion was the largest and most luxurious one of their realtor center. Regardless of whether it was the location or the size, there was nothing one could find faults with. Thus, he brought the other party here at first time's notice for him to take a look. He would only bring him to the other mansions if it was unsuitable. If the other party were to lay his sights upon this one, he would have truly struck it rich. "Let's enter to take a look." Xianxia didn't say anything excessive. Since he wanted to impersonate a master teacher, his residence had to have class. It mustn't be too small. As for the money Xianxia had to spend, it wasn't really a problem. Great. Upon observing how the other party didn't decline, the boss smiled and hurriedly opened the doors. It was a Wujin courtyard. There were man-made mountains and ponds. Not only was it large and spacious, there were all kinds of plants planted around the entire mansion. Upon entering, one would be surrounded by greenery and the fragrance of flowers, inducing a feeling of ease. Not bad. After taking a look, Xianxia nodded his head secretly. This mansion was exactly as he imagined. He could simply take his baggage and move in at this very moment. Everything he needed was present, and he didn't have to go the extra mile to prepare anything. Furthermore, it was close to Hongtian Academy, just a 10-minute walk away. 自己上完课就回这里，丝毫都不耽误. After his lessons, he could head straight back here, not having to spend much time traveling to and fro. This will do. How much is the rent? Fancying the residence, Xianxia gestured majestically and got straight to the point. This is the most luxurious mansion in our realtor center. If Old Master wishes to rent it, it would be 150,000 gold coins every month. The boss hurriedly said. 150,000? Xianxia frowned. He wasn't sure about the property market in this world, but 150,000 a month to rent a mansion seemed way too expensive. Who? Without saying anything, Xianxia suddenly clawed at the boss before him. Old Master, what do you intend to do? Hearing the sound of his fingernails tearing through air, the boss was terrified and cowered backward immediately. With just a movement, his level of cultivation was revealed. Fighter 3 Dan Jinchi Pinnacle. His cultivation realm wasn't high. Oh, I just want to see your level of cultivation. Xianxia retracted his palm and placed behind his back. Then, looking at the other party again, his eyes narrowed. You said that you will rent this mansion to me at 150,000 a month? Tripling the rent of 50,000 a month? Do you take me for a fool? Cough, cough. Upon hearing those words, the boss's expression changed. He let out a laughter and replied immediately, Old Master, what are you talking about? This is a Wujin courtyard mansion and has such a prime location. 150,000 a month is truly not expensive. Inexpensive. The corners of Xianxia's lips crept upward. The original owner of the mansion is called Du Qiao, and he is indeed a merchant. However, he isn't dead yet. Due to encountering bandits, a huge blow was dealt to his business, and thus, he decided to sell this mansion. However, he was unable to find a buyer, so he decided to lease it out instead. According to your agreement with him, it should be 50,000 every month, and you will be entitled to a 15% commission. Yet, you are offering me 150,000 now. Isn't your appetite a little too big? Old Master, you. Upon hearing his words, the boss staggered backward. Are you for real? The contract on this house signed between Du Qiao and him was exactly as Xianxia said, 50,000 a month. Just that, this was supposed to be confidential. They didn't tell any outsiders when signing the contract, so how could this fellow be aware? Why? Do you wish to deny it? Xianxia stared at him calmly. The contract was signed 3 months ago at Emerald Pavilion, and the one who accompanied by your side then was the top hostess, Cui Ling. The wine you two drank was the Crushing Waves with 8 years of maturity, and the dish you two ate was the Ruby Rabbit meat, during which you even had Ming Xian you play a tune. After sealing the deal, both of you happily invited 3 ladies in. Do you need me to recount the events that occurred one by one for you? Ah! The boss looked as though he had seen a ghost, and fear surged through him. The words that the other party said were spot on, as though the man was there in person. This is too terrifying. You? Who exactly are you? Frightened, the boss trembled. Standing before the other party, he felt as though he had been stripped naked, causing him to feel guilty subconsciously. I am merely a person who wants to rent a place. I just don't wish to be taken advantage of. Xianxia's expression was serene. I was overly obsessed with profits. This mansion is exactly as what Old Master said. It costs 50,000 every month. After the other party revealed so many things about him, the boss was truly frightened. He dared not to fool around and hurriedly admitted his fault. Watching the other party concede, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. He casually whipped out a stack of bills. Here is 100,000. I will be renting the place for a month. For the excess amount, help me to get some servants. Also, during the time I am here, you shall be my butler. No need to speak of 50,000 or 100,000. If you perform well, I will give you however much money you need. You will definitely make more money than running that realtor center of yours. As a master teacher, he couldn't possibly clean such a large mansion personally or do everything by himself. It was necessary to have servants and maids to assist with the chores. The reason why he wanted this fellow to serve as his butler was even simpler. He was good at scamming. To outright offer 3 times the original price, he had the enormous guts. His reason for impersonating a master teacher was to make quick bucks, and he desperately required such talents. I will get how much I want? The boss's breathing hastened. His realtor center only earned him 20,000 gold coins or so a year. It was not often that people would come to rent mansions like this, and moreover, it was useless if the other party failed to fall for his exorbitant scams. This is precisely why he felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the bills worth 100,000 gold coins and hearing the other party's offer. The heck! I knew that he was a fat lamb, but I didn't expect for him to be such a massive one. Why? Are you unwilling? No, I am willing. The boss grabbed the bills from Xianxia's hands hurriedly. His movement was even faster than when he dodged Xianxia's attack earlier. How could he be unwilling when such a good opportunity was presented in his face? I will only be staying in Tianxian City for a period of time. If you serve me well, I will make you sure you earn 10 years' worth of salary within a single month. As for what you should do, I think you should know it better than anyone else. The other party's response did not let him down. Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. Rest assured, old master, I will definitely serve you well. Upon hearing the other party's promise, the plump boss nodded his head vehemently. Xianxia responded. It was of utmost importance to balance the carrot and the stick to keep a person loyal. At the very beginning, he exposed all of the other party's secrets, inducing fear in the other party's heart. After which, he offered him massive benefits. It would be queer if the other party was instead unwilling to give in to him. What is your name? Your humble servant's name is Sun Chong. The boss quickly replied. You can call me Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong. A strange expression appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Yes. Sun Chong nodded his head. There are some tasks that I will delegate to you right now. Suppressing the urge to call the other party cockroach, Zhang Xian waved his thoughts away and said, Firstly, I want you to find maids and servants for this mansion by tonight. Tomorrow, when I come over, I want to see them here. Secondly, through your connections, I want you to spread the news of me living in this mansion. Say that a passing master teacher, Xianxia, will be staying here for a short period of time. The more people know of the matter, the better it is. Naturally, he wouldn't use his real name. Xianxia was a web name that he used in his previous life, thus he casually chose to use it. Master teacher? Taken aback, Sun Chong lifted his head and stared at the old master doubtfully. I am a master teacher. I am here to look for something. So, it would be best if you could get the news as far as possible. Xianxia harumphed. Of the 100,000 I have just given you, there should be a remaining sum after hiring the servants. Do a good job, and I will make sure to reward you greatly. I have taken a look at your cultivation realm, and I have noticed that you have been stuck at Jinchi Realm Pinnacle for over a decade now. It would be a small matter for me to help you break through during the time I am in Tianxian Royal City. Thank you, old master. Sun Chong quickly kneeled to the floor. It was just as the other party said. He had been stuck at Jinchi Realm Pinnacle for over a decade, but somehow he was unable to overcome this boundary. If he were to receive the pointer of a master teacher, Fighter 4 Dan wouldn't be a dream for him. He secretly lifted his head to sneak a peek. The old master whom he had just met with had his hands behind his back as he stood before the background of the setting sun. The faint yellow light that scattered on his body made him resemble an unworldly immortal. Upon this sight, admiration arose instantaneously from the depths of his heart for this old master. At this moment, he was completely convinced that the other party was a master teacher. If he weren't a master teacher, how could he have known about his secret dealings? If he weren't a master teacher, how could he possibly be so rich and generous? However, what that truly convinced the boss were his disposition and his actions. Majesty exuded naturally in every single action of his. In fact, if someone were to claim that the person before him wasn't a master teacher, he would think that the person was lying. Old master, rest assured, I will accomplish this matter perfectly. Sun Chang was filled with motivation. Master teachers. This is the noblest group of people in the world. Even the emperor of Tianxian Kingdom, Xinjue, has to act respectfully and politely around them. For an ordinary and insignificant figure like him to be able to serve such an incredible figure, it was almost as though the goddess of fortune had blessed him. Go! Upon observing the other party's complete submission, Xianxia gestured for him to leave. Yes, Sun Chang left excitedly. Only after his departure did Xianxia relax his body and stretch his back. He sighed. To think that acting like an expert would be so tiring. Xiao Chang is another word for cockroach. If someone were to know of Xianxia's thoughts, he would probably be tempted to strangle him. You impersonate an expert and find it tiring? Why don't you kill yourself? After Sun Chang's departure, Xianxia didn't remain in the mansion for long. By the time he returned to his dormitory, the sun had already set. Today's morning lessons, the pill debate, and then looking for a base and acting like an expert. He felt exhausted after going through so much today. Initially, he had planned to research content on the next phase after Pishua Realm, but unknowingly, he fell asleep right after lying onto his bed. By the time he woke up, it was already morning. Upon entering the classroom, he realized that his students were already present. He took a look at each of their conditions and nodded his head in satisfaction. These students seemed to also know the importance of the freshman tournament, and thus, they were extremely diligent in their training. Even though it was just a single day, they had made significant improvements. After offering them pointers individually, Xianxia clarified some doubts they had. Then, just as he was about to end the lesson, he saw a person walking in through the door. Zhang Laosher, Lu Sun Laosher challenged you to a teacher evaluation, and this is the name list of students who would be competing with yours. When Zhu Hong delivered the war declaration previously, he was beaten to a pulp by Yuan Tao and the others. The one who came this time is a teacher. Different teachers had different number of students under them. For star teachers like Lu Sun, his students often numbered in the hundreds, and if all of them were to be involved in the duel with Xianxia, it wouldn't be fair. Thus, in the teacher evaluation, both teachers would choose a few students to represent them in duels. Xianxia had a total of 5 students, so there was no need for him to choose among them. It would do as long as the other party chose 5 students to compete with each of his students. Good. Taking over the name list, Xianxia took a look and a bizarre expression appeared on his face immediately. He thought that the other party would choose some of his more highly ranked students, given the number of outstanding students under his tutelage. He didn't expect that the 5 students he chose would have similar rankings to his own students, with the exception of Yuan Tao. The main reason for that was because the other party didn't have students of Yuan Tao's ranking. The first one on the list is Zhu Hong, who barged into the classroom previously, and the other candidates he chose corresponded to Wang Ying, Zhang Yang, and Lu Yang's rankings, so there aren't huge differences between them. In teacher evaluations, the challenge teacher had the choice of whether to accept or to decline. Once the challenge teacher accepts the challenge, the other party could choose any of the students under his tutelage to compete with him. Theoretically speaking, Lu Sun could send 5 of the top 10 students in the entrance examinations and it wouldn't be flouting the rules. As such, Xianxia had been preparing for such a scenario. He hadn't expected that the other party would send him such a lineup, so he was a little taken aback. Mo Xiao, isn't this fellow? Taking a closer look, a familiar name appeared. Perplexed by the matter, he suddenly heard Lu Yang's voice. Lu Yang had also seen the contents in the name list and felt that something was amiss. Zhang Laosher, even though the ranks of our opponents in the list are similar to ours, we won't be a match if we were to cross blows. There is something weird. Zhang Xian looked over at him. What can you tell from it? For example, take a look at this Bai Chao. My ranking in the entrance examination is 93rd, whereas he is 90th. There isn't a large difference in our ranking, but this fellow is skilled in punching techniques and his cultivation realm is one small level higher than mine. If we were to talk about fighting prowess, two of me wouldn't be an opponent for him. The reason why our rankings are around the same was because he fared too badly for the theoretical examination. Lu Yang pointed to another name. This Du Lei as well, he is skilled in movement techniques. Wang Ying is ranked 67th while he is ranked 69th. It might seem as though he is slightly weaker than Wang Ying, but he possesses incredible speed. His attacks are also vicious and precise. In a one-to-one duel, Wang Ying definitely isn't a match for him. It's true that I am unable to defeat him. Wang Ying's face flushed red and she nodded her head in agreement. Mo Xiao is my friend and I have never defeated him. Zhang Yang started speaking. Just that. Wasn't Mo Xiao admitted under Wang Chao Laosher? We signed up for his lessons together, but I failed the examination. Not just him. I remember clearly that Bai Chao was under Hong Sun Laosher and this Du Lei was under Zhu Hong Laosher. Lu Yang said, "What's going on?" Zhang Xian stared intently at the teacher who passed him the name list. Oh, Mo Xiao, Bai Chao and Du Lei withdrew from their teacher's tutelage yesterday and acknowledged Lu Laosher. The teacher nodded his head. I have already sent you the name list and my job is done. Farewell. At this point, the teacher turned around to leave. Acknowledged Lu Laosher? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian immediately understood what was going on. This Lu Sun is truly a bastard. He thought that the other party sending students of similar ranking was an attempt to make this challenge fair. In reality, he had already done his research and analyzed his students thoroughly. Zhu Hong was ranked 4th while Xiaoye was ranked 7th. There isn't a huge difference in their rankings, but when it comes to fighting, as seen before, if it weren't for Zhang Xian secretly informing her of his Mingmen, even Tu Zhao Yas wouldn't be a match for him. The other party must have already known about Wang Ying's injury to send Du Lei, who is skilled in movement techniques and possesses superior speed. From the very start, Wang Ying's legs are already her weakness. So how could she keep up with someone with such outstanding speed? Isn't this just becoming a standing punch bag for the other party? Zhang Yang's spear mastery might be excellent, but the other party sent Mo Xiao, who is a level higher than him. Lu Yang injured the meridians in his right arms due to training in battle techniques beyond his level, but the other party sent Bai Chao, who is skilled in punching techniques. As for the one who corresponded to Yuan Tao, his name is Kong Jie and he is ranked in the 300s. However, after Lu Yang's brief introduction, Zhang Xian came to a realization immediately. This fellow isn't adept at battle techniques or anything else, but he possesses exceptional offensive ability and was an aggressive fighter. It was ideal to send a person like this to deal with Yuan Tao, who specializes in defense. The heck! In the view of those unaware of the situation, Lu Sun's action of not choosing among his outstanding students and instead picking those who hold rankings similar to his own was for fairness. But he was actually choosing opponents that curbed his students. For this, he even took students from other teachers to place them under his tutelage. If Zhang Xian were to train his students in the conventional method, his students would improve, but so would the other parties. To triumph over the other party with half a month of effort is nearly impossible. After all, his 5 students have problems of their own, and those problems aren't minor things that can be solved swiftly. That bastard. He is trying to use me as a stepping stone. Zhang Xian's rage flurried. When the other party tried to trample on his dignity previously, he was furious, but not to such an extent. After all, as a member of the modern civilization in his previous life, on which days did he not get his face slapped? He was already used to it. But now, the other party is trying to step on his face to reach higher grounds. He wants to attract more attention so as to add to his reputation. Zhang Xian will not allow this to happen. I am not a staircase for you to step on as you please. Neither am I a melon for you to chew off as you please. I will go all out. Within 10 days, I will definitely earn 20 million and obtain the pills and medicinal solutions for them. Zhang Xian clenched his fist tightly. It was his first time getting so furious after transcending over. Slapping my face? I can still endure it. But to step on my face to reach higher grounds? Dream on. In the past, he thought that he was on the losing end spending so much money to buy those items for his students. In his mind, no matter what, he had to get the money back from his students. However, from the look of it now, it wasn't his loss. This isn't just for his students, this is for him as well. Lu Sun, just you wait. You might be gleeful now, but you will be in for a rain of tears later on. In another classroom, Lu Sun sneezed. He rubbed his nose as he muttered, "Is someone thinking of me?" After instructing them to cultivate their personalized cultivation techniques properly and informing them he might be out for a few days, Xianxia left the academy. He found a remote alley, and when he emerged on the streets once more, he had already transformed into Master Teacher Xianxia. There were still 14 days before the start of the freshman tournament, and he has to make every second count. In just a moment's time, he was already approaching the mansion. Before walking up, he could already see 2 guards standing gallantly by the door. Their strength had already reached Fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm. Not bad. Looks impressive. The 2 guards were dressed in uniform. It didn't look extravagant but had a unique style, giving the impression that they were guards of a powerful clan. To be able to hire guards and prepare everything else within such a short period of time, it looks like that Xiao Chang's ability to complete tasks was not bad. Old Master. Upon seeing him walk over, the 2 guards hesitated for a moment before shouting out in unison, "Un!" Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. Looks like the butler Xiao Chang had already informed them of his appearance and dressing. Otherwise, it should have been impossible for them to recognize him in one glance. This way, he managed to avoid the awkward situation of being unable to enter one's own home. Upon entering the residence, he realized that the interior was tidied spick and span. The surroundings were filled with flower pots, and upon stepping in, fragrance surrounded him. "Old Master! Old Master!" The guards and maids drew closer and paid their respects to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction, and he walked majestically toward the lounge. "Old Master, following your orders, I have already recruited the necessary personnel. There is a total of 30 maids and 5 guards." Even before reaching the lounge, Sun Chong ran up to welcome him. The glee of one who had successfully completed the missions delegated to him could be seen on his face. He was probably the only person who could gather so many people of quality within this short period of time. "Not bad," Xianxia complimented. "Have you spread the news that I asked you to yesterday?" "Rest easy, Old Master. I have already spread the word. It won't take long before everyone in Tianxian Royal Kingdom will know that I am serving a master teacher." Sun Chong looked at him in reverence. He didn't know why his old master wanted to publicize his identity as a master teacher, but he must have his reasons for having him do so. "How did you spread it?" "I made a commotion out of me selling my shop and told everyone in the commercial city that from today onward, I will be a butler at the mansion of a master teacher. The commercial city is filled with many nosy people. I believe that it won't take long for everyone to know of it." Sun Chong quickly replied. "Un." Xianxia responded. Indeed, that was the best way to advertise. Not only did it seem not intentional, the news would also spread fast. Of course, it would be hard to tell how the results are at this point. "Old Master, is there anything else that you need me to do?" Seeing that the old master was satisfied with him, excitement flashed across Sun Chong's eyes as he asked. "Nothing else." Xianxia pondered for a moment. "You should have spent quite a bit of money hiring those maids and guards. Do you still have sufficient money?" He only gave 100,000 to his butler. The rent of the mansion took up 50,000 already. In total, 30 maids and 50 guards were hired, so it was likely that the remaining 50,000 wasn't enough. "It is more than enough." The moment they heard that they would become the guards and maids of a master teacher, they charged forth to take up the offer. They were willing to accept low wages, some were even willing to work for free. 50,000 is more than enough, Sun Chong said. At this point, Sun Chong still found it hard to believe the prestige that a master teacher possessed. There were quite a few people who did not believe that he was truly serving as a butler to a master teacher. Even so, quite a few guards and girls rushed to him and expressed their interests to serve his old master. No other occupation possessed such rallying power. Putting everything else aside, just a casual pointer or two from a master teacher could be equivalent to years of their training. Just this itself was sufficient to cause countless people to go frenzied. Bring me a cup of tea. Knowing that the news is already out, what he had to do now was to wait for people to come knocking. As such, Xianxia went into the lounge, sat on a chair and waited patiently. Soon, a maid brought him a cup of tea. This maid is around 16 to 17-year-old and her name is Wanner. She has a beautiful appearance and her eyes are exceptionally bright. Initially, upon seeing Xianxia, her movements were a little restrained. However, after realizing that he wasn't a hot-tempered person, she heaved a sigh of relief and ease returned to her actions. Knowing that panicking is futile, Xianxia waited quietly for someone to come knocking while sipping on his tea. He waited from morning till afternoon. The sun was about to set but still, no one had come over. There wasn't even a single person who had gathered outside out of curiosity. "Old master, do you need me to hang a sign outside saying that a master teacher is here?" Sun Chong walked over, appearing very anxious. Xianxia was speechless. He would only look like a true expert if someone had learned of the fact unintentionally. "If you hang a sign outside, it would seem as though I am running a business. How can I act as an unworldly expert like that? Furthermore, a master teacher is here. Why does it feel like a dog is on the premises? Please enter with caution. Looks like no one will be visiting today. Let's go out for a walk." Ignoring the words of the other party, Xianxia stood up. Even though Sun Chong had put out word that there is a master teacher here, a large portion of people still chose not to believe it. After all, given the status of a master teacher, there was no way one would come to Tianxian Kingdom and, not to say, live here. Furthermore, even if one were to really live here, he should reside in an extravagant place like the palace. Renting a mansion and hiring you as the butler, you must be dreaming. Go out for a walk? Sun Chong blinked in surprise. Then, what if someone visits in the meantime? He understood that this old master of his was trying to make a reputation for himself within the shortest period of time. After waiting for an entire day, if someone were to come knocking while he was out, wouldn't his effort of having waited the entire day go to vain? Tell the guards to stop everyone at the door. Regardless of who it is, without my permission, they aren't allowed to enter. Xianxia said, "A master teacher must have dignity befitting of one. Regardless of who it is, even if the person were Emperor Xinjue, he wouldn't be allowed to enter without the master teacher's permission." "Yes." Sun Chong nodded his head vehemently. "Let's go." Since waiting is pointless, he might as well go out to look for opportunities himself. After today comes to an end, there will only be 13 days left to the freshman tournament and 9 days for the arrival of the medicines. Time waits for no one. Walking along the street, the crowd moved to and fro by him. The sun was about to set in the west and the sky was dyed with a shade of orange. It was already autumn and the wind that blew felt chilly. "Of everyone you know, who is the richest?" After taking a few steps, Xianxia turned around to ask. Reporting to the old master, it is the boss of Tianyu Commercial City, Lord Ling Tianyu. His wealth is equivalent to that of the national treasury, and he is a true billionaire. Deep admiration could be seen in Sun Chong's eyes. The boss of Tianyu trading firm? Billionaire. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He'll be it. His reason for impersonating a master teacher was to earn easy bucks. Naturally, he had to pick out wealthy targets. Where does he live? Coming to a decision, Xianxia asked. Reporting to the old master, during this period of time, Lord Ling has been living in his trading firm. Do you want to meet him? Sun Chong asked doubtfully. Let's go take a look. Xianxia nodded his head and with an impressive wave of his arm, the two walked toward Tianyu Trading Firm. As usual, Tianyu Trading Firm was bustling and large streams of customers were flowing in and out continuously. With his hands behind his back, Xianxia walked in. Old Master, Lord Ling's office is just in front. After walking a distance, Sun Chong pointed to the front. Xianxia lifted his head and an extravagantly decorated lounge appeared before him. There were 2 green jade stone lions standing before the door. They were towering and exuded majesty. The eyes of the stone lions were pitch black and filled with spirit, making the lions seem lifelike. With a single look, one couldn't help but feel intimidated. I've heard that Lord Ling had specially invited a 6mo craftsman to create this pair of stone lions. The material used is the southern green jade, the best jade in Tianxian Kingdom. Furthermore, given that it was crafted by a 6mo craftsman, just a single one of these lions is worth several million. Sun Chong's eyes glimmered with burning passionate. Many wealthy people place valuable items before their door to showcase their wealth and prestige. At the same time, it serves as an auspicious symbol for fortune to roll in. It seemed that even this Ling Tianyu was unable to escape from this tradition. Several million? Xianxia was surprised. Previously, Xianxia thought that he could be considered rather wealthy with a single million in his possession. Upon hearing Sun Chong's words, he realized that he was nothing more than a beggar to those who were truly wealthy. Old Master, why don't I enter first to report your arrival to Lord Ling, so as to have him welcome you? Sun Chong looked over. In his perspective, even though Lord Ling Tianyu's wealth could rival an entire national treasury, his standing was still beneath that of a master teacher. A master teacher was a powerful figure whom even Emperor Shinjue dared not to offend. Not to mention that Ling Tianyu, despite his wealth, was only a merchant. There's no need for that. Xianxia waved his hands. I will just take a casual look. Strolling slowly, Xianxia approached the 2 towering stone lion and touched it. Cool and smooth to the touch, it was an extremely comfortable sensation. It was clear that it was top-quality jade. His fingers retracted right after contacting it. Xianxia continued to view about, touching the objects here and there. Only after a long period of time did he stroll back with his hands held behind his back. Looking at his old master who acted as though a countryside bumpkin who had never seen the world, Sun Chong was filled with doubt. Let's take a seat over there. Ignoring the queer expression the other party gave him, Xianxia chuckled softly. There was quite a number of resting spots in Tianyu trading firm. There was one nearby, and upon taking a seat, Xianxia ordered for a pot of tea. Sun Chong stood by the side, thoroughly confused with the situation. His old master said that he wanted to look for Lord Ling, yet upon arriving, he refused to enter, even stopping him from announcing his arrival. Instead, he chose to sit here to drink tea. What was he up to? Are you curious why I chose not to enter the room to meet the Lord Ling you spoke of? Seeing through his thoughts, Xianxia smiled faintly. Your servant dares not to speculate the thoughts of old master. Even though his thoughts were exposed, Sun Chong did not dare to confess to it. There's no need to be nervous. Just say whatever that is on your mind. Knowing that the other party was just holding himself back due to his identity as a master teacher, Xianxia said, I only find it weird. Old master is a master teacher. He would not reject you if you were to demand to meet him. Sun Chong couldn't help but say, if I were to reveal my identity, he would not reject me, and he wouldn't dare to either. However, do you believe that, even without revealing my identity, I can make him come to me on his own accord? Xianxia said, what a joke. Revealing my own identity to meet a merchant is unbefitting of the status of a master teacher. An astonishing impact could only be achieved if the other party willingly ran over and discovered his identity through various speculations. Without revealing your identity? Sun Chong did not think that what Xianxia said was possible. That should be impossible. Lord Ling is only a merchant, but given how he is able to open such a huge trading firm, he must have a powerful backing. In fact, nobility and influential figures might not even be able to meet him as they please. How can you possibly meet him without revealing your identity? To be able to open such a huge trading firm in the capital, where every inch of land is equivalent to gold, he must be backed by the royal family. Even though he is only a merchant, he isn't a person that we should underestimate. If he revealed his identity, the other party would definitely come knocking. But without doing so, why would he make an effort to welcome him? If Lord Ling were that carefree, he wouldn't have been able to build this business empire of his. Even though Sun Chong was a shop owner of this commercial city, he knew that his standing wasn't sufficient to earn the Lord's attention. Hee. Chuckling softly, Xianxia lifted his cup with elegance. Whether you believe me or not, I will make him appear obediently before me today. However, before that, you are to follow my every command, and not to disobey in the slightest. Yes. Upon witnessing the old master's overwhelming confidence, even though Sun Chong remained full of doubts, he couldn't help but nod his head and agree to it. Good. Knock down the head of the stone lion on the left for me, Xianxia said. What? Sun Chong staggered, nearly fainting on the spot. He thought that the old master would think of some incredible plan. Yet, this? Lord Ling valued the stone lions, which were worth millions, highly. If he were to knock the head off, his head would be knocked off his neck soon after. Old master, I don't want to die yet. Sun Chong was on the verge of tears. I am here, you won't die that easily. Rest easy. Xianxia waved his hands to usher him over. Sun Chong's mouth twitched. Of course, I won't die that easily. They would get me to pay for it first. How could they let me off so easily by simply just killing me? But, even if they didn't kill me, I would be crippled at the very least. Why? You dare to disobey the words of your old master. Xianxia frowned and authority exuded from him. He was already used to being a teacher, and now coupled with his slightly withered and yellow face, it brought out an imposing disposition. Rest easy. If you knock down the lion's head, I will help you break through Fighter 3 Dan when we get back later. With me here, there won't be any problems. Not only will that Ling Tianyu not blame you, he will even thank you and send you gifts. Knowing that the other party feared that Lord Ling, it was indeed preposterous to have Sun Chong do such a thing. Thus, Xianxia waved his hand majestically and promised him some benefits first. All right. Upon the promise and recalling the fact that his old master is a master teacher, no matter how incredible Lord Ling was, the Lord would probably not dare to be too audacious. After hesitating for another moment longer, Sun Chong clenched his jaws and hardened his determination. He had been stuck in Fighter 3 Dan for too long. He had tried all kinds of methods but to no avail. He thought that he would never be able to take another step forward. Now that an opportunity had presented itself before him, he would do anything to grab hold of it. That was precisely the reason why he didn't hesitate for long when the other party invited him to be his butler. With the determination of a soldier marching to his death, he turned around and walked over to the stone lion by the left. The Jinqi in Sun Chong's body surged and a powerful aura gushed out from him. Despite looking plump and weak, he possessed incredible strength. The wind rustled alongside his fist and, with incredible might, he hammered straight across. One couldn't be considered as an expert at Jinqi realm, but he would still possess a strength of 450 kilograms upon reaching pinnacle. Even though this jade lion was made of a resilient material, when the mighty fist landed, it crumbled like fragile glass with a crisp resonance. Kacha! The head of the stone lion that was worth millions fell to the floor and shattered into fragments. The stone lion had been conspicuous from the very start. Upon being smashed, a ring similar to the resonance of a bell echoed in the air, further attracting the attention of countless other people. What happened? Did someone smash the Lord's stone lion? That fellow. Is he sick? Lord Ling considers the stone lions as his treasure and caresses them a few times every day. Yet he dares to smash it? Who is this? He must be tired of living. The crowd which was strolling in the mall was shocked. Before the utterances ceased, an enforcement team on patrol walked over and, upon witnessing the situation before him, fell into a state of disbelief. These two stone lions were highly treasured by Lord Ling Tianyu. In addition to the fact that each of them was worth several million, the pair was unique commodity that cannot be found on the market. Yet, this fellow smashed it with his fist. The heck? Are you that sick of living? Don't let him get away. Grab him. Lord Ling will reward all those who helped. After a momentary period of shock, the head enforcer shouted. Oh! Without any hesitation, the crowd, resembling a pack of wolves, rushed to surround Sun Chong. They pulled up their sleeves and cracked their knuckles. So fast. He didn't expect the enforcers to arrive so quickly. He was blocked before he could return to Old Master's side. Sun Chong was terrified and his expression changed, saying in a hurry, "Can I explain it? Actually, there is nothing to explain. Beat him up. Let's talk after pummeling him." After several roars, countless fists came raining down on Sun Chong. To dare to break the stone lion before their eyes, you must be insane. Looking at the innumerable fists above him, Sun Chong almost puked a mouthful of blood out of indignance. "Old Master, didn't you say that it would be all right? So you are a fraudster." Actually, the enforcers couldn't be blamed for going on a violent frenzy. They were in charge of resolving disputes and protecting the properties and fortunes of the trading firm. The stone lions were Lord Ling's favorite object, yet one of it was destroyed before them. If he were to pursue the matter, they would probably all be fired. It would be abnormal if they weren't angry instead. Xianxia, who was sipping on his tea in wait of Sun Chong's return, upon realizing that no one came back after such a long time, turned around to take a look, and in an instant, his eyes widened. This was too fast. Shouldn't they have reported to Lord Ling before settling the matter? Why did they start beating him up without first trying to clarify the matter? If I were to head there, I would probably be beaten up as well. His mouth twitched and Xianxia sat motionless on the spot. What a joke. Even though he wasn't weak at all, it was impossible for him to handle such a large mob. It was best to pretend to not know him at all. Old Master. Watching his old master avert his gaze, Sun Chong, who was being frenziedly pummeled on the moment, was on the verge of tears. "Old Master, didn't you confidently claim that I would be all right? Hold it right there." Just as the patrolling enforcers were getting satisfied hitting Sun Chong, a loud bellow reverberated and a dignified middle-aged man walked over with large strides. Upon reaching the entrance and noticing the stone lion shattered on the floor, the corners of his mouth twitched. It was apparent that his heart ached at the sight. The head of Tianyu trading firm, Ling Tianyu. After the lion was destroyed, someone had rushed to inform him. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to appear that quickly. What happened? Ling Tianyu glanced coldly at the enforcers. "Lord Ling, we were patrolling when this arrogant man here destroyed Lord's lion in a single strike. After which, he tried to escape, but we managed to grab hold of him." The head enforcer stepped forward and quickly explained. Him. Killing intent appeared in Ling Tianyu's gaze as he stepped toward Sun Chong. At this point, Sun Chong had already suffered innumerable blows and his clothes were in tatters. It was fortunate that he had managed to protect his face. "Sun Chong." Ling Tianyu recognized him and with a cold voice, he said, "If you don't give me a good reason, I will dump you into the river to feed the fishes right now." He shivered in fear involuntarily. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth. "It was my old master who made me smash it." "Your old master? When did you start serving someone?" Ling Tianyu was taken aback. As the boss of a trading firm, he didn't have the leisure to bother about the affairs of insignificant figures. Even though Sun Chong created an uproar when he sold his shop yesterday, it wasn't sufficiently important for someone of his identity to bother himself with. "I met my old master yesterday." "My old master is the person sitting over there." Sun Chong pointed. Ling Tianyu frowned. Looking over, he saw Xianxia sitting with his back faced to them and he was slowly sipping on his tea, indifferent to the commotion going on here. "Old master." Upon given a chance to explain that it was his old master who made him do it, Sun Chong heaved a sigh of relief and walked over to Xianxia. "Were you the one who ordered him to smash my stone lion?" Walking over to him, Ling Tianyu frowned and glared coldly at Xianxia. As though oblivious to his presence and words, Xianxia continued sipping on his tea, clearly disrespecting this Lord Ling. "Audacious! How dare you refuse to answer Lord Ling's words? You are seeking death. To have ordered his subordinate to break Lord Stone Lion. This fellow is in for a ride of misfortune. Upon seeing the fellow ignore Lord Ling's question, not even standing up to face him, the enforcers became furious and swore at him. Where did this fellow come from? This wasn't the place for you to be masquerading. To be acting so arrogantly. Did you think that we dare not kill you? May I know sir's name? Why did you order your subordinate to smash my stone lion? Ling Tianyu was a worldly person who had seen the world. He waved his arm to stop everyone's criticisms. Sit. Zhang Xian continued to sip on his tea, not even lifting his eyelid to look at Ling Tianyu. Sun Chong hurriedly ran over to fill an empty teacup. Upon seeing his actions, Ling Tianyu's rage flurried once more, and his face darkened to a fearsome point. The other party's actions indicated the level of respect he had for him. He was allowed to drink tea alongside him, but wasn't worthy of having the other party to pour tea for him. He had built this giant Tianyu trading firm from scratch and became a powerful figure in Tianxian Kingdom. Even prime ministers and Wuxia had to regard him as a peer, not daring to act haughtily before him. To treat a person of his standing in this manner, that fellow was way too arrogant. However, the more it was like that, the harder he tried to suppress his anger. Since the other party dared to do so despite knowing his identity, he must have some background. If he wasn't even able to keep his temper in check, he would have never been able to build Tianyu trading firm to its current size. I wish to hear a rational explanation. His eyes narrowed as he took a seat opposite to him. Zhang Xian remained impassive to his questions and continued drinking his tea calmly, as though the other person's rage was invisible to him. The tea was scalding hot and he sipped on it for an entire minute. Just as the other party was about to lose his patience and Sun Chong was about to wet himself, did he slowly put down his cup, raise his head and look at Ling Tianyu. He looked to be in his 40s and his pitch-black eyes gave him a dignified disposition. Judging solely by his appearance, it was clear that he was a person who had great achievements. Without saying a word, Zhang Xian gestured to Sun Chong. Old master, this person is the head of the trading firm, Lord Ling Tianyu. How could Sun Chong not understand the meaning behind Zhang Xian's gesture? He quickly stepped forward to introduce the other party. Oh, Zhang Xian answered. Then, he picked up the teapot and slowly poured tea into the cup. Ling Tianyu, is your family doing well? Silence. The mall that was bustling just moments ago turned completely silent. Is this for real? Am I hearing things? This fellow not only smashed Lord Ling's stone lion but also cursed his entire family? Isn't he way too daring? Sun Chong staggered and he was barely able to keep himself from running away. Old master, you are a master teacher. Are you intentionally trying to do me in? Lord Ling does not know you, so you can simply turn around to leave. However, all of my family members live in Tianxian Kingdom. What did you say? He had already been suppressing his rage. Upon hearing such words from the other party, Ling Tianyu almost exploded. We don't know each other. Yet you proceeded directly to curse my entire family. This isn't a just provocation anymore, but an obvious attempt to insult me, to humiliate me. Oh? Didn't get my words? Then I'll phrase it in another way then. Are the physical conditions of your family members still all right? Even though the other party looked as though he was about to explode at any moment, Zhang Xian remained impassive. There's no need for you to bother about whether my family is doing well or not. A cold gleam flashed through Ling Tianyu's eyes and it appeared that he would burst at any moment. There's no need for me to bother? I was thinking that saving a life would bring me good karma, but since you don't need it, let's just forget it then. Zhang Xian shook his head. What? Do you mean? Nothing. Zhang Xian gulped the tea down. Southern green jade is truly a good material. Not only is it beautiful, it can boost one's blood circulation and soothe one's meridians if carried frequently. However, the matter is completely different for southern blood jade. This material devours one's vitality as nourishment to evolve into a jade spirit. Your cultivation has reached Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian Realm primary stage and given your rich Xinqi and powerful physical body. There's no need for you to fear. However, the same cannot be said about your family. If I'm not wrong, you coming into contact with it daily could bring its aura back home. Most probably, someone at home is already ill down to the bones and is on the verge of death. All right, Xiao Chong, let's leave. Finishing his words, Xianxia put down his cup, tidied his appearance, and stood up. Ignoring the other party, he slowly strolled from the mall with his hands behind him. Sun Chong hurriedly followed behind him. He looked around in fear that someone would beat him up once more. Sir, please wait a moment. Just when everyone thought that Ling Tianyu would stop that arrogant man to chastise him and teach him a lesson, they witnessed his towering figure tremble faintly as he shouted out hastily. Zhang Xian stopped. Sir, are you saying that the stone lion isn't made of southern green jade but southern blood jade? Yuro's illness is because of this. With a pale face, Ling Tianyu asked. Most people knew that he was a billionaire and even officials had to treat him with respect. However, only he himself knew that after withstanding half a year of undulating anxiety, he was about to collapse. Yuro was his wife. When he was poor and struggling to make a living, this virtuous wife of his would always starve so that he could have another bite, claiming that she had eaten outside. Later, his business gradually grew bigger and his cultivation realm rose rapidly. However, he knew very well that without her, he would be an unwanted pile of bones in the wilderness right now. That was precisely why, despite his fortune, he didn't philander outside and instead stayed dedicated to this wife who had accompanied him through thick and thin. Yet, the heavens are unpredictable. Half a year ago, she was suddenly afflicted with a severe illness. She could only lie weakly on the bed, and now it is possible for her to pass away at any moment. He searched the entire Tianxian kingdom for physicians, even inviting Master Yuanyu to diagnose her condition. Yet, all of them ended up with the same conclusion, that the illness had penetrated deep into her bones and all she can do is to wait for death. Especially in the past few days, she seemed to be unable to hold on any longer and could really stop breathing at any moment. He had been keeping vigil by her side ever since she fell ill. It was due to important matters to settle at the trading firm that he had no choice but to come. With the issue with his wife, he was already feeling irritable. Upon hearing that a stone lion had been destroyed by someone for no apparent reason, he rushed here in a rage, losing the calm that a successful businessman should possess. He thought that the other party was simply causing trouble. He didn't expect that he would say such words. To be able to tell that his family member is sick, saying that the stone lion is not made of southern green jade but blood jade. Your wife should be an ordinary human with a cultivation realm of at maximum fighter 2 Dan. Am I right? Zhang Xian said impassively without turning around. How did you know that Yuro is my wife? Furthermore, how do you know her cultivation realm? Ling Tianyu was astonished once more. He had only mentioned Yuro, but the other party knew that she was his wife immediately, even able to point out her cultivation realm instantly. His judgment was simply too accurate. The southern blood jade devours one's vitality to nourish itself, and those who are fighter 2 Dan and below do not possess any resistance against it. If they were to be afflicted with it, their body functions would rapidly deteriorate, hair would turn white, the skin would loosen and speech would become indistinct. They won't be able to live beyond half a year, Zhang Xian said calmly. Ling Tianyu's eyes narrowed. The other party's description fitted the symptoms of his wife perfectly. I was just passing by when I saw this thing. In order to prevent it from bringing harm to anyone, I ordered my butler to crush it. If Lord Ling found my action rash and inappropriate, I will have my people send compensation over tomorrow. Zhang Xian waved his hand, unwilling to say any more. His tone was neither happy nor sorrowful, and he didn't seem to be furious due to the other party's misunderstanding. Just that, his tone was bleak. I believe that with Lord Ling's ability, you should be able to find my residence, so I doubt that you need to fear me escaping. At this point, he simply walked away. Old master. Seeing that his old master was leaving right after saying a few words, Sun Chong was dazed for a moment before hurriedly chasing him. Lord, do we need to stop them? Seeing that the two of them were about to disappear into the horizon, the head enforcer walked over and asked, "There's no need." Ling Tianyu stood rooted to his spot. His expression changed rapidly, paling in one moment and turning green in the other. It was unclear what went through his head. He was a merchant, unlike the innocent teachers and students Xianxia had met before who easily believed in others. After going through innumerable ordeals, he no longer believed in anyone that easily. Even though the middle-aged man who popped out of nowhere was spot on with his words and left him surprised, he didn't charge forward with agitation to stop him. After all, he had consulted many physicians about his wife's illness, and it was easy for one to look into the matter. "Get Master Chang Yuan here." Master Chang Yuan was the appraiser in Tianyu trading firm. Even though he wasn't yet an official appraiser, he was a true high-level apprentice appraiser who was much more capable than a fraud like Yang Mo. Most of the treasures bought by the trading firm had to be appraised by him beforehand. It didn't take long for Master Chang Yuan to appear. "Brother Ling, for you to request for my presence so urgently, is there something wrong?" As a high-level apprentice appraiser, even Ling Tianyu could only be considered of equal standing to him. "Please help me to check whether this stone lion is made of southern green jade or blood jade." Ling Tianyu pointed to the fragmented stone lion on the floor. "I have already appraised it. It is southern green jade." Stroking his beard, Master Chang Yuan chuckled. Naturally, this sculpture had to have been appraised by him beforehand before it could be brought here. At which, he walked forward and lowered his head to look at the fragments of the stone lion. His eyes instantaneously narrowed and he staggered backward. This, how is this possible? What's wrong?" Upon seeing the abrupt change in expression on Master Chang Yuan, Ling Tianyu lowered his head hurriedly to look at the fragmented stone lion as well. At the section where the jade split apart, blood-colored lines could be noticed. Under the reflection of light in the surroundings, it looked exceptionally savage and terrifying. As the lines were within the jade and the southern green jade wasn't transparent, it was impossible to see it without smashing the lion apart. "Is it really southern blood jade?" His face darkened. Even without Master Chang Yuan's reply, he knew that it was impossible for this object to be southern green jade. He sent a palm down at the stone lion. Kacha! The remaining body of the stone lion was blown into smithereens and scattered all over the ground. Casually picking up a piece, he saw blood-colored lines on it. "It is southern blood jade. My judgment was off." Upon seeing the blood-colored lines densely filling the surface of the jade, Master Chang Yuan looked as though he had aged 10 years in an instant. He was extremely confident in his discernment abilities. That was precisely the reason why he possessed an exceptional standing in the trading firm, becoming brothers with Ling Tianyu even. Yet, to think that he appraised the largest and most valuable object in the trading firm erroneously. These lines were all concealed within the jade, to the point that one was unable to see it from the outside. Probably even the craftsman sculpting it wasn't aware. "It wouldn't be weird for you to appraise it as such." Ling Tianyu didn't blame the other party. Instead, he turned to look at him and asked, "Right now, I would only like to know if the southern blood jade can really devour one's vitality? I have read about the blood jade in the books, and even though I haven't seen it for myself, that was how it was stated in the legends." Master Chang Yuan nodded his head. "So it's real." Ling Tianyu's face paled once more. He lifted his head to look at the head enforcer. "Do you know who Sun Chang's old master is?" "I'm not sure." The head enforcer shook his head. Then, he suddenly recalled something. "Oh, right. Yesterday, Sun Chang made an uproar while selling his shop and said that he was going to serve a passing master teacher. We all thought that he was bragging and we laughed for quite a while afterward. How could a master teacher possibly allow someone like him to wait on him?" "Master teacher?" Ling Tianyu staggered backward. He felt his kneecap weaken and he nearly fell to the ground. At this moment, he felt so regretful that he could knock his head against the wall. The other party was a master teacher? It was no wonder he was able to keep his calm upon seeing him and identify the material as southern blood jade when Master Chang Yuan wasn't able to, even accurately listing the symptoms of his wife. Yet, he didn't believe the other party and hesitated to ask him for help. This hesitation had caused him to miss out on a chance in befriending a master teacher and saving his wife. Lord! Upon seeing the expression on the Lord, the head enforcer seemed to have come to a realization. His face changed. That old master. A moment ago, it can't be that he is a master teacher. He must be. Upon recovering, Ling Tianyu hurriedly commanded, "Hurry up and look into where they are living. Prepare the carriage. I will visit him now." He had missed out on the opportunity once. He couldn't let it pass him by the second time. Yes. Upon hearing that the middle-aged man from before was a master teacher, all of their faces paled from fright. They carried out their orders with great haste. There wasn't a single master in Tianxian Kingdom. Even the guild leader Huang from the teacher guild was only a high-level apprentice master teacher. To think that a master teacher would pass by them and that they would be unable to identify him, even almost attempting to batter him, just with such a thought in their mind, cold sweat streamed down their backs and they felt that they could faint any moment. Before leaving yesterday, Sun Chong had emphasized on where he was going to live, so it wasn't hard for them to find their residence. Let's go. Knowing the residence of the other party, Ling Tianyu immediately headed out without any hesitation. Oh! Old master, where are we going? Sun Chong was drenched in cold sweat walking out of Tianyu trading firm. Only upon seeing no one obstruct their departure did he heave a sigh of relief. After he had finally calmed down, he couldn't help but ask his old master. "We're returning." Zhang Xian waved his hands. Just like that. Sun Chong was perplexed. When the old master first headed out, he said that he wanted to look for Lord Ling. Initially, he thought that he would be discussing something with him. Instead, all they did was to go there, destroy the stone lion that the other party treasured, say a few words and leave. He found the situation a little inconceivable and he was unable to make sense of it. Zhang Xian didn't bother explaining it to him. Their residence wasn't too far away from the trading firm. It didn't take long for them to return. "It's already late and I want to rest. Regardless of who comes over, block them at the door and deny them entry." Upon returning back to his room, Zhang Xian commanded. Yes. Sun Chong nodded his head despite having some objections deep within. No one came despite waiting for an entire day. Now that the sun had set, who would come? Departing from Zhang Xian's room, Sun Chong was about to find a place to treat the wounds from the beating, which he suffered previously, when he saw the guards rushing toward him. "Brother Chong, there is someone seeking an audience," the guard said. "Seek an audience? Who?" Not expecting that anyone would come knocking, Sun Chong was taken aback. "It is Lord Ling," the guard replied. "Lord Ling? You mean Ling Tianyu?" Sun Chong shuddered and almost fell to the ground. When the old master mentioned someone coming over, he didn't take it for real. To think that it would be true, not to mention, it was Lord Ling Tianyu whom they just met. Could it be that he could no longer wait and wanted to demand compensation for the stone lions today? "Hurry up and welcome him. I will call old master over." After saying so, he suddenly recalled Zhang Xian's command and his body froze. Wait! Old master had just said that regardless of who it was, block them at the door and deny them entry. It was clear that he knew Lord Ling would come. His intentions were also clear. He refused to meet him. Refusing Lord Ling's audience? If it was on any other occasions, Sun Chong wouldn't dare to do so even if he had 10 times his guts. In the past, he was always the one crying for an audience, only to be ignored. This time, the other party was taking the initiative to come over to meet his old master. Should he bring him in or refuse his request? The heck! The worst that could happen was death. Just listen to old master's commands. Gritting his teeth, he came to a decision and said, "I will follow you to the gates." Since he was already beaten up and he had offended the other party, regardless of what intentions the other party had visiting the mansion, he could only obey old master's commands to the very end. Soon he arrived at the entrance. As expected, he saw the imposing Lord Ling standing at the gates with Master Chang Yuan behind him. Upon seeing him, the two smiled delightfully. "Brother Sun, may I trouble you to tell your old master that Ling Tianyu seeks an audience?" "Brother Sun." He had prepared himself to face an angry Ling Tianyu pursuing the matter of the smashed lion and demanding compensation. Never in his dreams did he expect that the other party would treat him with such an amiable attitude. Sun Chong couldn't help but be dumbfounded. As a small merchant who had a store in the commercial city, he had to live subserviently. Any single enforcer could simply walk up to him and demand money from him. When did he gain the honor of having Ling Tianyu address him as Brother Sun? In the past, even if he were to kneel before the other party probably wouldn't spare him an additional glance. In an instant, he felt a surge of heat through his heart. His face turned red and his body felt light as though he were floating in the air. Exultation. Yes, this is exultation. Seemed like Ling Tianyu became aware of the fact that the old master was a master teacher. That's why he rushed here. As such, his own standing rose as well. However, that was to be expected. After all, he became the butler of a master teacher, a figure whom even the prime minister of the kingdom had to fawn up to. No matter how impressive Ling Tianyu was, he was just a merchant. What was there to fear about him? With such thoughts, all of Sun Chong's fears disappeared. He straightened his back and with a haughty aura he said, "I'm sorry, but the old master has already slept. He gave clear orders that he would not meet anyone. My apologies, but Lord Ling has made a wasted trip." Exhilarating. It was simply too exhilarating. All along in the past, he had always spoken to Lord Ling with subservience, not daring to say anything excessive and, less to say, to reject him. Not even to mention to be able to do it so brazenly and openly. Asleep. The corner of Ling Tianyu's mouth twitched. He had come chasing after them just a short moment after they had left. There was at maximum a 3 to 5 minute delay between them, and he had fallen asleep within such a short period of time. Who were you fooling? Looks like he had really offended this master teacher, and that he was infuriated with him. To offend a master teacher, putting aside the fact that he was just a merchant, even Tianxian Kingdom's Emperor Xinjue would be unable to survive his wrath. Besides, his wife is on the verge of death now. Since this master teacher was able to tell the symptoms of her illness without even diagnosing her, he had to have a solution. No matter what, he mustn't give up. Thus, Ling Tianyu began to speak with prudence. My subordinates had acted rashly, causing Brother Sun to be wounded. Here is some medicine that is highly effective for healing injuries. These two. I don't mean anything. I just hope that Brother Sun can help me convey my request. At which he retrieved a jade bottle and a stack of notes. Sun Chong didn't attempt to receive the gifts and instead lowered his head to take a look, squinting his eyes involuntarily. As a merchant, exploring the commercial city was a daily affair and hence, he had a decent eye for goods. The pills inside the jade bottle were called Wound Restoration Pill, and it was a truly divine medicine for treating wounds. This was a treasure that only official apothecaries of the Apothecary Guild could forge, and every single pill was worth over 10,000 gold coins. Yet, the other party gifted him an entire bottle. Most importantly, the notes in the other party's hands were in denominations of 5,000, and there was a total of 20 to 30 of them. That was to say, just for reporting his presence to the old master, he had made over 100,000 gold coins. The heck? Was there a need to be so generous? However, even though he was astonished, he knew that the reason for the other party's attitude and gifts were out of respect for his old master. Pretty much had nothing to do with him. If he were to accept them and the old master were to get angry, like bubbles, everything would burst and disappear into thin air. As such, he gritted his teeth and replied, "I'm sorry, but please show some self-respect. The old master has already personally ordered that he wouldn't meet anyone, so there isn't anything I can do. If the Lord really wants to pay a visit, I think you can try again tomorrow." Suppressing the ache in his heart, he gestured grandly, seemingly contemptuous of the other party's action of trying to bribe him. There was no other way. From today onward, he would be the butler of a master teacher and his standing would be different from what it used to be. As such, he should adopt befitting mannerisms. He must also learn to act suave. If he were to be bribed by this small amount of money and just a few pills, how would the others look upon him? Tomorrow. Ling Tianyu had an awful expression. It was unsure whether his wife could survive through the night. If he were to really wait until the next day, perhaps only a corpse would be left. I plead, brother Sun, to help me. I really have urgent matters to seek your old master. Ling Tianyu took out another stack of bills and pushed it over with an expression full of sincerity. I'm sorry, but there's genuinely nothing I can do. Seeing how much money the other party took out, Sun Chong found himself on the verge of caving in. Thus, he waved his hand and walked back in. Close the doors! After which, he walked into the courtyard. Jia. The doors closed. Brother Sun. Ling Tianyu shouted hurriedly. Even though he was Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm while the guards were only Pigu realm, he dared not to barge in. Brother Ling. Master Chung Yuan was at a loss for words. Sai, it's my fault. If I had stopped the master just now, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Even though the other party shut the doors on him, Ling Tianyu didn't get angry. Instead, he only sighed and shook his head. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be he himself. He insisted on verifying the other party's identity, incurring the displeasure of the master teacher. In a way, he brought this all upon himself. Then what should we do now? Master Chung Yuan asked. I'll wait. Even if it takes an entire night, I'll wait. I have already missed the opportunity once. I don't want to miss it a second time. Determination was reflected in Ling Tianyu's eyes. It was precisely because of his will of steel that he was able to become such a powerful tycoon from a nameless poor kid. Besides, if doing this could save his wife, he was willing to wait here as long as it takes for the other party's anger to be appeased. In fact, even if it were Xinjue, the emperor wouldn't utter a single word of complaint if he was hindered at the door. Master teachers had the capability and standing to do so. Oh! Did I really just shut the doors on him? Walking into the courtyard, Sun Chong still felt as though he was dreaming. His entire body felt light. Who was the person outside? Ling Tianyu. Even if he wasn't the richest person in Tianxian Royal City, he wasn't far from it. He was undisputedly a true billionaire. Even a prime minister or powerful official would rush to welcome him when he came to visit, keeping their haughtiness in check. Yet he kept him outside the doors. Just the thought of it felt unreal. Yet, not only did he do so, the other party didn't even dare to show a hint of dissatisfaction toward his actions. Given how he was able to shut the gates on such a person, did it mean that his position will simply grow higher and higher, eventually becoming an esteemed person in Tianxian Royal City? It seemed like abandoning his store to serve as the butler was the wisest decision that he made in his entire life. This is a true master teacher. At this very moment, every single hint of doubt on his old master's identity vanished. Previously, when the other party said that he was a master teacher, he remained a little doubtful of his identity. However, witnessing how respectful Lord Ling behaved, he understood that it was true. Only a true master teacher had such charisma and means. Aren't you formidable? So what if you're formidable? Before a master teacher, everyone else is trash. Let's go look for old master. After indulging in his glee for a moment, Sun Chong proceeded toward the main hall once again. He saw that the light inside the room had not been extinguished and the old master sat quietly, yet to turn in for the night. Old master Ling Tianyu came. Stepping forward, he clasped his hand respectfully. Xianxia replied casually, not paying much heed to it. He wants to meet you. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Chong couldn't resist speaking of the affair. Let's talk tomorrow. If he can't even wait a single night, tell him that he doesn't need to come anymore. Xianxia said calmly. After touching the stone lion, he knew that the material wasn't southern green jade and naturally, he knew of its dangers. The Library of Heaven's Path did not display the method to resolving the issue, but it did describe the symptoms an ordinary person would face when their vitality had been sapped by the blood jade. For the time being, his wife was still safe. Since that was the case, it wasn't a big deal for the other party to be waiting outside for a while. With this billionaire waiting outside his mansion, his reputation would soon spread far and wide. He had no choice but to do so to earn 20 million in 9 days. All right. Sun Chong nodded his head and departed from the room. Ignoring Ling Tianyu, who was waiting outside, Xianxia continued to work on opening his Pishua realm acupoints. After toiling for the entire night, he opened another 30 acupoints in one go. In total, he had already opened more than 50 acupoints. His Jinqi strength had also reached 70 ding. Along with the 90 ding from his physical body, he could wield up to a total of 160 ding of strength with ease. Putting aside Pishua pinnacle experts, he would be able to match up to even Tongxin realm experts easily. In the Tongxin realm, one opened the most important Tongxin meridian in their body, unleashing the body's true might. At the primary stage, one would possess 100 ding of strength. At the intermediate stage, 200 ding, and in such a manner, reaching the pinnacle of the Tongxin realm, one would possess 400 ding. Currently, Xianxia wielded 160 ding of strength in total, which is slightly stronger than a Tongxin realm primary stage. It was unimaginable for a Pishua realm to possess such strength. It would definitely cause an uproar if word were to spread out. Everyone knew that there was an immeasurable difference between the Pishua realm and the Tongxin realm. In the entire Tianxian kingdom, there probably wasn't another person like Xianxia. After stretching his back, Xianxia pushed open the door and walked out. Old Master, Lord Ling had already been waiting outside for an entire night. Sun Chong walked over. An entire night? He was so engrossed in training that he forgot about that fellow. Then, Xianxia tapped his finger on his forehead, seemingly thinking about something. Based on the old master's attitude, Sun Chong thought that he was going to let Lord Ling in and stared expectantly at him. Then, he heard the indifferent words of the other party. "I think I'll eat first." Sun Chong staggered and fell to the floor. The head of Tianyu merchant firm, a billionaire, had waited outside an entire night, yet his master wanted to eat first. However, as a subordinate, he dare not criticize his master's actions, quickly getting the servants to prepare the meal. To speak with honesty, the servants and maids hired by Sun Chong were impressive. They prepared quite a huge spread that also tasted good. After finishing his breakfast, Xianxia strolled around the courtyard. Looking at the morning sky and gauging that it had reached 10, he finally got Sun Chong to open the gates. Oh! Du Yuan was the young master of Du clan, which was one of the 4 great clans of the Tianxian kingdom. All along, he had been an unambitious profligate, an incomparable playboy. Usually, all he would do was to walk his dog, play with his birds, and hang out in red light districts. He was already 24, but he was only in Fighter 3 Dan Jinqi realm. Among the Scions, he could be considered as trash among the trash. However, it was not because he wanted it to be so, it was because he had no choice on the matter. Initially, his father was the most suitable candidate to become the clan head. However, for some reason, he contracted a major illness a decade ago, causing his meridians to be damaged and his acupoints to be blocked. His prowess plunged from being a Pishua realm expert all the way to a mere cripple. His competitors took advantage of this opportunity and oppressed his successor. Du Yuan had inherited his father's talents, also possessing the lawful rights to vie with the others. However, after a decade of oppression, his father's influence had weakened, and if he were to display his talents at such a moment, he would definitely evoke further acts of repression. Helpless, he could only play the role of an unambitious scion and live aimlessly day after day. When he woke up today, the sun was already hanging high in the skies. Only then did he lead his beloved canine out of the door to linger the streets. Isn't that Lord Ling Tianyu of Tianyu merchant firm? He stopped his footsteps abruptly. A familiar figure had appeared before him. Ling Tianyu was one of the few truly powerful figures in Tianxian royal city, possessing massive wealth, and that very few dared to offend him. Although Du Yuan was a dandy, he still was a member of the 4 great clans. As such, he came into contact with the upper echelons in the city on a regular basis. This Ling Tianyu had an extensive business relationship with his Du clan, and he had met him several times. This person was of equal standing to his grandfather. Why would he be standing beside the road? Not to mention, he was soaked in dew and looked like a mess. It was as though he hadn't returned for the night. Whose mansion is this? Soon, he noticed what was wrong about the situation. This Lord Ling Tianyu seemed to be waiting outside a mansion for the owner to open his gates. He often loitered on this street and knew this mansion had been empty for a very long time. Besides, even if someone resided within, what kind of identity did he possess to be able to make Lord Ling wait out here? I've heard that Lord Ling had been waiting here since the last night. Indeed, I've seen it for myself as well. It seems like Lord Ling wants to meet the owner of the mansion, but the other party simply ignored him. A butler came out and told him that he could either continue waiting here or to never come back. The heck, are you serious? Who is he? To make Lord Ling Tianyu wait for an entire night? Furthermore, with such arrogance. I've no idea as well. Thus, I came here early in the morning to take a look. To think that he really waited for an entire night. Just as he was perplexed over the matter, he heard the conversation that went on from afar. Waited for an entire night? Du Yuan gasped. Only those who had come into contact with the upper echelons would know exactly how powerful Ling Tianyu was. Although he was a mere businessman, he was well acquainted with the clan heads of the 4 great clans, as well as the nobles and the royal family. Every year, he would donate a substantial sum to the national treasury. Even Emperor Shenjue treated him as a money tree and dared not to offend him. For a person of such status to wait outside another's gates for an entire night, if he hadn't witnessed it personally, he would have never believed such rumors. Are you for real? Who is the owner of the mansion to be capable of such incredible feat? Do you all know who the owner of the mansion is? Du Yuan couldn't help but approach the few chatting onlookers. I've no idea. He seemed to have just moved in yesterday. He caused quite a commotion. Right after moving in, he recruited dozens of guards, servants, and maids. I have seen the owner of the mansion. He seemed to be a middle-aged man in his 40s and his face is slightly yellowed and emaciated. I have never met him previously. A few who knew the details spoke. Middle-aged man? Recruited dozens of guards and servants. Du Yuan was even more perplexed after listening to their words. Look, the gates are opening. At this moment, the firmly shut gates opened slowly. Jiaya, plump man walked out. Sun Chong. Du Yuan recognized the plump man. This fellow ran a realtor agency in the Tianyu merchant firm. Back then, he visited his agency to look for a residence for his lover. After the other party knew of his identity, he assumed a subservient attitude immediately. He was a typical streetwise vendor. Why is this fellow here? Could he be a servant here? Just as he was pondering, he saw Sun Chong gesture grandly. Lord Ling, our old master invites you in. His voice was devoid of courtesy, as though he didn't think much of the other party at all. A small vendor of the Tianyu merchant firm actually dared to speak to his big boss like this? Du Yuan thought that Ling Tianyu would get angry, but contrary to his expectations, not only was he not enraged, gratitude even appeared on his face. He stepped forward and stuffed a bunch of items into the other party's hands. Thank you, brother Sun, for your help. Here are some tokens of my appreciation. Hold on to them first. I will definitely send a generous gift in the future. Ah! Du Yuan's eyeballs were about to fall out of his sockets. The heck? Can anyone tell me what was going on? What he had just seen was completely incomprehensible to him. He felt as though the entire world had gone wrong. I didn't know that Master was trying to offer me guidance and acted inappropriately before you. I seek your forgiveness. Upon entering and noticing Xianxia, who was seated at the center of the room, Ling Tianyu felt slightly apprehensive. His attitude towards this master teacher yesterday was indeed inhospitable, even doubting the goodwill the master demonstrated. It was already a blessing that the other party was willing to allow him entry. There's nothing for me to forgive. Zhang Xian waved his hands. I'm not that petty. Sun Chong's eyes widened. You left the other party outside for an entire night to be drenched in dew, only allowing him entry after consuming your breakfast slowly. You call that not being petty? Yes, yes. Ling Tianju's face flushed. He was about to continue speaking when Xianxia extended out his palm and looked at him calmly. Do you know why I had you wait outside for an entire night? Awkwardness showed on Ling Tianyu's face. Isn't it because you feel that I had slighted you, so you wanted to put me in my place? I admit my mistake. All right? Do you think that I am purposely making things difficult for you? Zhang Xian looked over. No, of course not. Ling Tianyu shook his head hurriedly. There's no need for you to deny it. It is normal that you would think so. Zhang Xian didn't seem to be angry. Instead, he said earnestly, actually, it is for your own good that I had you wait outside for an entire night. For my own good? This time, not only was Ling Tianyu perplexed by his words, a bizarre expression had also emerged on Sun Chong's face. Making someone wait at the door was for his own good? What kind of theory is this? If I'm not wrong, your wife should be severely ill and is on the verge of death, and the reason why you are looking for me is for me to save her. Zhang Xian gazed at Ling Tianyu. Yes. Upon hearing the other party mention his motives, Ling Tianyu jolted. If you want me to save her, you would have to bring her over to me. However, you had come into contact with the southern blood jade yesterday and the vitality-consuming aura was still lingering in your body. If I were to agree and you had come into contact with her once more, she probably would have died before you managed to get her here. Zhang Xian sighed and continued on. Thus, I had you wait outside for an entire night so that you can cleanse yourself of that aura. At the same time, you wouldn't hurry home, thus preventing a catastrophe from happening. Of course, if you refused to listen to my words and left, your wife would have died and you wouldn't have to come back. Even a master teacher didn't possess the ability to resurrect the dead. After hearing these words, Ling Tianyu's expression changed and he began to ooze cold sweat. In actual fact, he was raging within as a result of the other party's actions of making him wait outside for the entire night. Even though he didn't dare to speak of it, he had felt great displeasure. A master teacher wasn't just about the strength he holds and his ability to guide others, he should be magnanimous as well. In his view, this master teacher was trying to humiliate him on purpose. After hearing those words, did he realize that he was truly mistaken? The other party truly had his intentions at heart. Despite treating the other party so insolently, he still paid such careful heed to his matter. Truly the disposition of a master teacher. Impressive. He felt like a hypocrite for doubting the intentions of a gentleman. While he felt gratitude toward the other party, relief surged through him as well. It was fortunate that he had managed to hold on yesterday. Otherwise, if he had returned back home, he would have truly regretted his actions for life. Sun Chong, who was still standing by the side, had his eyes opened wide with astonishment. As expected of a master teacher, every single move of the old master was profound. He thought that the old master was intentionally trying to humiliate the other party. Only now did he realize that the thoughts of the old master weren't something a person like him could fathom. Thank you, master. Ling Tianyu bowed deeply. Send someone to bring her over to me so that I can take a look. If she is too ill, even I might be unable to do anything about it. Zhang Xian said. Yes. Ling Tianyu's eyes reddened in agitation. He hurriedly took his leave alongside Master Chang Yuan. After the two of them left, Zhang Xian turned to look at Sun Chong. Xiao Chong, I have promised you to help you break into Fighter 4 Dan, and I do not renege on my words. Execute a punching routine so that I can see your condition. Yes, old master. Hearing that the old master was going to help him break through, Sun Chong nodded his head in excitement. Soon, he completed the entire punching routine. However, not only wasn't Sun Chong pleased by it, he was even slightly embarrassed. Old master, I was injured yesterday. My body has been weakened significantly, and I might not be in the condition to break into Pigu realm today. To achieve a breakthrough in realm, one would have to be in tip-top condition. Yesterday, Sun Chong was beaten up and he sustained quite a few injuries on his body. No matter how incredible the old master was, it was unlikely for him to break through his current realm in such a state. He hadn't really noticed it before, But the moment he started executing his punching routine, he felt an aching pain all over his body, and his Jinqi didn't flow as fluidly as it usually did. Don't worry, Xianxia interrupted him with a smile. The reason why you have been stuck at the Jinqi realm for so long was because the Jinqi you had cultivated was too impure. As such, it was unable to pass through your meridians to nourish your body. In such a state, one's Jinqi might even stagnate. Putting aside being unable to achieve a breakthrough, one's strength might even deteriorate. Yes, Sun Chang nodded his head. In the past 2 years, he felt that his stamina had been on a decline and that his realm was slowly deteriorating as well. If not for him persistently cultivating to remain at his current realm, he might have even fallen to Jinqi primary stage. At Fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm, one's Jinqi would surge through one's body and nourish one's flesh and bones. Usually, it would be difficult for your impure Jinqi to surge through your entire body. However, the current situation is different. After yesterday's beating, your body was damaged, causing the stagnated Jinqi from before to be jolted back into action. At the same time, the blocked passageways of your meridians had been cleared significantly. Old Master, had others beat me up? For my own good. Before Xianxia could finish his words, Sun Chang's body shuddered due to intense emotions and tears of gratitude streamed down his face. Old Master had Ling Tianyu wait at his doorstep for his own good. Initially, I thought that it was a mistake on his part that I was beaten up, but to think that it was for my own good as well. Yet, I mistook his kind intentions. Ha! Seeing tears streaming down the face of his plump butler, Xianxia was confused. I just wanted to say that your injury does not affect your training. Why? What were you thinking of? Did you brain spasm? However, this is good as well. All the more, this can help to build my prestige as a master teacher. Cough, cough. Xianxia coughed and said, Indeed, at the very least, my efforts weren't in vain since you were able to understand them. All right, put these aside. If I'm not wrong, Ling Tianyu should have given you medicine to cure your wounds. Aye. Sun Chang's face flushed. For my sake, Old Master was even willing to be misunderstood. Yet, I shamelessly took the other party's medicine. I am truly unable to compare to him. It's not a big deal. As long as you work for me loyally, it isn't really a big deal for you to take some things. Seemingly guessing the thoughts in his mind, Xianxia interrupted. Take the medicine out. Prepare yourself, you will try to break into Fighter 4 Dan now. Right now. Sun Chang didn't expect things to progress so quickly. Old Master, is there no need to look for a quiet chamber? Also, if I were to try breaking through now, I'm afraid that Lord Ling would return before I can even succeed. If so, I would delay your affairs. There's no need for it. It is just a matter of minutes. Why would you need a quiet chamber? Xianxia waved away his concerns. Matter of minutes? Breakthrough? In such a short time? Sun Chang was taken aback. Looking at the Old Master, his eyes widened in disbelief. Although Fighter 3 Dan wasn't considered an advanced cultivation realm, it wasn't a low one either. Despite more than a decade of effort, Sun Chang was still unable to break through, the difficulty clear to see here. Initially, Sun Chang had thought that it would take at least half a day or even a full day of effort. Yet the Old Master said that it was just a matter of minutes? Brother, do you think that it is eating or drinking? Sun Chang felt that his outlook of the world was collapsing and was about to go mad. That amount of time isn't enough for Jinqi to surge through his body. Why? You don't wish to break through? Seeing his daze, Xianxia frowned. No, that's not it. Old Master, what do I need to do? Suppressing his agitation, Sun Chang quickly replied. Consume the pill first, then use all your strength to propel the Jinqi through your meridians. As for the rest, leave it up to me. Xianxia said. All right. Those were very simple instructions. Without any hesitation, Sun Chang took out a pill and swallowed it. As expected of a pill forged by an official apothecary, it was indeed good stuff. The moment he consumed it, he felt his entire body growing warm and energy surged through his body. Xianxia approached him, took out a few silver needles and pierced them at several locations where his meridians were blocked. After his experiences in helping Zhao Yanfeng break through and solving Wang Ying's leg disability, he realized that it was likely that he would need to use them often. As such, he specially prepared and kept a box of silver needles in his storage ring. In order to locate the blockages, others would need to infuse their Jinqi into the other party's body to probe meticulously. However, Xianxia was different. As long as the other party executed a battle technique, the Library of Heaven's Path would compile a book with all of their flaws in it. All he had to do was to insert the silver needles at the correct location and use his pure Jinqi to clean away the residue. Zhang Xian infused his Jinqi into the silver needle, just as though a clear stream flowing into a murky river, turning the entire river clear. The Jinqi which had stagnated started to merge into the flow once again. The accumulated effort that Sun Chong spent on training over the decade was fearsome. Under the nourishment of the pure Jinqi, the stagnated Jinqi started to circulate through his body once more, causing power in his body to increase explosively. In less than a minute, his Jinqi had already circulated through his entire body once. Boom! He broke through Fighter 3 Dan Jinqi realm immediately. But the improvement in Cultivation realm didn't just stop there. It continued to rise steadily. Finally, after an unknown period of time, it stopped. My Cultivation! Picking himself up, Sun Chong examined his strength and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He thought that being able to break through Pigu realm would already be an incredible feat. To think that he would reach Pigu realm advanced stage right away. Barely. 5 minutes have passed. However, what left him even more surprised was how accurate his old master's words were. It was truly a matter of minutes. The heck? When did breaking through become such an easy feat? If it were that easy, why did my Cultivation realm remain stuck at the same level for more than a decade? Am I really cultivating or am I eating crap? Sun Chong felt as though he was dreaming, and that he was on the verge of fainting. Alright. All you have to do afterward is to fortify your cultivation. Ignoring Sun Chong's dazed expression, Zhang Xian retrieved his silver needles and returned to his seat. Actually, the reason why the other party broke through so quickly was because of the party's consistent effort throughout the years, as well as the pure Jinqi Zhang Xian possessed. It was impossible for it to be as fast if any of the factors weren't present. The pure Jinqi had dredged up those stagnated Jinqi which he had accumulated from before. It was as though clear water melting cubes of ice. Naturally, the volume of water increased significantly. As such, breaking into Fighter 4 Dan became an easy task. Otherwise, if he could help Xiaoya and the others break through just by using his needles, he wouldn't have to go through so much effort to earn money for the pills. Of course, more importantly, Zhang Xian didn't want to leave the impression that they could achieve something without working for it. There was still a long road ahead of them. If they were to cultivate such a mindset, their achievements would definitely be limited. Thank you, old master. After recovering from his shock, he immediately kneeled to the ground and bowed with great sincerity in gratitude to the old master. He knew that the only reason why he could achieve such a rapid improvement was because of the old master. If not for him, he wouldn't have been able to receive respect from a figure like Ling Tianyu and enjoy such a grand treatment. He would be stuck in Jinqi realm for his entire life, never to break through. He would have never felt the sensation in his body right now. I must make sure to work diligently in the future. I must not screw up this opportunity given to me. Sun Chong made up his mind. Ling Tianyu should be arriving soon. Go out and welcome him. After he was done helping him break through, Zhang Xian did not dawdle and casually gestured with his hands. Yes. Sun Chong took his leave. Oh. Who could the one living in this mansion be? To be able to transform Sun Chong's status completely, to the point that even Ling Tianyu had to treat him respectfully, addressing him as brother Sun. Outside the mansion, Du Yuan got increasingly confused. Only after a long period of time did he finally understand that it was due to the owner of the mansion that Lord Ling, who was of equal standing to his grandfather, treated Sun Chong with such respect. However, he fell into contemplation once more. He couldn't think of any nobles in Tianxian royal city that had such standing to make a billionaire wait outside willingly for an entire night, and furthermore, to be so delighted when the gates opened for him. Jia. These doubts were running through his mind when the gates opened and Ling Tianyu and Master Cheng Yuan walked out. They are leaving just like that? No one is sending them off. Du Yuan blinked his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. Initially, there was, at the very least, still a butler who came to welcome the two in. But now that they were leaving, there wasn't any company. No matter how incredible the master was, the butler should have at least walked the guests out. No matter what, Ling Tianyu was a true billionaire, a person of exceptional standing. Even his grandfather would have to welcome him and walk him out of the hall if he were to visit the Du clan. Then, his father or the elders would accompany him to the gates as a sign of respect. Yet, when Ling Tianyu walked out of the mansion, he had to push open the gates personally. Even the guards at the doors were putting on such airs. Who the heck could it be? Du Yuan was overwhelmed by curiosity. A moment later, just as he was about to step forward to ask the guards, "Jia!" the gates opened once more. Sun Chong walked out with his hands by his back. This. Upon seeing the acquaintance, Du Yuan decided to step forward for an inquiry, when he staggered out of a sudden. His eyes widened to the point that they were about to pop out of his sockets. Can anyone tell me what is going on? Previously, when this fellow came out, he was only Xianxia realm pinnacle. How is he suddenly in Pigu realm advanced stage? It had just been 10 minutes or so, and his cultivation realm had improved by an entire realm. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Du Yuan's entire body shuddered. Oh? Isn't this Du Yuan Gongzi? What kind of wind brought you here? Just when he was about to go into a frenzy from the ridiculousness of the situation, he heard Sun Chong's voice. Lifting his head, he realized that the other party was already standing right before him. Oh, I just happened to pass by. Suppressing the astonishment in his mind, Du Yuan asked prudently, "Weren't you working in the market? Why did you?" "I'm currently serving as the butler of this residence, following my old master." Confidence exuded from Sun Chong's eyes. Previously, when speaking to the sons of prominent families, he would have to speak prudently, afraid that he might get beaten up for no reason. But now that even Ling Tianyu had to lower his head before him, there was no reason why he should fear a mere junior. "Your old master is?" Du Yuan asked hurriedly. "You don't know our old master?" With his hands behind his back, Sun Chong lifted his head. Admiration and excitement could be seen on his face. "Master Teacher Xianxia." Master Teacher." Du Yuan shivered. Everyone knew as a fact that Tianxian Kingdom was one of the weakest kingdoms and had no master teacher to assume command. When did one arrive? Furthermore, one that allowed this fellow to become his butler? No wonder Ling Tianyu was willing to wait for an entire night and had acted so prudently around Sun Chong. Even if it were just a lowest-level, one-star master teacher in the mansion, it would nevertheless be an existence Emperor Xin Jue dare not to underestimate. For such a man, not to mention a single night, even if Ling Tianyu had to wait for half a year, he wouldn't dare to have a single word of complaint. In fact, if his grandfather knew, he would definitely rush here to pay respect to him as well. A master teacher can raise or destroy an entire country, and his words are akin to gold. This was his status. If his father could receive the guidance of a master teacher, the trauma he had sustained might be able to be dispelled, and perhaps he might even revert to the genius he was previously. In that instant, Du Yuan was filled with envy for the man before him. Sun Chong used to be just a lowly figure in the commercial city. He had to bow respectfully whenever he saw Du Yuan, afraid to offend him. Yet now, Du Yuan was the one who had to speak carefully so as to not get on the other party's nerves. Otherwise, even without the master teacher making a move himself, a single word of Sun Chong's could send countless experts, who were looking for an opportunity to fawn over him, to teach him a lesson. Xianxia, when did he arrive in the kingdom? Why hadn't I heard of him? Suppressing the astonishment within, Du Yuan asked. If a master teacher were to really visit Tianxian Kingdom, the entire capital would have shaken in an uproar and everyone would have been aware. But why was it that he hadn't heard of such a matter? The old master likes to keep a low profile, so he doesn't want others to know of it. It is enough that you know of it, don't go spreading the word. Alright, I still have things to attend to. If Du Gongzi doesn't have anything on, it would be best for you not to loiter around here. Otherwise, if the old master were to see it, it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. It would be troublesome then. After the incident with Ling Tianyu, Sun Chong had regained his confidence. As a result, an air of superiority started to grow around him, and his tone reflected so. Yes, yes. Du Yuan nodded his head hastily. After finishing his piece, Sun Chong turned around and went back to the gates. Not long later, a carriage arrived and Ling Tianyu stepped down from it. 2 guards entered the mansion and fetched a palanquin. Lord Ling, please enter. Sun Chong welcomed him. Thank you, brother Sun. Ling Tianyu clasped his hands to return the greetings. Then, the few of them entered the mansion together. I've heard that Ling Tianyu's wife is sick. It seems like he knows that there is a master teacher here. That's why he stood here for an entire night to plead with him to save her. Instantaneously, Du Yuan managed to fill in the gaps of the story. Master teachers were not only capable of guiding one's cultivation, pill forging, medicinal skills, there wasn't a single occupation that they weren't adept at. That's also the reason why they were able to stand at the peak, above all other occupations. It wasn't a secret among the upper echelons of Tianxian Kingdom that Ling Tianyu's wife was sick. Du Yuan had also heard of it, and according to the rumors, even Master Yuanyu was unable to do anything about it. Upon hearing that a master teacher had arrived at the capital, it was natural that he would want rush forward at first minute's notice. If this master can treat an illness that even Master Yuanyu was helpless about, then doesn't that mean that there is a hope for my father as well? Du Yuan's eyes lit up instantaneously. The moment such a thought occurred to him, all thoughts of leaving vanished from Du Yuan's mind immediately. After a moment of hesitation, he walked toward the tea stand opposite of the mansion. I'll drink tea there. After all, I can't possibly offend a master teacher. Oh. This is my wife, Yuro. I beseech Xianxia to save her. In the room, the guards left right after placing the palanquin down. Ling Tianyu kneeled onto the floor to plead with Xianxia. The man and his wife together had been through thick and thin, and they had an extremely close relationship. As long as he was able to save her, no amount was too great a price. Clearly, he had heard of Xianxia's name from Sun Chong's mouth. Xianxia stood up. Upon seeing the lady on the palanquin, he frowned. The lady seemed to be around Ling Tianyu's age, but time didn't seem to have left many scars on her face. Even though she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, she exuded a natural disposition that induced trust and tranquility in others. However, such a blessed woman was lying motionless on the palanquin with her eyes tightly shut. Her condition seems to be worse than I have expected. Xianxia's face darkened. He had only come into contact with the southern blood jade, and from it, he knew that the object could cause nearly irreversible damage to ordinary humans. Initially, he thought that as long as he destroyed the blood jade and nourished the body of the patient, she should recover swiftly. However, upon catching sight of the lady, he knew that he had underestimated the severity of the matter. It was clear that the other party had fallen into a coma. If she didn't receive treatment soon, even Xianxia might find himself powerless to save her. I was still thinking that, if she was awake, I could ask her to execute a punching routine so that I can compile a book, find the flaws and treat her. But now, what should I do? Xianxia was in distress. He had thought the matter out too simply previously. If the other party was awake, he could have her execute a battle technique and the Library of Heaven's Path would compile a book, from which he would be able to learn how he should treat her. This way, even if he wasn't able to find a clear remedy for the matter, he would still be able to say some things about her condition and perhaps come up with some solution to alleviate her condition. However, her lying there was no different from being a corpse. How could he go around doing it? It was impossible to get her to execute a punching routine. It sure isn't easy acting as an expert. It is getting harder and harder to make a living nowadays. Xianxia, can my wife be treated? Seeing that the other person had walked several rounds around Yuro, Ling Tianyu's frown deepened and anxiety was displayed clearly on his face. Don't be so anxious. I'm still observing her condition. Xianxia was already feeling extremely stressed. Now, upon being questioned by the other party, he felt even more dispirited. He had already boasted about his abilities. It would be embarrassing to fail at such a crucial moment. If he were to fail with the very first customer, not only would all of his preparations be in vain, his reputation would also be shattered. His prestige as a master teacher would be shaken. By then, it would truly be a dream to earn 20 million gold coins in 9 days. Oh! Upon hearing that the other party mentioned that he was still observing the situation and not that there was no cure for his wife, Ling Tianyu heaved a sigh of relief. Even so, he couldn't help but rub his hands together nervously by the corner. Flaws! Flaws! Why won't you come out? Circling another 2 rounds, he kept shouting such words in his mind. Yet, the Library of Heaven's path was totally unreactive, as though it was dead. Xianxia felt so depressed that he could have spat a mouthful of blood. It looked like, just like how it was the many other times before, the library could only compile a book of weaknesses when a person was executing a battle technique. He circled around the person, shouted in his mind, gritted his teeth and scratched his head furiously, but, as expected, it was all useless. Looks like I have really failed at such a crucial timing. He circled a few more rounds and confirmed that there was truly no movements in the library at all. Just as Xianxia was about to helplessly declare to the other party that he was unable to cure her, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He stopped and lifted his head to look at Ling Tianyu with a look of excitement. Yang Shi. Seeing his movements come to a halt, Ling Tianyu's nervousness surged once more. He understood that the other party had arrived at a conclusion and intended to tell him about it. Life or death, his wife's fate hinged on this moment. There's no need to worry. The situation isn't that bad yet. Upon seeing his nervousness, Xianxia consoled him. Yang Shi, you can just speak the truth. I can bear the truth, no matter what it is. Ling Tianyu gritted his teeth. There's nothing much I can tell you now. How about this? You lift your wife up so that I can touch her. Xianxia said. Touch? My wife? In an instant, Ling Tianyu's face became as dark as ink. Laoshi is an address for normal teachers, whereas Shi is an address of master teachers. You want to touch my wife before me? Furthermore, I am to lift her for you. Even though you are a master teacher, you can't humiliate me like that. Ling Tianyu clenched his fists tightly, and the sound of him grinding teeth resounded in the room. He was on the verge of going on mad. Hearing those words, Sun Chong, who was watching the situation by the side, nearly fainted as well. As expected of the old master, he sure is domineering. To have the husband help up his own wife for you to touch. As a master teacher, he could have all the women he wanted. Yet, to think that he would have such an interest. Looks like I have to hide my wife from him in the future. Of course, I have to find a wife first. Forget it, it is better not to lift her up, given her condition. I will go over and touch her myself. As Xianxia's sight was fixated on the lady lying on the floor, who was dressed in elaborate palace attire, he was oblivious to the two's expressions. After seeing no one move into action after saying those words, he gestured with his hands to renounce his previous order. Given the lady's situation, it was best not to lift her up. If she were to die from the movement, Xianxia would be in trouble. You will go over and touch her yourself? Ling Tianyu felt that the other party was trampling on his dignity mercilessly. Since I won't help you, you are going to help yourself? To not even spare a lady who is in a coma, you are unbefitting of the title of a master teacher. You are a beast. As he was on the verge of losing control of his temper and about to enter a rage, the other party was already before Yuro and had stretched out his hands toward her wrist. Ah! Even if it would spell his death, he was unwilling to allow anyone to defile his wife's dignity. But just when he was about to get violent, such a scene unfolded before him. Ling Tianyu was stupefied. The heck? What is going on? Didn't you say that you are going to touch her? Could it be that the touch you spoke of refers to feeling her pulse? There are acupoints on one's wrist, and a teacher would often come into contact with a student's wrist when guiding them on their cultivation. However, that is what you call touch too. Do you need to act so darned misleading? Brother, let me tell you, if not for your identity as a master teacher, you will be beaten to death if you speak in such a manner outside. Sun Chang's mouth was also twitching. Old Master's ability in linguistics is really atrocious. Everyone thought that he had vile intentions in mind when he said that he was going to touch Ling Tianyu's wife. Yet, to actually mean this, why did you have to make such a proper and upright matter sound so wretched? To make me misunderstand your intentions as well. Feeling one's pulse was also called touching one's pulse. Xianxia spoke casually, and he didn't think that his words would cause such a huge misunderstanding. He was also oblivious to the fact that the physicians in this world did not feel one's pulse while diagnosing the patient. Rather, they operated just like the Western doctors in his previous life, conducting all kinds of tests to analyzing the patient's condition instead. Thus, when Ling Tianyu heard him say touch, it was impossible for him to fathom that he meant touching his wife's pulse, as there wasn't such a practice in this world. This was also the reason why such a misunderstanding was generated. Zhang Xian didn't know that their minds had gone through a roller coaster ride. Rather, he was pondering over the idea that had emerged in his mind just a moment ago. The Library of Heaven's Path Other Ability. Appraising treasures. Back then, when he competed with Master Mo Yang, he had used such an ability. As long as it was a tangible object, he could compile a manual on its weakness just by touching it. Right now, this lady was deep in a coma, and her condition was not much different from a dead person. As such, it was impossible for her to execute a punching routine. Was it possible for a book on her to be compiled by touching her? That was the reason why he wanted to touch the other party. Of course, in his mind, he simply thought of this lady as a tangible object. If Ling Tianyu were to know of his true thoughts, he would probably vomit blood. His wife wasn't dead yet, and to be treated as an object. Indeed, the moment his finger came into contact with the other party's wrist, the Library of Heaven's Path, which had remained inert for quite some time now, jolted and a book appeared before him. Zhang Xian almost leaped into the air due to intense joy. It was only a conjecture on his part. To think that it would truly work. He turned his attention to the book hurriedly, and the words "You row" was written on the cover. Flipping over, the details of the other party's life and her flaws were written within. You row, 43 years of age, a citizen of Tianxian Royal City, the wife of Tianyu merchant firm's boss, Ling Tianyu, fighter 2 Dan primary stage. Flaws. Number 1. The meridians within her body are weak, making it impossible for her to practice profound cultivation techniques to generate jinqi. Number 2. Her talent toward cultivation is lacking. Her ability to sense spiritual energy in the air is too weak. Number 8. The body had been corroded by the aura of the southern blood jade, causing her 8 extraordinary meridians to be blocked. The specific locations where the 8 meridians are blocked are. Several pages of the book were densely filled with such information. All of Yu Row's flaws were detailed within. Looks like it is only a problem of blockages in her meridians. This is easy. After reading the book, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Initially, he was still worried that he would not be able to find a remedy if her illness turned out to be difficult to cure. If that happened, he would just explain the problem to Ling Tianyu and send him away. At the very least, he was able to account the situation to the other party. However, since it was only a blockage of her meridians, things became so much simpler. It was similar to the problems that Lu Yang, Wang Ying, and Zhao Yan faced, and it wasn't complicated to resolve. Of course, that was only to him. Anyone else, even if it were a fighter 8 Dan Zhongsher expert, would also find it unfathomable to solve such problems. The meridians of a human's body are inherently weak. Once it becomes blocked, one could only try to penetrate through the blockage through consistent effort over long periods of time. However, Zhang Xian was different. As he cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, his jinqi was completely pure and free from contaminants. With such a jinqi infused into one's body, any kinds of blockages, even if it were due to a thin and narrow meridian, could be broken through immediately. There was no problem whatsoever. This was also the basis for why he was able to help Zhao Yanfeng and Sun Chong break through so quickly and resolve Wang Ying's problem so easily. Yang Shi, how is it? Upon seeing him done feeling his wife's pulse, Ling Tianyu's anxiety started to surge once more. It is not a difficult matter to solve your wife's illness. Zhang Xian returned to his seat and gestured majestically. Not a difficult matter? Ling Tianyu's eyes narrowed. His tightly clenched fists finally loosened and he kneeled to the floor in agitation. Yang Shi, I beg of you to save my wife. He had gone through all means to save Yu Rou. But even the #1 physician in Tianxian Kingdom, Master Yuanyu, was helpless before her illness. He thought that it was all hopeless, but the heavens had left a path for him. This Yang Shi was able to treat her. The exhilaration he felt at this moment was clear to see. Death is abhorred by the heavens. If I did not intend to help you, I wouldn't have interfered in your affairs. A.R. Tianyu merchant firm. Zhang Xian waved his hands and had him stand up. However, a frown soon appeared on his face. But, even though it wasn't difficult for him to treat her, if he were to make a move so easily, wouldn't all of the efforts he made before be in vain? Regardless of what that is needed, as long as it is something Yang Shi speaks of, I will definitely fulfill the requests even if it means my bankruptcy. Ling Tianyu said. Seeing how cooperative the other party was, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Indeed, a businessman's instincts are sharp. Just a single word and the other party understood what he was hinting at. Your wife's body had been corroded by the aura for an extremely long time. It is not very possible for her to be completely treated within a short period of time. It will probably take 10 days, 9 days. Furthermore, you will have to spend quite a sum of money to purchase expensive medicinal herbs for her treatment every day. Initially, Zhang Xian wanted to say 10 days, but recalling that 1 day had already passed, he immediately changed his words. Actually, given his pure Jinqi, it would only take a moment for him to treat her completely. As for the reason why he said that it would take 9 days, of course it was to make more money. Facing a lack of money, he had no choice. Even though her treatment was dragged out, at the very least, she would be saved. This was much better than watching her die. Yang Shi, what medicinal herbs do you need? I will go and buy them now. After hearing that Yang Shi could treat his wife, Ling Tianyu had already regarded him as a deity. He wouldn't fuss over how long it would take and how expensive the medicinal herbs were. However, the moment he said those words, the calm Yang Shi suddenly looked over with a darkened face and a cold glare. It was no wonder why Zhang Xian wasn't happy. Even though he had said expensive medicinal herbs, it was actually an excuse. Given how his pure Jinqi was more than sufficient to open up her blocked meridians, why would he need medicinal herbs? If the other party were to buy it himself, how could he earn his money? Just as he was thinking about how he could get the other party to fork out the money obediently, Ling Tianyu slapped his forehead suddenly and grinned. Yang Shi, actually, I am not really knowledgeable about medicinal herbs. I'm afraid that you would have to buy the required herbs yourself. After which, he presented a stack of bills. It was not that he understood the meaning behind Zhang Xian's actions. Rather, all fighters had their own secrets. Since this master teacher is able to treat his wife when even Master Yuanyu found himself helpless before her, he must have his own exclusive secret treatment formula. Wouldn't he be exposing the other party's secret treatment formula if he were to buy the medicinal herbs? It was no wonder he was displeased. As such, he immediately changed his words. Just by reflecting briefly, Zhang Xian understood the reason by the changes in Ling Tianyu's actions as well. Without explaining in the least, he gestured for Sun Chong to accept the stack of bills. How could a master teacher personally grab that stack of money personally? It is unbefitting of his position. All right, I will begin her treatment now. After successfully laying his hands of the gold bills, Zhang Xian didn't dawdle any further. He walked over to Yu Rou, whipped out his silver needles, and inserted it at the points where her meridians were blocked. Simultaneously, Jinqi was infused into the other party's body. Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. The pure Xianxia swept through her body and all the shackles in her body disappeared instantaneously. Ning. The unconscious Yu Rou slowly opened her eyes. This. Ling Tianyu and the others present in the room were astounded. Didn't you say that it would be difficult to treat her, that it will take 9 days of effort along with an exorbitant sum? Yet, in a few moments she was already awake. Furthermore, it looked as though he had merely placed a few needles on her. Crap! I made a blunder. Clearly, Xianxia didn't expect that the other party would awaken so quickly as well. Xianxia nearly threw up blood. If she woke up so quickly, how could he continue to suck money off Ling Tianyu? The Library of Heaven's Path only detailed flaws on a person's body. It didn't record what would happen once those flaws were resolved, and as such, Xianxia wouldn't have known the unblocking of which specific meridian would help her regain her conscious. Initially, he had intended to spread the workload over 9 days, clearing a few areas of meridian blockage every single day. This way, he would be able to drag out the treatment and earn a greater sum from Ling Tianyu. Yet, he didn't expect that just by clearing a few points, she would awaken. Cough cough. She woke up too quickly. It felt as though there was no difficulty in his treatment at all. How could he dupe the other party's money like that? Xianxia felt dismal. Incredible Xianxia. After the initial astonishment, Ling Tianyu felt completely impressed by the other party's means. Even though it looked like he had just placed a few needles on the other party's body, it was actually an extremely profound art. It contained secrets that outsiders would find hard to comprehend. Otherwise, why wasn't Master Yuanyu able to do the same? On the other hand, this Xianxia was able to cure his wife in an instant through this art. Clearly, this was the disparity between their capabilities. Initially, Xianxia thought that the other party would feel as though he had wasted his money for naught. Contrary to his expectations, the admiration in the other party's gaze simply deepened. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, waved his hands casually and said, "The first day of treatment only helps her regain her consciousness. I will look for some special herbs to help her nourish her strength. After I'm done, I will send someone to bring it over." "All right." Ling Tianyu hurriedly nodded his head. After which Xianxia didn't speak any longer. "Then we shall not disturb Xianxia any longer." After which, he gestured for his subordinate to lift the palanquin and prepared to leave. "Tianyu." Before the two subordinates could even lift the palanquin, the lady on the palanquin spoke and slowly stood up. "Your body is still weak. Quickly, lie down." Seeing her stand up, Ling Tianyu hurriedly walked over. "There's no need for that. My entire body has gone numb after lying for half a year. I want to walk about." Under the support of her husband, even though Yu Rou's body was still weak, walking did not pose a big problem. "This is Xianxia. He's the one who treated you," Ling Tianyu quickly introduced. "Xianxia? Master teacher." Yu Rou's eyes narrowed and she quickly bowed down. "Yu Rou, thank Xianxia for saving my life. It's just a small thing." Xianxia was weeping within, but on the surface, he maintained an indifferent and casual expression. Witnessing his attitude, Ling Tianyu and the others felt even more impressed. This is a true master teacher. After solving a major problem, he didn't bother vying for compliments or demand rewards. His attitude was truly admirable. It was laughable that they misunderstood him just now. To think that they evaluated such a gentleman by their standards. Soon, Ling Tianyu brought his wife out of the courtyard, after which, Sun Chong immediately presented the gold bills in his palms. Taking a casual glance, Xianxia was astonished within. There were 10 notes of 100,000 each in there. In total, it added up to 1 million. Yang Mo had to dupe innumerable people in order to earn that much money. Yet, a master teacher was able to receive that much in just a single treatment session. It was truly frightening. However, after the initial astonishment, Xianxia's head hurt once more. 1 million may seem like a huge sum, but to his current situation, it was an insufficient and meager sum. He wanted to stall the treatment for an additional few more days to earn a little bit more money. Yet, not only did the other party regain her consciousness, She even walked out of his mansion herself. It wasn't wise for him to drag it out under such a situation. The condition of Lord Ling's wife was something that had left the entire Tianxian city stumped. Yet, with a moment of effort, Old Master was able to get her to regain her consciousness. In fact, she even became well enough to walk. Incredible! Sun Chong muttered under his breath excitedly. His admiration for the Old Master overflowed from within and appeared in his words and expression. However, hearing those words, Xianxia felt even more depressed. It wasn't easy for him to ensnare a billionaire. Yet, due to his lack of knowledge on the treatment's effectiveness, he failed to grab a huge sum from the other party. Just the thought of it caused sadness to well up within him. Forget it. $1 million is still money anyway. Since he was unable to drag it out, he might as well get it over and done with. Xianxia passed Sun Chong a gold bill, wrote a list and had him go out to buy some herbs. As a person who became an apothecary through pill debate, Xianxia was unable to forge pills. Even so, prescribing some medicinal powder to nourish one's body was still a simple task to him. Let's just treat these medicinal powder as expensive, precious medicinal herbs. The other party wouldn't check on it for fear of incurring his wrath anyway. Oh! Boss, another pot of tea. Du Yuan found a table to occupy at the tea stand and casually threw a gold coin over. Coming! The boss was a 50-year-old or so elderly. He brought a pot over to Du Yuan's table with a wide smile. Boss, I have something to ask you. Seeing that the tea stand was directly opposite the mansion, Du Yuan couldn't help but ask him. Customer, feel free to voice any queries that you have. Upon seeing the gold coin in Du Yuan's hand, the boss's eyes immediately lit up. I would like to ask about the opposite. As he spoke, Du Yuan pointed to the opposite mansion, but his words stopped abruptly when he saw the gates to the mansion opening slowly. Sun Chong is coming out again. Initially, he thought that it was Sun Chong who come out to settle some affairs. However, he soon realized that he was wrong when he saw Ling Tianyu, who had just entered a moment ago, supporting another person out. Is this Ling Tianyu's wife? Du Yuan shuddered. His heart almost stopped from astonishment. He had met Ling Tianyu's wife twice, and as such, he was able to recognize her. It was just a moment ago that she was carried in on a palanquin, and she is already on her own feet. Must it be so exaggerated? Could I be seeing things? If he didn't know for a fact that Ling Tianyu's wife was truly ill, he would have thought that the other party was just acting. The heck? This was an illness which even Master Yuan Yu was helpless about. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since she was carried in, and she was walking about. Du Yuan didn't know whether something was wrong with his eyes or instead, something was wrong with the world. Tianxian Royal City, in the interiors of the Du clan residence. A middle-aged man walked out of a room that overlooked a tranquil pond, carrying a pot of cooling tea. Every day after lunch, he had a habit he engaged in, and that was drinking cooling tea. This was the time when he would be the most relaxed. He had already ordered for no one to interrupt him, even if it were his own son. He was once a radiant genius of Tianxian Kingdom's Du clan, a serious contender for the position of clan head. However, he is only an ordinary elder now. Du Miaoshuan, Du Yuan's father. Even though his cultivation had fallen tremendously after a severe bout of illness and his faction had already weakened after the years of oppression, his presence nevertheless commanded respect. No one dared to disobey his orders. No one would dare to interrupt his moment of tranquility. Right now, I still wield a certain level of control over the situation. However, when I die, my successor will surely be expelled. If it comes down to that, I should have Yuaner leave the clan first. Otherwise, there could be complications. Lying on the reclining chair, his eyes were gently shut. At this point, his words seemed to still hold some weight. That was because the other party did not consider him as a threat for the clan head position and allowed him to be. However, if he were to die or if the old clan head above him were to retire, his faction would definitely be unable to hold on and hence collapse without fail. The outsiders only saw the glory and prestige of being in a powerful clan, but they failed to see the schemes and underhanded fights that occurred within. The intensity was in no way inferior to the struggle for power within the royal palace. A single moment of carelessness could result in being crippled and damned for all eternity. Father, father. Just when his mind had quietened and he began to muse over the future, a panicked voice rang. Then, he saw his profligate son charging in with an agitated look. Didn't I say to not interrupt me at such times? Du Miaoshuan's face darkened. Father! Du Yuan froze for a moment. Only now did he recall that it was his father's personal resting time. Get out! Oh! Witnessing his father's rage, Du Yuan swallowed his words and walked back out. Wait a moment. For you to come looking for me so anxiously, is there something wrong? After taking a sip of cooling tea, Du Miaoshuan's anger subsided. Lying horizontally on the chair, his eyes were half closed. A master teacher had arrived in the city, and he cured Ling Tianyu's wife's illness. I was thinking that, isn't father injured as well? Perhaps we could pay him a visit so that he can take a look. With a lowered head, he uttered the news which he had just gathered. However, before he could finish his words, he sensed a peculiarity in the atmosphere. Upon lifting his head to take a look, he almost fell to the ground. Unknowingly, his father, who was lying on the chair a moment ago, was already standing right in front of him. His eyes were as round as a gong and his body quivered uncontrollably. Even though the cup of cooling tea that he held in his hands had spilled onto the ground, he seemed to be totally unaware. Father! Du Yuan stared at his father with a shocked expression. Father, what father? Repeat what you just said. A master teacher had arrived in the city. Grabbing his son's shoulder suddenly, Du Miaoshuan lost all traces of serenity that was seen on mere second ago. It was witnessed personally, so it is definitely true. Du Yuan quickly spoke of everything he had learned. Actually, he knew about his father's condition. His meridians were blocked as a result of that severe illness, and every day, when afternoon came, his jinqi would flow erratically and he would behave embarrassingly. Because he was afraid of others discovering it, he cultivated the habit of drinking cooling tea. It served as a front for concealment. Father, this master teacher possesses extraordinary means. Shall we pay him a visit? After recounting what he had seen, Du Yuan asked. But before he could finish his words, he noticed that his father, usually a calm man, was already 10 meters ahead of him, shouting, "Why are you in a daze? Hurry up. Let's pay the master teacher a visit." Took Du Yuan a long moment to regain his senses. Father, your shoes. Previously, his father had removed his shoes to lie on the chair, and he hadn't put them on yet. Furthermore, his clothes were still in a mess. Yet he wanted to leave like that. One must know that he is an extremely austere man. One of the things he hated the most was a messy outer appearance. Oh! Hearing his son's words, Du Miaoshuan came to a realization. He tidied up his appearance quickly and proceeded with big strides. It was after he left the residence that he realized something. Right, son. Where does that master teacher you spoke of live? Du Yuan. What did you say? A master teacher has appeared in the city? He treated Ling Tianyu's wife within 10 minutes. How is that possible? It must be a fake rumor. Even Master Yuanyu was helpless before her illness. No matter how incredible master teachers can be, their medical capabilities can't possibly exceed that of a true physician. I also think that it might be an exaggeration. After all, such things only happen in one's dream. I heard that the person is called Xianxia. Of the 9 great kingdoms around Tianxian Kingdom, there are only a few master teachers, and I have never heard of this name. Perhaps he might just be an incredible physician, and the rumors simply went out of hand. If he were a true master physician, how could it be possible for Emperor Xinjue to not know of it? Emperor Xinjue had been looking forward to having a master teacher in our empire more than the rest of us. I heard that he had specially sent quite a few invitations to them. If one had arrived in the capital, how could it be possible for him to be unaware? Regardless of the truth, we just have to send some people to look into it to know the truth. The same situation appeared in countless great clans and powers. Ling Tianyu could be considered as one of the more prestigious figures in the entire Tianxian kingdom. How could anyone not doubt after hearing that he had camped outside a mansion overnight? The moment their investigations revealed that a master teacher was involved, news started spreading like wildfire. Even so, no one really believed the rumors. Even the lowest one-star master teacher had to be welcomed with a state ceremony. So how could one just appear in such a humble mansion so abruptly without the slightest bit of news? Such heated debates had broken out everywhere. But the person in question, Xianxia, was oblivious. At this moment, he was looking at Sun Chong with a deep frown on his face. That's weird. Why does it not appear when I touch him? After Ling Tianyu left, he couldn't help but experiment generating books by touching others upon recalling the incident. Eventually, he touched every single part of Sun Chong's body, but nothing happened. Xiao Chong, lie down. Xianxia ordered. Lie down. Sun Chong's mouth twitched and he was on the verge of tears. Going by logic, no matter what the old master wanted him to do, he was willing to cooperate fully. But, touching his body as he pleased, he felt as though he was about to go mad. Previously, he was alarmed when he heard the old master say that he wanted to touch Ling Tianyu's wife. He thought that the old master had a unique interest in such things. In the end, when the misunderstandings cleared up, he heaved a sigh of relief. In the end, it seemed like his interest wasn't in females but in males. Even more so, he wasn't satisfied with just touching. He wanted him to lie down. My innocence. My chastity. Old master. Hurry up. Xianxia frowned in displeasure. He was unhappy about Sun Chong's protest, especially when all he wanted him to do was to lie down. Yes. With tears welling up in his eyes, Sun Chong lied down and waited for old master's beastly assault. However, all the old master did was to touch his wrist and the other parts of his body. With a perplexed voice, the old master said, "That's weird. Why isn't there any reaction?" "Reaction? Old master, what kind of reaction do you want?" Sun Chong shuddered. To be fondling his body, could it be that he wanted him to be aroused first? After so long, it turned out that he was a bottom? When that thought emerged in his mind, Sun Chong shivered in disgust. No reaction at all. Ah, correct. Just as his mind began to run wild, the old master slapped his forehead, seemingly thought of something. The old master lowered his head to look at him. "Xiao Chong, don't move. I will try knocking you unconscious." Sun Chong felt his head spinning. What is going on? "Old master, what do you want to do? Could it be that you feel embarrassed because I'm conscious?" Finally overcoming Sun Chong's attempts to struggle, Xianxia managed to knock him unconscious. Upon contact with the unconscious Sun Chong, a book immediately appeared in Xianxia's mind. Only then did Xianxia understand how it worked. For those who were conscious, executing a movement, even if it wasn't a battle technique, would cause the compilation of a book on them. As time went by, the contents detailed inside would also change automatically. After all, humans were beings with learning capabilities and as such, their flaws would constantly change. On the other hand, those who are unconscious are treated as objects. A book would be compiled upon coming into contact with them. The two scenarios do not conflict and the difference was clear and simple. It was a matter of whether the person in question was conscious or not. Knowing that the library had such an ability, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. If he were to meet with another case like Ling Tianyu's wife, he just had to touch them. He wouldn't panic as he did this round. "Old master, an elder from Du clan, Du Miaoshuan, requests an audience." After waking up, Sun Chong examined his body and after confirming that he hadn't been assaulted, heaved a sigh of relief. He took his leave hurriedly, but after a moment, came back to report. "An elder from Du clan? Have him come in." Xianxia waved his hands and returned to his seat. Looks like the news regarding Ling Tianyu had spread rather quickly. Someone is already here to pay a visit. "You say that you witnessed it yourself?" Sun Chong himself claimed that a master teacher resides in here. Outside, Du Miaoshuan turned to look at his son doubtfully. Due to his illness, his cultivation fell tremendously. As such, when he heard that a master teacher had come to visit, he lost his decorum immediately. But on his way here, he gradually calmed down and noticed suspicious points. Why would a master teacher suddenly appear here without any news? Furthermore, how could he be staying in such a small mansion? Also, a true master teacher has countless disciples and followers. There was no need for a master teacher to hire the boss of a realtor store as his butler. There were too many illogical parts to the story. Sun Chang said it himself. Also, I witnessed the happenings with Ling Tianyu's wife personally, Du Yuan explained. Du Miaoshuan nodded his head. Regardless of whether the other party was a true master teacher or not, this was a chance. If he turned out to be a fraud, he could choose to leave at any moment. Jaira! The doors to the courtyard opened and Sun Chang emerged. The old master happens to be free. Please enter. Du Miaoshuan and Du Yuan exchanged a glance before entering the mansion. The mansion was decorated in the manner similar to how a Philistine merchant would, and there was nothing outstanding about it to him. The further Du Miaoshuan proceeded, the more he thought that the other party could be a fraud. Soon they arrived at the main hall. Old master, this is Elder Du Miaoshuan and his son, Du Yuan, Sun Chang said. Xianxia turned around and invited, please be seated. Yes. Du Miaoshuan and his son sat on the guest seats. At the same time, they secretly assessed the master teacher before them. He looked to be in his 40s, but his skin was smooth, so it was likely for him to be younger than he appeared to be. Getting Du Miaoshuan's heart skipped a beat. The man had concealed his appearance. When he was younger, he once left to accumulate worldly experience and had opened his eyes to many different things. He had once seen such a face-changing technique. If he were a real master teacher, why would he change his appearance? Clearly, he was a fake. Perhaps, he might be working together with Ling Tianyu, and this inexperienced son of his took it for real. As such, his heart chilled and his face darkened. Noticing his expression, Xianxia felt a little dismal. Didn't this fellow come over after hearing how he helped Ling Tianyu? Why was he displaying such an attitude to a master teacher? He remained silent, and Du Miaoshuan didn't speak either. As such, the air in the main hall stilled and the atmosphere grew awkward. It's like that, my father had once fallen severely ill, and it caused a great fall in his cultivation. After hearing that Xianxia is here, we came over hoping that Xianxia could take a look to see if there's possible a remedy for his problem. Seeing that his father remained silent, Du Yuan hurriedly spoke up, full of anxiety. Wasn't father very excited on the way here? Why isn't he speaking now that he had arrived? It would be terrible if we offend Xianxia because of this. Am I a physician? Xianxia lifted his eyebrows in displeasure. Since he was feigning as a master teacher, he had to carry the prestige of one. Given how the other party clearly doubted his identity, if he were to anxiously go straight into treating the other party, wouldn't that be unbefitting of his status? No, that's not it. Du Yuan was taken aback. He tugged on his father's sleeves immediately. Father! Oh, my son didn't put his words properly. Please forgive him. Upon confirming that the fellow before him was a fraud, Du Miaoshuan no longer maintained the respectful attitude he held just before. Even so, he maintained basic courtesy. I met with some problems on my cultivation, and upon hearing of Xianxia's arrival, I could not help but make a visit hoping to learn from you. I hope that Xianxia would be so generous as to guide me along. Problems with your cultivation? Taking in the other party's words, Xianxia was affirmative that the other party was suspicious of his identity. He frowned in puzzlement. Considering both his disposition and background, there shouldn't have been any problems at all. Why would the other party doubt him? It was no wonder that he wasn't able to realize his mistakes. He was a mere librarian and a true blue shut-in in his previous life. The reason why he was able to convince Ling Tianyu was because the man did not possess much experience in the pugilistic world, and as such, he was blind to the flaws in his disguise. However, His camouflage was indeed insufficient to fool experienced and streetwise veterans such as Du Miaoshuan. Father! Detecting the lack of respect in his father's voice, Du Yuan started to panic. Father had always been a calm and prudent person. Why is he acting so recklessly today? The other party was a master teacher. Even Ling Tianyu had to kneel outside for an entire night before he could pay him a visit. It was already a blessing that we were allowed to enter immediately, so we should make full use of the opportunity. But why? Oh? What do you want to learn? Even though he was curious why the other party doubted his identity, Xianxia wasn't worried in the least. Instead, he looked at him with interest. Even though he was pretending to be a master teacher, he wasn't truly deceiving his customers. With the Library of Heaven's Path, even a true master teacher would be unable to match his abilities in identifying one's problems. So, you doubt me? I will make you not dare to doubt me. I have just learned a new battle technique and found it hard to grasp. I hope that Xianxia can correct me. Immediately after finishing his sentence, Du Miaoshuan stood up. From what he sees, the person before him is definitely a fraud. Since you want to play off as a master teacher, I will execute a punching routine before you. When you find yourself stumped, I will tear off your disguise. Whoa! Before Xianxia could reply, Du Miaoshuan clenched his fists and started moving around the room. As expected of an ex-genius, his fists were forceful and it brought an intense pressure to the audiences. His techniques and moves were also profound. Du Miaoshuan was a Pixue realm expert. Due to the severe illness, he plunged to Dingli realm. Even so, his strength didn't fall much in comparison. With his current strength, he would be able to match with even Pixue realm intermediate stage experts. It was no wonder that he was able to remain as an elder in Du clan despite being in just Dingli realm. He had true strength indeed. Who? After finishing his punching routine, he retracted his fists. Please offer me your guidance. Du Miaoshuan clasped his fists as he stared at Xianxia with piercing eyes. He wanted to hear what would that fraud had to say. You want me to offer you my guidance? Aware of his thoughts, Xianxia looked at him impassively. Yes, Du Miaoshuan replied calmly. Your fleeting fist is indeed incredible. You should have reached 3 Dan for it already. However, you seem to be unable to control your strength effectively. If I'm not wrong. At this point, Xianxia opened his eyes and a playful smile crept onto his lips. You are a beast. What? Hearing those words, Sun Chong and the others present in the room froze. Especially Du Yuan, his complexion turned awful immediately. Even if there were problems with his father's punching routine, how could an upright master teacher humiliate someone so casually and call him a beast? That was a personal attack. Xianxia, even if my father has offended you, there shouldn't be a need for you to insult him in such a manner. Gritting his teeth in anger, Du Yuan protested. Insult? Xianxia shook his head. Ask your father whether I am insulting him or not. Father! Du Yuan turned around to look at Du Miaoshuan. With a single glance, he was astonished. His father's body was trembling uncontrollably, and the calm that he possessed a moment ago had disappeared without a trace. I beg for Xianxia to save me. Put on. Just as doubts sped through his mind, he saw his father exclaim and kneel to the floor. Ah! Du Yuan was taken aback. A confused expression had also appeared on Sun Chong's face. Is Du Miaoshuan mentally impaired? Or is he a masochist? His tone was so forceful a moment ago, but when he failed to perform as an expert, even getting insulted by the old master at that, he immediately kneeled down? Xiao Chong, send our guests off. Ignoring Du Miaoshuan was kneeling on the floor, Xianxia waved them away. What a joke! What do you take me for? You doubted my identity and even tried to test me, and now you expect me to save you? Yes. Sun Chong drew closer. Please leave. Please forgive me for being blind. I beg of you to give me a second chance. Upon hearing that Xianxia was evicting them, Du Miaoshuan was horror-struck. He kowtowed immediately while feeling intense regret over his actions. If only he had listened to his son, such a situation wouldn't have occurred. Doubting the identity of a master teacher was equivalent to challenging his authority and prestige. It was no wonder that he was displeased. Witnessing an influential elder of the Du clan kowtowing over and again, Sun Chong was at a loss. He hurriedly shot a gaze at the old master. "Why? Does my words not matter anymore?" Xianxia frowned. Even though there was no anger in his voice was authoritative. "Yes." Sun Chong shuddered and gestured the other guards and hurriedly, "Men, send Elder Du out." Hearing the commands, a few guards quickly walked over. "Elder Du, please." The few guards stepped forward. "Father." Du Yuan was still unable to comprehend the situation. Why did his father not feel anger upon being insulted as a beast by Xianxia, and instead kneeled down and begged to be saved? "I was too rash and I admit my fault. I will wait at the gates to beg for Xianxia's forgiveness." Du Miaoshuan kowtowed once more and walked out of his own accord. Du Yuan hurriedly followed behind him. The moment he passed the gates, he dropped to his knees in the middle of the street facing the mansion, motionless. "Father!" Du Yuan was about to go insane. No matter what, his father used to be a strong contender for the position of the clan head. Even if he is now an ordinary elder, his continues to hold a distinguished position as compared to the other elders. For him to kneel in the middle of the street, why? Was it because the other party called him a beast? Could it be that father is truly a masochist? "You kneel down as well." Before he could fully understand the situation, he heard Du Miaoshuan's cold voice sounding from beside him. "Father!" Du Yuan gritted his teeth. "I don't understand. That Xianxia is a true master teacher. I had spoken inappropriately earlier and offended him. Thus, I have to apologize to him. A master teacher is someone that cannot be insulted, even in the slightest. Kneel down. We can only hope that he would forgive us because he is a true master teacher. Only he is capable of curing my illness." "He can cure you?" Du Yuan was confused. He didn't recall Xianxia mention anything related before. All he did was to insult him. "You are a beast." Could that be the reason why father became so certain? The more he pondered, the more confused he got. "Old master, Elder Du and his son are kneeling before the gates." Hearing the subordinate's report, Sun Chong looked at the old master with a strange expression. Is the old master capable of casting magic? Initially, Du Miaoshuan wasn't respectful at all and his tone wasn't polite either. Yet, after an insult, the other party was frightened out of his wits and kneeled down immediately. In fact, he even refused to be chased out. If he hadn't seen it for himself, he would have thought that it was nonsense. But the facts were laid clearly before him. He has no choice but to believe it. "Is your family doing well? Touch your wife. You are a beast. Looks like master teachers like to speak in such a manner." Sun Chong concluded based on his experience with the old master. Putting aside this Du Miaoshuan, Ling Tianyu seemed to be the same as well. Back then, when he broke the jade lion, the billionaire was filled with rage. In the end, the old master simply asked, "Is your family doing well?" Before going ahead to request to touch the other party's wife. Looks like master teachers don't like to go about doing things the normal way. Instead, they preferred to beat around the bush and exaggerate matters. Yet, this method seemed to be extremely useful. Looks like these merchants and elders have to be dealt with the stick instead of the carrot. Maybe I should give it a try in the future. Sun Chong's eyes lit up. In his view, the reason why Du Miaoshuan switched his attitude so quickly was because the old master got angry. Seems that in future, when he meets such people, he shouldn't act subserviently. Instead, he should speak imposingly and authoritatively. Only through this way can he instill respect in the other party. After all, wasn't Elder Du frightened to the point of kneeling down? Sun Chong's thoughts became increasingly fertile. Next time, when the old master isn't around, I should give it a try. If it really works, the old master's impression of me might improve. Sun Chong thought excitedly. Let them kneel. Not aware of what his butler had come up with in the blink of an eye, Xianxia casually gestured. "Old master, what do we do now?" Sun Chang asked. Xianxia frowned. That was also what he was thinking. He couldn't just rely on the money others present to him in gratitude. Taking Ling Tianyu as an example, even though he gave 1 million in a single go, Zhang Xian is still a long way off from reaching 20 million. But if he were to open his mouth to request for money, it would be unbefitting of his identity as a master teacher. Others would simply label him as a fraud. If he refused money and simply waited for others to thank him, how much could he earn? What if the other party thought that he, as a master teacher, cared not for material wealth but instead valued relationships heavily? Wouldn't he cry himself to death? After contemplating for some time, Zhang Xian spoke, "I will be going out for a moment. There's no need for you to follow me. Instead, you need to do something for me." At which Zhang Xian explained his plan in detail to him. This. Hearing his words, the butler widened his eyes in shock. "This works too. Go." Zhang Xian explained no further and urged him along. Yes. After the previous few incidents, he understood that the old master has his reasons for doing things. Thus, he didn't ask excessively and turned around to leave. A short while later, he returned again. Clearly, he had arranged everything that Zhang Xian delegated him. If anyone comes knocking, have them wait at the door. After instructing so, Zhang Xian walked out of the mansion. At the gates, he didn't even spare a glance at the kneeling Du Miaoshuan before walking away. "Father!" Seeing that Yang Shi had no intentions of bothering himself with them, Du Yuan panicked and called his father. Since the other party had already left, what use was it for him to be kneeling here? "I am not doing this just to show Yang Shi. This is also to display my determination on this matter and my reflection on my mistakes. If I were to leave now, I would probably be left stuck with my problem for life." Knowing what his son was thinking of, Du Miaoshuan explained. "I got it." Du Yuan lowered his head in depression. For an elder of the Du clan, an ex-contender for the clan head position to be kneeling in the middle of a street. What is this? Did you hear? When Lord Ling sought the old master to treat his wife, he took out 1 million gold coins in one go. He sure is generous. At this moment, suppressed mutterings could be heard in the courtyard. It appeared to be the guards of the mansion. After seeing the old master leave the mansion, they started to gossip among themselves. 1 million? Is that for real? The other guard was clearly skeptical. "Of course it's real, I saw it myself. It is definitely real. 1 million gold coins might be an astronomical sum to us, but it means nothing to a master teacher like the old master. I heard Brother Sun say that the old master only accepted it to ease the other party's mind. He didn't want him to feel like he owed him a favor," the first guard said. "Now that you mention it, I recall that Lord Ling had also kneeled here for a night. Initially, the old master was unwilling to bother with him, but after he stuffed a sum to Brother Sun, out of benevolence, helped to speak up for him, and only then did he manage to enter," the second guard replied. The words of the two were hushed, but they were separated by only a small gate from the street. Du Yuan's cultivation realm was low, so he could be unable to hear their conversation clearly, but those words echoed in Du Miaoshuan's ears distinctly. "Yuan, get up. Return to the clan now and bring all my savings here." Du Miaoshuan's eyes lit up. He was streetwise and full of experience, but that was limited to sparring, battles, and logical debates. In terms of bribery and gifting, he could not compare to a businessman. Previously, he hadn't thought of offering the other party money, but hearing those words, he was immediately enlightened. That's right. Even though master teachers don't accept money because of their identity, butlers are willing to accept it. The mansion, the servants, food, and drink. Which of it didn't require money? Even a physician had to be paid after consulting him. It would be weird if the other party was welcoming since he had come empty-handed. All right. Du Yuan did not understand what was going on, but hearing father's words, he stood up immediately. "I've heard that Brother Sun was reprimanded by the old master because of the matter. It seems that Lord Ling had offended the old master by doubting his identity previously. A master teacher's prestige must not be sullied. To plead with him using just 1,000,000 gold coins, how would he be able to uphold his reputation in the future? The old master said that that was a one-time-off matter, and it mustn't happen again. Truthfully speaking, 1,000,000 gold coins is truly like the heavens to us. Yet, to the old master, it wasn't even worth a plea. The first guard spoke. Indeed, when I passed by the front courtyard, I heard some people talking about it. I thought that they were lying. The second one continued. Outside. Wait a moment. Before Du Yuan could leave, his father's voice echoed in his ear once more. Dig out those precious pills that I bought recently and sell them all. Also, bring over those savage beast skins that I had accumulated over the years together with the money. Father! Du Yuan was taken aback. What was going on with father? Bringing the money, selling his possessions. Of course it's real. I have asked Brother Sun on the matter personally. He said that when Lord Ling passed the 1,000,000 gold coins over, the old master didn't even take a glance at it. The reason why he treated her was because Lord Ling's wife was on the verge of death, and saving someone brings one good karma. If the one who came over to plead with him was healthy, lively, and able to execute battle techniques, he definitely would ignore him. The voice of the first guard sounded. Ah! Du Miaoshuan began to shake. Clenching his jaws, he continued to command Du Yuan. Sell that sword of mine as well. Also, wasn't the third elder interested in taking over my businesses? Talk to him. As long as he is willing to pay, all of those businesses shall be his. Father! Those were already father's greatest chips within the clan. If he were to sell them all, what will happen in the future? Du Yuan was stupefied. Hurry up, Du Miaoshuan urged him. Observing the stern expression on his father's face, Du Yuan dared not to retort. He turned around to leave at once. The fact that he was able to execute a battle technique showed that his body is all right. He definitely has a screw loose to doubt a master teacher, the second guard chastised. Even though the old master didn't care not for wealth, that person didn't even bring a single gold coin with him. Without offering anything, he wanted the old master to exert effort to offer him pointers. Wasn't he daydreaming? Du Miaoshuan gritted his teeth. Also, bring you and your mother's savings over as well. Du Yuan staggered in his footsteps, nearly bursting into tears. From the looks of it, his father's is already completely deranged. Oh! The conversation between the two guards was exactly what Xianxia delegated Sun Chong. Without reminding the other party, how long would it take for them to send the money over? In any case, those were words of the guards, and it had nothing to do with him at all. They did not dare to accuse a master teacher of being a money grubber either. As expected of the old master, even after doing someone in, he wants him to pay up. Back when Sun Chong received the task from the old master, he also was speechless. From the very start, the other party would have given substantial rewards to the old master to thank him for offering him his guidance. However, it was uncertain how much the sum would be. After hearing the conversation between the two guards, who would dare to be stingy? To be able to think of a way to earn more money without sullying his prestige. To scam others without dirtying his hands. Too scheming. Initially, just like other people, he thought that the old master did not care for money. From the looks of it, a master teacher is still human and had their own expenses to upkeep. Oh! Leaving the residence and darting into a remote alley, Xianxia removed his disguise completely. It was exhausting to have kept the disguise on for the entire day. The guild should be done preparing the meridian rejuvenation pill and the body nourishment medicinal solution. I should first get them for Wang Ying and Lu Yang. His purpose for disguising himself as a master teacher to earn money was for this. For the time being, he is unable to obtain the unraveling pill and the colossal rhinoceros blood. But these other two items were easy to obtain. Stepping into the apothecary guild, the two items were indeed ready. As for the remaining two, guild leader Ouyang had already sent an application and the headquarters would send it over from another branch. Apothecary guilds can be found in all large kingdoms. There were pills and treasures that Tianxian kingdom didn't possess, but that didn't mean that the other kingdoms didn't have them. As long as they send a request to the headquarters, the goods would be transported from the closest kingdom with stocks. This way, the delivery process was sped up. Otherwise, given how far the headquarter is from here, 10 days are too short for them to bring it here. Paying $1 million as a deposit, he obtained the 2 items successfully. Right, Guild Leader Ouyang, do you have breath-forging pills? Can you get me some? After housing the 2 objects in his storage ring, Xianxia asked. Breath-forging pill is something extremely useful for Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm initiates. If Wang Ying and the others were to consume it, their training speed should be boosted significantly. I forged quite a bit of them previously and I still have a few remaining. I can give them to you right away. Guild Leader Ouyang smiled and passed 2 jade bottles over. Upon receiving the jade bottle, he looked inside and saw that there were dozens of pills in each bottle. Xianxia understood that the other party was expressing his goodwill, and it wasn't pleasant to reject him. As such, he nodded his head and accepted it. Even though the quality of the breath-forging pill wasn't exceptionally high, it was nevertheless a grade 1 pill. Every single pill costs tens of thousands, yet Guild Leader Ouyang shared dozens of them in a single go generously. If it were any other 1-star apothecaries, even if they were friends, it was impossible for him to be so generous. However, Xianxia was simply too incredible. He was able to rival all the other apothecaries with his words, and regardless of whether it was pill forging, herbs, he was perfect in nearly every single aspect, as though there was no way whatsoever to defeat him in the pill debate, leaving everyone speechless in his wake. Relying on just this ability, he would surely be able to rise to incredible heights if granted sufficient time. This gesture of goodwill was, in a way, an investment for the future. After keeping the breath-forging pills, Xianxia suddenly recalled something and inquired, Guild Leader Ouyang, do you know anywhere that sells secret manuals on spearmanship? Wang Ying had the body-nourishing medicinal solution, whereas Lu Yong had the meridian rejuvenation pill. The unraveling pill and the colossus rhinoceros blood had not arrived, but when Xiaoya and Yuan Tao consume it and awaken their constitution, their cultivation realm would definitely soar significantly. Of his 5 students, he only lacked a solution for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang specialized in the way of the spear, and Lu Sun had looked for someone who was even more proficient than him to be his opponent. If he doesn't search for some powerful moves to impart to him, he could possibly become the weakest link. He had looked through the books in the teacher's compendium pavilion, and there were some books on battle techniques, but very few relating to spears. That was also the reason why Wang Chao Laosher was so popular. Countless spear practitioners come applying to the academy in admiration of his name. Since Wang Chao was able to give Mo Shao to Lu Sun, the two must share an exceptional relationship. In that case, it wasn't a viable option for him to visit him to ask him about the way of the spear. At the same time, he did not know anything about the spear. Thus, he could only ask around to see if there were any secret manuals on spearmanship sold in the capital. Secret manuals on spearmanship? You wish to learn the way of the spear? Guild leader looked at Xianxia in astonishment. Apothecaries are highly esteemed in society. Instead of learning pill forging, why are you learning the way of the spear instead? Xianxia nodded his head. Spearmanship is relatively uncommon compared to swordsmanship, and there are significantly fewer people who learn it. There are even fewer who manage to become masters of the art. I just happen to be acquainted with one. His family heritage is of the spear, and his skills are incredibly powerful and profound. He is famous for his spearmanship. Even when considering the entire capital, Ouyang Cheng stroked his beard and chuckled. Oh? Can you bring me to learn from him? Xianxia's eyes lit up. This person is often holed up inside his house. He rarely meets with outsiders and doesn't easily impart his spearmanship to others. However, I am a good friend of his, so perhaps he might sell me this favor, Ouyang Cheng said. Then I'll be troubling Guild Leader Ouyang for this. Knowing that the other party was trying to strike up connections, Xianxia nodded his head and secretly decided to guide him in his pill forging whenever he gets the chance to. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet with this old friend of mine. Seeing that the other person understood his intent, Ouyang Cheng nodded his head in satisfaction. After leaving the apothecary guild, The two of them walked for nearly an hour before arriving at a residence. As Ouyang Chang was good buddies with the master of the residence, the guards did not obstruct his path and they were able to enter the residence smoothly. Guild leader Ouyang, please wait a moment. My old master is still training. He will be out in a moment. The butler brought them to a small gazebo and said, It'll do for him to look for me after he finishes his training. Guild leader Ouyang knew of the other party's habits and gestured with his hand to show that he wasn't bothered by it. Then he beckoned to Xianxia. Apothecary Zhang, come and sit. All right. Xianxia sat down and surveyed the surroundings. The courtyard was large and the renovations were simple but elegant, creating a tranquil atmosphere. There were no servants or attendants in sight in the entire courtyard. It seemed like the owner of the residence wasn't an extravagant person. My friend is called Wang Chong. We were acquainted over 20 years ago, and he had immersed himself in the way of the spear for his entire life. In terms of spearmanship, he is definitely one of the top figures in the entire Tianxian kingdom. Emperor Xinjue had even once complimented his spearmanship as peerless. Sipping on his tea, Ouyang Chang introduced the owner of the residence. Incredible! Xianxia had always held respect toward those who were able to reach the pinnacle of their occupation. Regardless of the occupation, to be able to emerge on top of thousands and thousands of people showed their determination and talent. Old Ouyang, are you talking bad about me behind my back again? Halfway through their conversation, a bright voice sounded. Then, an elderly walked over with widened strides. Even though he looked 50 or so, his body nevertheless appeared to be brimming with strength, as though he had a boundless supply of energy. He was dressed in a training robe and grabbed a spear in one hand. Just like the butler said, he was probably in the midst of his training and came over without even changing his clothes. Talking bad behind your bad? I'm not that bored so as to do so. Ouyang Chang stood up smiling. Judging from their tones, Xianxia could tell that they were close friends. That's more like it. How do you have the time to look for me today? Wang Chong stepped into the gazebo and caught sight of Xianxia. Perplexed, he asked, Is this your junior? Cough, cough. Ouyang Chang nearly spat his tea out. An awkward expression appeared on his face. The heck, he is my junior. I want to fawn over him so that he can guide me with my pill forging. You saying that he is my junior nearly sent all of my efforts down the drain. Secretly sneaking Xianxia a glance and confirming that he wasn't angry, he heaved a sigh of relief. Afraid that his old friend would say anything worse, he hurriedly introduced, Let me introduce you to him. This is the newest one-star apothecary of our guild, Xianxia. One-star apothecary? Wang Chong was surprised for a moment before feeling shocked. As an old friend of Ouyang Chang, he knew very well how difficult the apothecary examination was. Seeing how young the other party was, he initially thought that Xianxia was Ouyang Chang's junior. The thought that he was an official apothecary didn't even occur to him. It was something inconceivable to him. Even the butler by the side was astonished. Not just so, Apothecary Zhang got promoted through pill debate. Single-handedly, he left 10 apothecaries speechless. In the field of pill forging, there isn't a single person in the entire capital who is more knowledgeable than him. Ouyang Chang continued. Pill debate. Wang Chong was flabbergasted. Even though he wasn't an apothecary, he had heard of such an examination method from guild leader Ouyang's himself. For a fellow who wasn't even 20 years of age to become an apothecary through pill debate, even though the fact was lying right before him, he found it difficult to accept. Guild leader Ouyang is being too generous. I just happen to possess a little bit of knowledge. In terms of pill forging, I am still a rookie. Xianxia hurriedly said. He was speaking of the truth. The reason why he was able to succeed in the pill debate was because of the Library of Heaven's Path. If he were to really dabble in pill forging, it was likely that he would be unable to forge even the easiest pills. The three men chatted for a while longer after that. Xianxia knew that Ouyang Chang was complimenting him before Wang Chong intentionally to leave a good impression of him on Wang Chong. This way, it would be more likely for the Wang Chong to impart him the way of the spear. Indeed, after the banter, Ouyang Chang smiled. Actually, I have something I need to trouble you with. Oh, Wang Chong's looked at Ouyang Cheng. It's like that. Apothecary Zhang highly appreciates the way of the spear. If Brother Wang has the time, you two can exchange views, Ouyang Cheng said. Oh, so Apothecary Zhang is a spear expert as well? That's great. Hearing those words, Wang Chong's eyes lit up in excitement. He was a spear fanatic and loved pitting himself against other spear experts. For Zhang Xian to have become an official apothecary at such a young age, he probably possessed superior talent. How could he not be excited to spar with him? Cough cough. I have never learned spearmanship before. Upon seeing that the other party was determined to duel with him, an awkward look appeared on Zhang Xian's face. His previous self had expended all of his effort and attention into raising his cultivation realm, allowing him to reach the Jinqi realm at an exceptionally young age. As such, he had never come into contact with spearmanship. Naturally, the current him who was a true blue earthling had never come into contact with it either. Have never learned before? Wang Chong was taken aback. If he had never learned spearmanship, what views could they exchange? A strange expression also appeared on Ouyang Cheng's face. Hearing that Zhang Xian wanted to learn spearmanship, he thought that he possessed at least a certain level of foundation in the art. That was also the reason why he termed it exchanging views instead of learning from him. In that way, Zhang Xian would be able to retain some dignity just to think that he had never learned spearmanship. Awkward. If only he knew that he hadn't learned spearmanship previously, he would have just directed him to any random spearmanship teacher. There wouldn't be a need to trouble his old friend. The situation is like this. I have a student who wants to study spearmanship, so I would like to learn a few moves now and teach him. Seeing that everyone's gaze was on him, Zhang Xian could only reveal his motive. Learn a few moves now? Teach someone else. Wang Chong staggered backward and nearly fainted from astonishment. Are you joking? As the saying goes, a month with the stave, a year with the saber, and a lifetime with the spear. Countless people had embarked on spearmanship from young, only to be unable to become a true initiate for their entire life. You haven't even learned the slightest thing, yet you intend to teach your student. Aren't you being too gutsy? Or do you think that spearmanship is easy? In an instant, Wang Chong's face darkened. The favorable impression he had of Zhang Xian fell apart. He had been training in the way of the spear for his entire life and already regarded the spear as an essential part of his life. He hated it when others belittled his art. Yet, this fellow hadn't even learned a single about it but intended to go about muddling his students. That was truly an insult to the way of the spear. If not for his respect for the other party's identity as a one-star apothecary and for his old friend Ouyang's dignity, he would have thrown him out. Suppressing his displeasure, he stated, "Spearmanship is hard to practice and learn. It is an impossible task to achieve anything significant in a short period of time. If you were to teach others without fully grasping the art, it is likely that you misguide them." His voice was steeled. Air. Noticing the displeasure on the other party's face, Zhang Xian knew that it was probably impossible for him to learn spearmanship directly from the other party. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "How about this? Does Brother Wang have any books regarding spearmanship here? If so, can you allow me to browse through them?" Browse through books. Wang Chong frowned. Spearmanship is a type of battle technique and every single movement requires the guidance and correction of an expert, as well as the refinement over a lengthy period of time. If one could learn that easily by reading books, one wouldn't have to train that hard. However, even though he was skeptical of Zhang Xian's purpose, upon witnessing him give up on his previous intentions, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Sure, I have a lot of such books here. It is also good for you to learn about how profound spearmanship is so that you won't be so reckless. I'll bring you over." As a spear master, nearly every single book on spearmanship that was in the kingdom was in his possession. As long as his family's secret spear technique wasn't leaked, it wasn't really a big deal for him to allow outsiders to browse through those fundamental books. "Thank you." Zhang Xian hurriedly nodded his head. Spear arts, just like all other battle techniques, needed long hours of refinement in order for the form and the essence of the skill to shine through. However, Xianxia was different. As long as he had sufficient books, he was able to create a powerful and concise spear art that was easy to learn. This is my study. I have almost all spear-related books in Tianxian Kingdom in here, as well as some exclusive collections. As the trio reached the study, Wang Chong gestured majestically with a proud expression. He had paid quite a hefty sum to gather all of these books. These books had also helped to augment his spearmanship, bringing it to greater heights. Looking inward, Xianxia saw 7 to 8 entire bookshelves filled with all kinds of books elaborating on every single aspect of spearmanship. Ouyang, it has been long since you last came. Let's go grab a drink. Knowing that Xianxia would take some time to read through some books, Wang Chong did not intend to wait here for him. Instead, he beckoned Ouyang Chang toward another room. All right, Ouyang Chang said, and the two of them walked out. I should begin. Watching them leave, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, walked up to a bookshelf and started flipping through the books. Walalala. The sound of books flipping started to echo in the room, and all sort of books on spearmanship formed in his mind. Some of these books were on the very fundamentals, some of them detailed common moves, and some of them were just basic introductions. All in all, there were truly all kinds of books on spearmanship that one could possibly imagine in here. As expected of a spear master, his collection was truly abundant. Flipping through the books continuously, he soon imprinted into his mind all the 8 bookshelves of books in the study, which added up to a total of a few thousand books within an hour. Standing quietly on the spot, Xianxia started to digest the newly compiled books in his mind. The correct training method. His mind jolted, and all of the books on spearmanship melded together to form a single book before him. He started flipping through it. Weapons are an extension of the arm. Only by training it to become a part of your arm can one be considered to be a true initiate. Spearmanship is the same as well. The spear art created by the Library of Heaven's Path through compiling so many books was incredibly profound and gave one the feeling of enlightenment. While looking through it, Xianxia used his finger in place of a spear to practice its moves. Hoo-hoo-hoo. From time to time, with the augmentation of Jinqi, his finger would pierce through the air menacingly. It was as though his body had become the spear itself, and at any moment now, he would pierce through the heavens. The spear was termed as the king of weapons. To become a true expert, one had to have the disposition of one capable of piercing through the heavens. Without numerous storms and the accumulation of experiences over time, it was impossible to forge such a disposition. If someone were to notice the current Xianxia, they would definitely yell in exclamation. That was because the current Xianxia already possessed the disposition. Even though it couldn't be determined whether his spearmanship had reached a high level of mastery, just the aura he was exuding was sufficient to crush the confidence of countless cultivators, destroying their will to fight. Fully immersed in the book, Xianxia was completely oblivious to these changes. Instead, he continued emulating the movements with his hands. Tzzzzzz. Burst after burst of Jinqi shot out along the trajectory of his fingers and impacted the floor, creating countless holes on it. It was fortunate that he had kept his strength in check. Otherwise, Wang Chang's study would probably be wrecked just like Master Lu Chen's. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia finally stopped and exhaled turbid air. I'm already done cultivating it? His eyes lit up. In just a moment's time, he had already practiced the entire sequence of the spear art compiled in the library once. I'll call it Heaven's Path Spear Art. Wang. The book jolted and a name appeared on it. Heaven's Path Spear Art. It's a pity that there are too few books and too many mistakes in them. I only managed to create a single move. Xianxia lamented. The books were all on the basics of spearmanship. The Library of Heaven's Path compiled all of the correct theories and created a spear art from it. I wonder to what extent will this move augment my strength, and how much strength I would be able to execute through it. Even though it was just a single move, he knew that it was impossible for it to be anything simple, especially after experiencing the Heaven's Path Divine Art and the Heaven's Path Golden Body. His fighting prowess would definitely be boosted significantly if he were to execute it. I'll impart this to Zhengyang when I return. The reason why he was here specially to learn spear art was so that he could impart it to Xianxia. Even though it was just a single move, at the very least, the journey he made here wasn't in vain. It could be imagined that if Xianxia were to fully grasp the skill, his spearmanship would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. By then, defeating that Mo Shao wouldn't pose any problem. All that came from the heaven's path had to be exceptional. There was no doubt about this. Time to go! After reading all the books and obtaining what he wanted, Zhang Xian did not dawdle in the study excessively and walked out with big strides. Under the gazebo, Wang Chong and Ouyang Chong were seated across one another, drinking. You say that this apothecary Zhang passed the pill debate examination. Even until now, Wang Chong found it hard to believe. Pill debate is virtually a special privilege for master teachers, something that is meant for only the very best. Yet, a young man who wasn't even 20 managed to pass this examination. Even though he was hearing it firsthand from a reliable source, he nevertheless dares not to believe it to be possible. Indeed, Apothecary Zhang's knowledge on herbs and pills is superior even to that of mine. He is bound to reach great heights. Ouyang Chang couldn't help but be impressed whenever he recalled Zhang Xian's deeds. Even though he is incredible in pills and herbs, his understanding of the spear is too shallow. Spearmanship isn't a game one can't learn just by looking. If it were that easy, I wouldn't have had to immerse myself in it for my whole life thus far. Wang Chong's face shone with pride and overwhelming confidence reflected in his eyes. Indeed, the spear is the most complicated among all weapons. How could it be easy to achieve mastery? Of the numerous weapons, the spear was the hardest weapon to master. Countless cultivators had taken on the challenge only to end up locked out of the gates of success. Sighing, Ouyang Chang suddenly remembered something and glanced at Wang Chong. There aren't any exclusive spear art secret manuals in your study, are there? He brought Zhang Xian here. If his old friend were to accidentally reveal some family heirloom secret manuals to him, he truly would have to feel apologetic. Of course not. The spear arts that I created, as well as my family's secret manuals, are all kept in my mind. They are only passed down by word. Other people are unable to learn it even if they wanted to. Wang Chong chuckled. Those that are in the study are all regarding the basics and fundamentals of spearmanship. It is useful for those who have just come into contact with the spear. It's not a big deal to allow Apothecary Zhang to browse through them. Besides, letting him read through them is a good idea. He should realize how difficult spearmanship is and drop his immature thoughts. To be thinking about teaching spearmanship when you know nothing at all, what a joke. If spearmanship were that easy, he wouldn't have possessed the fame that he has now, such that even Emperor Shinjue complimented him personally. The spear master wasn't a title that came out of nowhere. For this matter, he had absolute confidence and pride. Indeed, Ouyang Chang nodded his head. There isn't a single weapon or battle technique that can be mastered easily. They require continuous training to refine every single move to the very perfection. If it could be grasped that easily, experts would be worth nothing at all. Apothecary Zhang is still young, and it is natural for him to be ambitious. After he's done browsing through those books, I will reveal a spear art to him so that he would realize the difficulty and give up on those ludicrous thoughts. Even though Wang Chong was unsatisfied with Zhang Xian's actions, he dared not to underestimate him, especially after knowing his talent in pill forging. Alright, I guess he should probably give up after that and focus on pill forging. I am still looking forward to our first 2-star apothecary in our apothecary guild. Ouyang Chang chuckled. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he saw Wang Chong's body stiffen abruptly before trembling uncontrollably. Dang Lang. He was oblivious to the fact that the wine cup he held in his hand had dropped to the floor and shattered into pieces. Wang Chong, looking at the spear master, whose strength was top-notch in the entire Tianxian city, acting so strangely all of a sudden, Ouyang Chang was horrified. He had never heard that his old friend was sick. Why did he start convulsing all of a sudden? It's spear intent. Spear intent. Just when he was considering what pill he should pop into his friend's mouth to save him, the latter suddenly recovered. His eyes glowed as though a priceless treasure was right before him. Spear intent? What is that? Seeing that he was fine, Ouyang Cheng heaved a sigh of relief and looked at him curiously. What could it be? For it to be able to make his friend, who was as steady as a mountain, behave in such a manner. Those who reach a certain level of mastery in the sword can form the sword intent. Similarly, those who are able to exude spear intent are the true spear masters. These few years, the reason why I had confined myself to the residence was so that I can temper my mind to enter such a state. However, it is a pity that I had been unable to achieve a breakthrough. When did such an expert appear in the residence? Or did someone manage to achieve a breakthrough before I did? Let's go over to take a look. He stood up abruptly and proceeded toward the origin of the spear intent. After developing spear intent, whatever one did with the spear would be a spear art. He had always strived for this goal, but he had managed to find the way. He never imagined that someone who could form spear intent would suddenly appear in his residence. Who could it be? The two of them rushed toward the source of spear intent. On the way, they happened to see Xianxia strolling leisurely out of the study. Where is he? Before Xianxia could say anything, Wang Chong asked hurriedly. He? Who do you mean? Xianxia had no idea what the other party was talking about. He had been immersed in reading and practicing the Heaven's Path spear art, so he hadn't paid much attention to the situation outside. What happened? Did an enemy invade? I felt an astonishing wave of spear intent here. Why is there no one? Seeing that Xianxia was clueless, Wang Chong looked around hastily. However, the surrounding was completely empty and there weren't any other people in sight. Could it be that you've been thinking of it so much that you began to imagine things? Ouyang Cheng asked. His old friend had been dreaming about spear intent day and night. Could it be that his longing had finally turned into delusions? Otherwise, why was he unable to sense anything himself? At my level, I am just a step away from forming spear intent. Just a moment ago, I had clearly felt a spear intent surging into the skies. I am positive of that. Wang Chong was very confident. He had been exploring the secrets of the spear every day fanatically, and it would be truly embarrassing if he had mistaken spear intent as something else. Wait, what is that spear intent you both are talking about? Looking at the heated discussion between the two, Xianxia could not hold back his curiosity. All the books that he had read were on the bare fundamentals. Spear intent is an extremely advanced topic and it wasn't recorded in any of the books. As such, Xianxia was ignorant. Spear intent is a special state of mind which a practitioner can reach only if his understanding of the spear reaches the extreme. Wang Chong tried explaining before shaking his head. You have never learned spearmanship. You won't understand it even if I explain it to you. Even though the other party did not go into details, Xianxia got a brief grasp on the situation. So, the reason why you are looking around here is because someone had released spear intent here just a moment ago? I'm not very sure as well. I felt it vaguely just now and it should be in the vicinity. Wang Chong nodded his head. The appearance of the spear intent was only for the briefest moment, as though a flash of lightning. Even Wang Chong could only sense it vaguely, and as such, he was unable to ascertain the exact location. Otherwise, he would have rushed forward directly rather than to stay distressed over here. Right, you were here just now. You should be clear about where the person is. Suddenly recalling something, Wang Chong turned around to look at him with glowing eyes. He was a distance away, so he was unable to sense the exact location. However, Apothecary Zhang had been here all along. With his help, he would surely be able to find the master. At the very least, after they confirm the location, they would know whether the person is a member of the clan or an outsider. As a clan specializing in spear, all members of the clan immersed themselves in the way of the spear. Even the guards were skilled in spearmanship. Even though Wang Chong could summon all of the guards here to question them one by one, if the person in question simply kept mum or was unaware of it himself, it would be much simpler to pinpoint the exact location. But, I don't know what spear intent is. Xianxia hesitated. That's simple. Even though I have yet to fully comprehend spear intent, I am able to imitate with it a 70% to 80% likeness. It should feel something like this. Wang Chong exerted and a sharp piercing aura gushed straight toward Xianxia. It felt as though it was capable of piercing through anything. So this is spear intent? A bizarre expression appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Indeed, it should feel something like this. Do you know where it came from? Dispelling the aura, sweat droplets streamed down Wang Chong's forehead. Still gasping for air, he inquired. Even though he only imitated the aura for a brief moment, it took a toll on his body and weakened him. This? Zhang Xian felt slightly embarrassed. Is the spear intent you spoke of this? The next instant, Zhang Xian's entire body seemed to have turned into a spear and exuded a frighteningly piercing aura, as though he would pierce through the heavens at any moment. Contrasting the two, Wang Chong's spear intent was like a blade of grass before a towering ancient tree. Ah? Spear intent. Wang Chong's body swayed and he nearly fainted. Are you for real? How can you display spear intent? Furthermore, such a pure spear intent. He was astonished. Noticing Zhang Xian's embarrassed look, he nearly threw up blood. Embarrassed? Embarrassed your head. Brother, can you not fool others like that? Didn't you say that you never learned the way of the spear? Didn't you say that you didn't know what spear arts were? I have started learning the way of the spear since 8 and I had spent 40 years since then dedicating my life to it. Even so, I am still a long way from achieving spear intent. Can you explain to me roughly what is with that overwhelming spear intent of yours? Didn't you say that you do not know what spear intent is? Then what in the world is this? Tears streamed down Wang Tsong's face. You shouldn't play with someone like that. It was laughable that he had reprimanded the other party so brazenly earlier on, saying that he wouldn't understand it even if he explained it. Where did this self-confidence come from? Or rather, the one who didn't understand was he himself. He hated the fact that there wasn't a hole here for him to dive into. This is spear intent? Ouyang Cheng was stunned. Right after displaying a moment of spear intent, his old friend was already sweating profusely and panting for air, as though he had been constipated for a few days straight. Yet, this fellow was able to execute it easily as and when he liked, as though it were merely eating and drinking. Are you the spear master, or Wang Chong is? You? Didn't you say that you have never learned about spears? Overwhelmed with shock, Ouyang Cheng asked. Wang Chong also hurriedly shifted his attention to hear how the other party would explain it. It is true that I haven't learned it before, Zhang Xian replied truthfully. If you have never learned it before, how can you have such a powerful spear intent? Wang Chong was about to go mad. If you were able to display such powerful spear intent without any prior experience, given my achievement despite how I have spent my life immersing myself in the art, I must have been spending my time on learning nonsense. Oh, I was just reading the books in the study and an epiphany struck me. I realized that executing spear art in this form felt the most comfortable, so I got into the form. I didn't know that this is spear intent, Zhang Xian said after a short moment of contemplation. Zhang Xian wasn't trying to feign ignorance. Rather, the books in the study were truly only about the very basics of spearmanship, so there wasn't a single one that detailed spear intent. He only happened to grow such a disposition due to the Heaven's Path spear art formed through these books. As for how spear intent could be used and how useful it was to a spear wielder, he had no idea at all. Wang Chong's tears continued streaming down his face. You described it as though it were as easy as eating and drinking. Do you know how much effort I have put into the matter only to fail time and time again? For the past decade, I had been building my mental fortitude, entering desolate lands, overcoming the frost and withstanding the heat. Even so, I have yet to succeed. Yet, you simply came to the study, read some books and unintentionally managed to reach such a level. My heart, my liver, my youth. If there were a huge pit before him, he would have definitely jumped in to bury himself alive. Can you not destroy my confidence like that? If you said that you had put in a lot of effort, trained daily and simply happened to achieve a breakthrough, I would feel a little better. But you have only spent 2 hours reading through books and yet you have already achieved a breakthrough. Furthermore, what you were reading weren't profound secret manuals. They were just elementary books on spearmanship. If word were to spread out, all spear masters in the capital would definitely die from shame. Wang Chong, humans aren't born with equal talents. Perhaps, Apothecary Zhang may truly be gifted in the way of the spear. Seeing his despondent old friend who had been struck a heavy blow, Ouyang Chang tried to console him. All right, I can only take it as that. As expected of an expert spear practitioner, he had already forged his will to become as resilient as steel. Even though he was dispirited, he soon readjusted his mental state. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a young man's perplexed voice echo in the air. You say that I have comprehended spear intent, but what does spear intent do? Wang Chong staggered once more. Enduring his crumbling heart, he explained, spear intent refers to one's understanding of the spear. Reaching spear intent means that the spear has already become an extension of the practitioner's arms. Under such a state, any movement he makes can be considered as a spear art. This is something that can only be achieved when one reaches the pinnacle of spearmanship. Any movement made can be considered as spear art? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Great! If my student can comprehend spear intent, he would be able to achieve victory in the freshman tournament. Since spear intent is that formidable, Zhang Xian decided to give Zhang Yang a good lesson when he returned. As long as he is able to achieve such a state, even if he didn't possess profound spear arts in his arsenal, it is unlikely for him to lose to his opponent. You want to help your student comprehend it as well? Wang Chong trembled. Spear intent is a person's understanding toward the spear. Do you think that everyone is as overpowered as you so as to be able to achieve a breakthrough just by looking at some books? He wanted to convince the other party to drop the idea, but he didn't know where he should start from. Right, I have learned a technique when I was looking through the books earlier back, but I have no idea how powerful it would be. Since Brother Wang is a spear master, can you offer me some pointers? Zhang Xian had no concept of spear intent, so he wasn't as shocked as the other party. Recalling the move that the Heaven's Path Library created, he couldn't help but speak up. The person before him was a renowned spear master in the entire kingdom. He would definitely be able to point out the strengths and weaknesses of the move. You even comprehended a technique? Fine. I am also interested to see what kind of move a genius like you is able to comprehend. Wang Chong nodded his head and sent a subordinate to fetch a spear over. Soon he returned carrying 2 spears. The best way to test the strength of a move is through sparring. Apothecary Zhang, show me the move you have just comprehended. It was as though Wang Chong had transformed the moment a spear was grasped in his hands. His aura was ferocious, as though a savage ancient beast had awakened from his sleep. In his view, even though the other party had comprehended spear intent, his absolute strength and ability to wield the spear should still be inferior to him. Even if the other party has any special moves, he should be able to handle it with ease. All right, it just happened that Zhang Xian wanted to try out his move. Thus, he casually grabbed the other spear. He had never once grabbed a spear in his life. However, after comprehending spear intent, the spear felt like a perfect fit in his hands. Let's begin. The moment Zhang Xian felt so, his aura evolved immediately, as though the ordinary young man from before had become a domineering conqueror. Who? Charging forward, his spear shot out explosively from his palms. This technique was something he created after compiling the essence of thousands of manuals. All of the complexities had been simplified into this one single concise move. The Jinqi in his entire body churned and the spear flew out as though a massive rising from the ocean, soaring into the skies. What? Initially, he didn't pay much heed to Wang Chong, but upon witnessing the spear piercing straight at him, goosebumps were raised on his body immediately and he was almost scared witless. The move may look simple, inelegant, and even ugly, but it focused all of the cultivator's strength and spirit into a single point. This was supreme spear art. Boom! Without much time to think, Wang Chong's exerted all his strength in one stroke and met Zhang Xian's blow with one of his own. Unleashing his full strength, his cultivation realm was also revealed. Fighter 7 Dan, Tongxian realm. Ding! The 2 spears met in the air and a massive shock wave was generated, sending intense gusts to the surroundings. Dang 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 dang. Xianxia retreated 7 to 8 steps before stopping. On the other hand, Wang Chong was still rooted to his spot. It was clear who the victor was in the simple face-off. Xianxia didn't use his full strength. He had limited it to 40 ding and naturally wouldn't be able to withstand a full strength attack by a Tongxian realm advanced stage expert. However, due to the incredible resilience of his body and his pure Jinqi, even though he was forced back, he wasn't injured at all. As expected of a spear master, incredible. Seeing that the other party had managed to easily deal with a move derived by the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia was impressed. On the other hand, Wang Chong nearly fainted from fear. The other party's seemingly simple spear art had forced him to execute his trump card. Furthermore, even though he didn't retreat a single step and it looked as though he had the upper hand, there was a dull pain in his chest and his blood flow had become erratic. He had been wounded considerably in the face-off. If not for him suppressing forcefully, he would have spurted a mouthful of blood. No matter what, he was a Tongxian realm advanced stage expert. For him to be unable to match up to a Pishua realm opponent, it was a difference of an entire cultivation realm between them. Normally, it would be impossible for one to defeat an opponent who had a higher cultivation realm. It was hard to tell what he would think if he were to know that the young man before him had only used half of his strength in this face-off. This move is truly incredible. After taking a long time to adjust his breathing, Wang Chong couldn't help but compliment. The move was simply too amazing. He had always thought that he was a genius, and he had also created quite a few spear techniques. However, compared to this move, they were all trash. The difference between the two was like comparing dirt to gem. That's great. I want to impart this move to my student. Can Brother Wang offer me some pointers so that I can improve it? Xianxia asked. Pointers? Wang Chong's face flushed. Apothecary Zhang, are you here to slap my face? Putting aside the fact that you have achieved spear intent and that every single move of yours is a spear art, this move, I can't even comprehend the move. How can I offer you pointers? Even though he was a spear master, he wasn't able to tell how his opponent executed the move and how the attack came at him. He felt so embarrassed that he could commit suicide. This move has no problems. You can impart it to your student like this. After saying those words, Wang Chong's face felt a burning sensation on his face. An hour ago, he had thought that the young man didn't understand spearmanship, and that he was insulting the way of the spear. But now, he felt that he was the one insulting the way of the spear. The other party had only read 2 hours of books, and not only did he comprehend spear intent, he had even created such an incredible technique. On the other hand, he had practiced spearmanship for more than 40 years, but had only reached such a nonsensical level. In an instant, he felt blood welling up in his chest, ready to spurt out at any moment. After the embarrassment, a daring thought suddenly emerged in his mind. The essence of the other party's technique was to concentrate one's entire strength to one single point. In this aspect, it resembled spear intent greatly. If he were to learn the move, he might be able to break through the final barrier obstructing him and achieve spear intent. Apothecary Zhang, can you teach me this move? After a moment of hesitation, he asked red-faced. You wish to learn? Sure, I can teach you. After a moment of surprise, Xianxia agreed to his request with a smile. Hearing the conversation between the two, Ouyang Chang staggered. Wasn't Xianxia the one who came here today to learn spearmanship from Wang Chong? How did their roles get swapped? Without the Heaven's Path divine art to complement the Heaven's Path spear art, even if the other party learned it, it would be significantly weaker than his. Furthermore, it was a move he had devised through the other party's books, so teaching the other party wasn't a big deal. Thus, Xianxia agreed to Wang Chong's request without much hesitation. Of course, it was impossible for him to impart him the full version. After all, the Heaven's Path spear art was too fearsome. It would be unparalleled even if he were to just impart a portion of it. Wang Chong had raised this request without harboring much hope. Upon hearing Xianxia agree to it, his entire body trembled in agitation and his eyes reddened. Experts usually only imparted the moves they created to their children and disciple, never allowing it to leak out. Putting others aside, he was one of them as well. Other than his son, he had never taught anyone else the moves that he had created. Yet, Apothecary Zhang was willing to impart such a profound move to him so easily. This magnanimity and personality. This move is extremely profound. I can't learn it for free. Hesitating for a moment, Wang Chong said. Even though the other party was willing to impart him the move, it wasn't appropriate for him to take something without giving anything back in return. It was just like how one had to send betrothal gifts when marrying others' daughter. How could there be free lunch in this world? Apothecary Zhang is lacking gold coins to purchase some pills. I think it would be best for you to pay him some money to serve as the tuition fee, Ouyang Cheng interjected. Zhang Xian had yet to pay him for the pills he had bought in his stead. He knew the other party was definitely looking for a way to earn money to repay him, and since his old friend wished to repay the favor, it was best for him to simply give Zhang Xian money. Furthermore, after imparting the battle technique to Wang Chong, Zhang Xian would be considered as half a teacher to Wang Kong. If Zhang Xian turned out to be very demanding thereafter, he might be unable to repay this favor, and this would put him in a very difficult position. Putting others aside, what if Zhang Xian wanted to learn the spear arts Wang Chong had created? Should he teach it to him? All right. Understanding the intentions behind his old friend's words, Wang Chong hurriedly nodded his head. He turned around to delegate some tasks to the butler. Not long later, the butler came in with a stack of bills and passed it over to Zhang Xian. This is the tuition fee. I hope that Apothecary Zhang can accept it. It would be inappropriate for me to learn your spear art for free. Zhang Xian's eyes widened. Am I dreaming? I came here to learn spear art. But why did I become the one teaching? Furthermore, I am even earning money? However, Zhang Xian found it hard to reject his money, looking at that stack of bills which was worth at least 2 million. Upon keeping the money, Zhang Xian began to display the technique slowly and explain the concept and workings behind it in detail. As expected of a spear master, although Wang Chong had not yet achieved spear intent, his knowledge of spears had already permeated deep into his bones. With a single demonstration, he had already almost fully grasped the concept. Even though his might was still far from Zhang Xian's original version, there were no problem with his form and his movements. Apothecary Zhang, thank you for imparting me the move. Only after learning this move did Wang Chong truly understand how powerful it was. He was astounded by its might. He could already foresee that if he were to continue practicing the skill, in less than a year, he would be able to achieve spear intent and grow even stronger. Regardless of whether he had paid the school fee or not, Zhang Xian had already become half a teacher to him. By half a teacher, it meant that one had learned a move or two from another person or had been granted pointers from him. Since he had already grasped the move, there was no need for Zhang Xian to remain here. Along with Ouyang Cheng, he bided farewell and left. Guild leader Ouyang, help me keep an eye on those pills. I will claim them from you when the time comes. Leaving Spear Master Wang Cheng's residence, Zhang Xian said. Rest easy. Ouyang Cheng nodded his head. Previously, he simply thought that as long as this young man studied diligently, he could become the first 2-star apothecary of Tianxian Kingdom. However, such thoughts had vanished altogether from his mind. From a complete beginner, just by reading 2 hours of books, he was able to easily create a move that even Wang Chong revered, furthermore achieving spear intent. Such a person would surely strike it big and his name would ring across the world. Return to the academy. The body nourishment medicinal solution and meridian rejuvenation pill were already in his possession, so he thought that he should pass them over to his students so that they could cultivate even faster. After bidding Ouyang Cheng farewell, he returned to his classroom swiftly. However, when he arrived, he only saw Wang Ying in the classroom. The rest were absent. Where are the others? Zhang Xian frowned. He had been finding all means to help them raise their strength swiftly. Yet this bunch of fellows didn't even come for training. They. Not expecting Zhang Laoshe to appear at such a moment, Wang Ying was terrified. Cowering backward in fear, she stuttered. Zhang Laoshe had said when he left class yesterday that he would be busy, and he might be unable to make it for lessons for the time being. Why is he back so soon? Speak! Xianxia's complexion darkened. In order to awaken their unique constitution and heal their wounds, he went through the trouble of undertaking the apothecary examination and disguised himself as a master teacher. Yet they were skipping out on lessons. He was truly infuriated. If he knew that this would happen, he would never have bothered expending such effort on them. Was he giving them dowry? If students didn't working hard themselves, no matter how much assistance the teacher provides them, it would still be difficult for them to achieve great heights in the future. After all, rotten mud would just slide down no matter how high you carry them up. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. At the point, Xianxia's face was completely cold. Teacher. Wang Ying shivered. She had a weak character, and upon seeing Zhang Laosher's rage, she was scared speechless. Jia. At this point, the door opened. Before anyone could walk in, a voice echoed, Wang Ying, hurry up and come. They have started fighting. Halfway through his words, the owner of the voice saw the icy-faced Zhang Xian, and the remaining words cluttered in his throats. Zhang Laosher. The owner of the voice shuddered. Fatty Yuan Tao. Started fighting? Getting someone to help? Did I get you here to cultivate or to fight? Zhang Xian's voice was icy. I. Yuan Tao's face paled. You have barely learnt a thing or two and you are already out fighting others. Is it that you don't need me as your teacher anymore? Truthfully, Zhang Xian wasn't angry, his heart simple ached. Even though he hadn't gotten along with these students of his for long, he had already treated them as his closest kin and had worked hard for their sake. Yet, they went out to engage in a group fight, running back to call for backup when they found themselves in a bad position. He felt frustrated over how they simply had not matured. Zhang Laosher, that's not it. Anxiety appeared on Yuan Tao's plump face. That's not it? Then tell me, what does fighting and you calling Wang Ying to help means? If I were to hear of any false words from your mouth today, I will expel you. Don't even dream of calling me teacher ever again. Zhang Xian flung his robe backward furiously. If these children were not worth grooming, he wouldn't want to waste his effort as well. The most that could happen was for him to lose and leave Tianxian Kingdom and Hongtian Academy. With the Library of Heaven's Path in his possession, where else could he not go in this vast world? The reason why he stayed was because his previous self's longing for this place and his sense of responsibility toward his students. It's... Yuan Tao shivered for a moment before gritting his teeth. It's like this. Today, the Academy is allocating cultivation resources and they said that you are the worst teacher in the Academy, so you don't have any rights to claim it. We felt furious with their words and went over to argue it out with them. As such, a conflict broke out. Allocating cultivation resources? Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment before he recalled. Every month, the Academy would allocate cultivation resources to each teacher. The amount of resources a teacher received depended on the amount of students the teacher had, the results of his teacher qualification examination, as well as his overall evaluation. The teachers could use these resources themselves or to reward the better students in order to encourage them to work harder. Usually, these cultivation resources were allocated by the Student Bureau. Student Bureau was the department that was responsible for managing and conducting examinations for students, as well as to distribute cultivation resources to the students and teachers. Xiaoya had scored within the top 10 of the freshmen and did not have to share a dormitory with the others. It was the department which allocated her dormitory to her. Bring me over. Knowing that they were standing up for him, Zhang Xian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. His rage had also quelled significantly. Those lads. Yes. Yuan Tao did not dare to say anything else. He immediately led the way, with Wang Ying also tagging along. The three of them started to walk toward the Student Bureau. Oh! Student Bureau. The Teacher Guild had already endorsed Zhang Laosher's innocence on the affair. Zhou Laosher, why do you still refuse to allocate the resources belonging to him? Zhang Yang glared at the young man before him furiously. That was a previous student who had become a teacher in the school Zhou Tian. Innocence? Are the documents here? Did they any notify us? Zhou Tian lifted his eyebrows and a hint of mockery appeared on his face. Since there's nothing at all, Xianxia remains the worst teacher in the school who scored a 0 for his teacher qualification examination. It is a waste to grant him resources. Don't blame me for having not allocated resources to you. Blame yourselves for acknowledging the wrong teacher. As the ancient saying goes, wealth, peers, teachings, and land. Of which wealth came first, and from this it was clear to see how important it was for one's cultivation. This was precisely the reason why Wang Ying hesitated back then when Zhang Xian said that she might face a shortage of cultivation resources. Every month, Hongtian Academy would allocate some cultivation resources to its students and teachers. Most of them were low-level pills. Even though it wasn't of much use to the teachers, it was excellent tonic for students who had just started cultivating. This was the reason why many people were able to improve rapidly. Today was the day of the allocation, but they were not informed. Naturally, they took the initiative to inquire about the matter. Even if the documents from the Teacher Guild had yet to be passed down, I recall that all teachers of Hongtian Academy, regardless of how terrible their results are, as long as they had students, they would qualify to claim the breath-forging powder. What rights do you have to not even give that to us? Xiaoya stepped forward. Breath-forging powder was the most common cultivation resources used by the lower-grade students. It allowed the students in Jushi realm to better sense the spiritual energy in the air. The breath-forging powder couldn't be considered as a pill, and even when Shui, who hadn't qualified as an apprentice apothecary, could make it, thus making it inexpensive. According to the school rules, any teacher with students was entitled to it. You may be able to find excuses to avoid allocating the expensive cultivation resource to us, but if you refuse to give this to us as well, it would be clear that you are trying to make things difficult for us. There's such a rule, but there's also a clause stating that if the students weren't worth grooming, the Student Bureau could choose not to allocate any to the students. You all refused to follow by the Student Bureau's arrangement and made a fuss here. Hence, it is logical that I would reject your request. Zhou Tian said arrogantly. You. Seeing that the other party was determined not to give it to them, Zhao Ya's breathing hastened and her face flushed. Why? Are you unsatisfied with my arrangements? The corners of Zhou Tian's lips crept up. If you are not satisfied, that is a student dueling platform over there. You can challenge my students, and if you are able to defeat all of them, not only will I give you the breath-forging powder, I can even give you the breath-forging bead. Remember, this is a breath-forging bead. Weren't you all causing a ruckus demanding for me to give Zhang Xian his resources? Even though this isn't a true pill, it isn't far from that. It is effective even for Pishue realm experts. An ordinary teacher could only claim one every month. If you dare to take on the challenge and succeed, I will give you all 3 of it. The student dueling platform was one of the means to settle a conflict between students and teachers. Of all methods, it was only second to the teacher dueling platform. The way it operated was simple. As long as the one challenging the teacher was able to defeat all of the students under him, that teacher would have to apologize to the student. Breath-forging bead? 3 of it. Hearing those words, Xiaoya and the others' breaths started to hasten. Breath-forging bead was something unique to the Hongtian Academy. It was something that couldn't be bought even at the Apothecary Guild. It increased the pace at which fighters absorb spiritual energy, allowing them to improve quickly. Zhang Laosher had done so much for us without expecting any returns. As his students, it's time for us to repay the favor. Zheng Yang's gaze was resolute. Since young, he had been training diligently alone, trying to fumble his way through his cultivation. He thought that even in school, his teacher would only clarify his doubts and solve some problems. However, the warmth that Zhang Laosher had given him was much more than that. He created a cultivation technique just for him and pointed out his flaws. Just so for their sake, he even took the risk to partake in a pill debate. As he thought about everything that had occurred, he couldn't help but feel moved. Motivation welled up in him. Zhang Laosher may care not for these resources, but every teacher is allocated some of them. If he becomes the only teacher who doesn't get any, his prestige and reputation will be sullied. As his students, we have to fight for his sake, no matter what it takes. Xiaoya gritted her teeth. Zhang Laosher casually gave her the frigid sun mother grass, which was worth 100,000 gold coins. Even though the breath-forging bead wasn't bad as well, it was unlikely that he would care much for it. However, this is no longer a problem over the resource allocation, but dignity. Of so many teachers in the academy, he was the only one who wasn't given the resources. If word were to spread out, people would look down on him. Since he isn't at the academy, then, teacher, we will protect your dignity in your stead. We shall guard your prestige. Determination filled Xiaoya, Zhang Yang and Lu Yang's eyes. Not a hint of hesitation could be seen. Fine. We'll challenge the student dueling platform. Nodding their heads in agreement, Zhang Yang retrieved the spear at his back and started fitting it together. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the air moaned under the pressure of the spear. This is what you have chosen for yourself? Don't regret it. Zhou Tian sneered coldly. He raised his hand and beckoned. Everyone come out. Someone is challenging you. It's time to teach them a lesson. As long as you defeat them, I will give every one of you some breath-forging powder. Walala. Accompanied by a roar, a group of people came out. They were all freshmen and there were around 40 to 50 of them. I have a total of 47 students. No matter how many of you go at them, as long as you can defeat all 47, I will consider it your victory. The corners of Zhou Tian's lips crept upward. 47. Xiaoya and the others' mouths twitched. They didn't think that a new teacher who just joined this year would be able to recruit so many students. Let's fight. We mustn't embarrass ourselves, and Zhang Laosher. There were rules for the student dueling platform. One could choose to fight their opponents one by one or to take on all of them at once. As long as they were able to defeat all of the students under the teacher, it would be their victory. Since they had already made up their minds, there was nothing for them to hesitate about. With a leap, Zhang Yang first stepped into the ring. Who? One of Zhou Tian's students leaped up as well. The duel began immediately. Zhou Tian. On their way over to the student bureau, Yuan Tao explained the situation to Zhang Xian. Hearing so, Zhang Xian frowned. He had never offended this teacher, be it his previous self or after he reincarnated over. Why is he picking on him? Even though the academy appeared to be calm on the outside, it was filled with internal strife. Many rivalries and schemes went on in the shadows. However, he didn't recall any conflict with that teacher from the student bureau. Teachers of the student bureau rarely did such things as it would incur the ire of the other teachers. Furthermore, Zhang Xian had just toppled the head of the education bureau. Even though the students were unaware of it, as a teacher, he should have heard the news. To pit himself against him despite knowing it, was he asking for a beating? I've heard some rumors that he was once Elder Shang Chen's disciple. The reason why he was able to remain at the school as a teacher was because of the elder's arrangements. Yuan Tao said. So that's the case. If so, the situation made sense. He had caused Elder Shang Chen to be stripped of his position as the head of the education bureau, and even now, he was at risk of being punished by the teacher guild. As his student, he had to stand up for his own teacher. However, my face. Isn't that easy to be slapped? Knowing the reason, Zhang Xian shook his head. It's not impossible to slap my face. But your hand has to be strong enough so as to not hurt yourself. Pong! 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 After a few fists landed on his back consecutively, Zhang Yang felt a tinge of sweetness in his mouth, and he seemed to be unable to bend the hand which wielded the spear anymore. In the past few days, his cultivation had improved tremendously. Zhou Tian Laosher's students were not a match for him, but they were too numerous. That was already the fifth opponent, and he was on the verge of collapsing. If it were an ordinary dueling match, Zhang Yang wouldn't have been so tired. However, the other party seemed to have planned it out beforehand and was hopping around the battlefield intentionally, refusing to face him head-on with the goal of draining his stamina. Persevere. You have to persevere on. Zhang Yang bit the bullet. With the last sliver of energy he had remaining, his spear shook and he defeated his fifth opponent. Ha! Can't withstand it anymore? With a loud chuckle, the sixth student leaped onto the stage and kicked Zhang Yang's chest. The latter staggered 7 to 8 steps backward. If not for his dogged tenacity, he would have fallen off the ring. If you can't take it, stop putting on a show here. To dare to challenge Zhou Laoshir's prestige, scram. The sixth student sneered and sent his stave straight at him. Given the speed of the stave, if Xianxia were to be hit, he would definitely be injured severely. I have to block it. With a ferocious expression on his face, Xianxia tried to raise his spear for a block. However, he realized that he was one move too slow. He wouldn't be able to make it in time. Knowing that the stave would surely hit him, Xianxia closed his eyes and braced for the impact. He thought that he would fall off the student dueling platform, immediately spurting fresh blood. But for a long time, nothing happened. He opened his eyes hurriedly and saw a figure before him. That person wasn't of a tall stature, but his back view looked extremely reliable. The stave that the sixth opponent brandished was grasped between the person's fingers. No matter how much strength the former exerted, he was unable to shake his weapon out of the latter's hand. Zhang Laoshir. With a single glance, he recognized the person. That figure before him is his teacher, Xianxia Laoshir. Isn't he out? Why is he here? The one who stopped the stave was indeed Xianxia. Arriving with Yuan Tao, upon witnessing the situation, he immediately dashed forward and jumped onto the ring. It was just 10 days before the battle with Lu Sun Laoshir. If these students of his were to get injured at such a time, Xianxia would have to surrender for the teacher evaluation duel. As Shang Chun was overthrown by Xianxia, Zhou Tian harbored resentment for him. Knowing that he wasn't a match for Xianxia, he intentionally provoked his students, Xiangyang and the others, for this purpose. As long as Xiangyang and the rest were injured, he calculated that they would not stand a chance in the teacher evaluation. Seeing that it was too late to stop the duel through any other means, Xianxia leaped onto the stage himself. Xianxia, what do you mean by this? Your students are competing in the student dueling platform. Why? Do you intend to make a move on my students despite being a teacher? Seeing him rush over, Zhou Tian wasn't too surprised. A menacing gleam flashed through his eyes. Make a move on your students? You sure are thinking too much. With a flick of his finger, the other party's stave broke into many pieces. Patting his hands, he glanced over. Then what do your actions mean? Do you wish to take back your words? However, it seems like it is too late. Your students have already agreed to challenge the student dueling platform, and they have already injured 5 of my students. No matter what, the challenge must go on. This matter isn't up to you. Unless. At this point, Zhou Tian's lips curled up into a cold smile. Unless you concede defeat and admit that your students are inferior to mine. We mustn't admit defeat. Even if we have to give it our all, we will definitely win. Hearing the plain mockery in the other party's voice, Xiangyang and the others clenched their fists and their faces flushed red. If they were to really admit defeat like that, they wouldn't be able to uphold their pride in the academy in future. Admit that my students are inferior to yours? Xianxia shook his head. You must still be dreaming. Humph. Since that's the case, let's continue. I request that you get down from the ring. Zhou Tian flung his robe. For a teacher like you to interfere in a battle among students, aren't you bullying the weak? Don't be in such a hurry. Xianxia smiled. I am not admitting defeat, but I didn't say that I will allow our students to continue competing. You wish to stop the duel? The student dueling platform has already begun, and you don't have the right to stop it. It is too late to regret. Zhou Tian harumphed. My students' decision is my decision. Since they decided to challenge the student dueling platform, there's nothing for me to regret. Xianxia looked over. However, I think that a mere student dueling platform is too uninteresting. Why don't we conduct a teacher dueling platform? Just that. Do you dare to accept the challenge? What? Challenge the teacher dueling platform? Is that fellow insane? Is there something wrong with his head? Teacher dueling platform means that the students challenge the teacher. It is already difficult for those students of his to achieve victory in the student dueling platform. Yet he wants to challenge the teacher dueling platform? Isn't he daydreaming? Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, the teachers and students present in the student bureau were dumbfounded. When a student is dissatisfied with a teacher, he can challenge all of the students under him via a student dueling platform to force him to admit his mistakes. On the other hand, teacher dueling platform meant that a student would be challenging the teacher directly. If he were to lose, admitting defeat would be one thing, but the dignity of the teacher would be sullied. Of course, given that the cultivation realms of the students are far beneath that of teachers, it is impossible for students to win in a normal duel. For the sake of fairness, the teacher has to lower his cultivation realm down to that of the student in a teacher dueling platform. Even so, the fight could not be considered to be totally fair. Being able to become teachers, their experience and grasp over the flow of battle are obviously far superior to that of mere students. Even if they were to duel at the same power realm, it was impossible for a student to emerge victorious over a teacher. Xiaoya and the others all staggered and nearly fainted on the spot. They thought that they had been audacious to challenge the student dueling platform. Yet, Zhang Laosher managed to top them and requested for the teacher dueling platform instead. You must be joking. Even though this Zhou Tian Laosher wasn't exceptionally powerful among the teachers, barely reaching Fighter 4 Dan Pigu Realm primary stage, he was still a true teacher of the academy. He wasn't someone a bunch of Jushi realms could defeat. Teacher dueling platform? You want your students to challenge me? Zhou Tian looked as though he had heard the most hilarious joke in the world. Why? Don't dare to. Zhang Xian looked at him. Ha. You are truly courting death. Zhou Tian burst into laughter. Fine, I'll agree then. If you win, I will give you 10 breath-forging beads. However, if you were to lose, I won't demand any items. You just have to kneel down before me. All right. Anything will do as long as you don't go back on your words. Zhang Xian chuckled and agreed. Zhang Laosher. Hearing him make such a decision, Xiaoya and the others panicked. Are you pulling our legs? They had improved significantly in the last few days, but defeating a teacher in a duel is impossible. Agreeing so readily, isn't it akin to admitting defeat? Since you're so confident, let's do it then. Are they going to take on me all at once or go one by one? Zhou Tian said with a grin. Zhang Xian only had 5 students in total. Even if he were to suppress his cultivation, they would still not be a match for him. Taking turns? You're thinking too much. Given your strength, any one of my students would be able to easily defeat you. Zhang Xian shook his head. You! Seeing that the other party was looking down on him like that, Zhou Tian's face darkened. Lazy to bother with the fellow, Zhang Xian turned his attention to Xiaoya and the others. Meeting his gaze, his students felt extremely anxious. They weren't even able to win in the student dueling platform, and now they had to challenge the teacher. The few of you hadn't fought previously. If I let you challenge Zhou Laosher, it truly is bullying the weak. Zhang Yang, you will face him. Zhang Xian looked around and then casually pointed at Zhang Yang. Hearing those words, the surrounding crowd almost fainted. Brother, is it all right for you to be putting on such a big show? Even if you really wanted to boast, it should be realistic, right? Putting aside Zhang Yang's abilities, he had just fought several opponents and is running low on stamina. Didn't you witness that he could not even move his spear anymore? He might not be able to kill even a chicken now, yet you want to pit him against Zhou Tian? Furthermore, bullying the other party. Bullying the heck. Looking at the fellow's condition, even if Zhou Tian didn't make a move, he probably would fall by himself in no time. Not only did the others put on confused expressions, even Zhang Yang's mouth was twitching. Teacher, He was about to go insane. Zhang Laosher, can you stop pulling such pranks? He knows how much he is worth, and he wouldn't even be able to fight any student who comes his way this moment. Needless to say, Zhou Tian Laosher, even if he were to suppress his cultivation to that of a Fighter 1 Dan, it is still impossible for him to emerge victoriously. Just as he was about to inform Zhang Laosher of his physical condition, before he could speak, the other person's calm voice sounded once more. Don't feel happy yet. It isn't too late to celebrate after defeating this Zhou Laosher. Happy? Happy my foot. I am on the verge of tears. Can't you tell? Zhang Yang's body staggered, and he looked as though he would faint at any moment now. Courting death. Catching sight of this scene, Zhou Tian thought that Zhang Xian was doing this intentionally to shame him. His mouth twitched in rage and anger gleamed in his eyes. Before the fight, I will teach him a new spear art. Surely Zhou Laosher will be fine with it. Ignoring the strange looks the others shot him, Zhang Xian asked Zhou Tian. It's a little too late for that, Zhou Tian harumphed. It doesn't matter whether it is late or not. It would suffice as long as it is enough to defeat you. Zhang Xian smiled. He walked to Zhang Yang and said, Here, teacher will teach you a spear art. Look carefully and learn. After which, he took the spear from the other party's hands, and with a slight tremble of his palm, stabbed forward in a crooked trajectory. The move appeared to have no depth to it, looking like a random movement. It didn't bear the slightest resemblance to a spear art. It seemed like a casual, playful stab. This fellow, is he joking? You call that spear art? The spear art of an aroused boar meeting a sow would even be better than that. I've seen people who swindle their own parents, but this is my first time seeing a teacher swindle his own student. Zhang Yang is probably done for. To have met such a teacher, he is doomed no matter how talented he is. Zhang Xian taught Zhang Yang before everyone's eyes, and everyone saw the move clearly. For a moment, their minds were unable to keep up with the situation. Do you call that spear art? Even the technique a cleaner used to sweep the floor is several times more profound than that move of yours. Have you grasped it yet? Ignoring the discussions in the crowd, Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Yang. Yes. Zhang Yang wanted to cry. Does such a move even need to be learned? He first came into contact with the spear when he was 6. Any random move in the books is far superior to the one his teacher just taught. All right, since you have grasped it already, go and defeat Zhou Laosher. Zhang Xian nodded his head, gently dusting Zhang Yang's body. Hearing his teacher's instructions, Zhang Yang was about to cry when he felt Zhang Laosher's palm on his shoulder. A surge of Jinqi flowed through his meridians. The Jinqi was extremely dense and pure. All clots in its path fell apart immediately, and he felt the shackles on his body being removed. As though having eaten a nutritious tonic, all fatigue vanished and he felt refreshed. Fatigue is just like an illness, and it is often caused by the blockages in one's meridians. Under Zhang Xian's pure Jinqi, it wasn't difficult to clear those blockages. Don't resist me. Follow the movement of my Jinqi and adjust your breathing along with it. He was still feeling surprised at Zhang Laosher's actions when he heard his voice sound beside his ears. Knowing that his teacher would never do him in, Zhang Yang focused his attention hurriedly and adjusted his breathing. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The Jinqi that gushed into his body flowed through his meridians in a unique path. In an instant, Zhang Yang felt as though he had become a spear that could pierce through the heavens. This is the inner breathing method of the spear art. No matter how foolish Zhang Yang was, he immediately understood what was going on. Regardless of whether it was a spear art or other battle techniques, on top of the moves, one had to know the corresponding inner breathing method. Only when one's inner breathing is aligned with the technique can one unleash the greatest might possible. Otherwise, it would look flashy at best when in fact there is little might behind the attack. Even though Zhang Yang had never come across any exceptionally powerful spear art, he had been living with the spear by his side since young. The spear had already become a part of him, and the moment he felt the inner breathing within his body, he understood that the technique is much more profound than any other spear arts he had learned before. The move looked so simple that even a fool would be able to learn it. However, when paired up with this inner breathing method, it was clear that it was a drastically simplified move that was packed with profound spear theories, a truly fine piece of art. To think that there would be such a powerful move in the world. In that instant, he appeared to be in a daze. He could hardly believe what was happening. Profound is no longer sufficient to describe the move. It is completely inconceivable that such a move could exist. Zhang Yang was still bathing in agitation when Zhang Laosher's voice echoed in his ear once more. Don't let your thoughts wander now. Try to get accustomed to this inner breathing method and align it properly with that spear art. Yes. Knowing that Zhang Laoshi was imparting him an incredibly profound move, Zhang Yang focused his attention and tried to comprehend the inner breathing within him. Every single battle technique has an inner breathing method unique it. To learn a battle technique, one has to slowly open up all of the clogged meridians required for it. It is an incredibly tiring and long process, requiring long hours of effort. Using Zhang Yang as an example, he is only at Fighter 1 Dan Jushi realm and there is only inner breath in his body. He hadn't even formed Jinshi yet. It would have taken a minimum of 2 years' effort for him to open up the path required for the move. However, Zhang Xian's presence made all the difference. Zhang Laoshi's Jinshi was extremely pure and wherever it flowed through, the clots would immediately be undone, thus opening up the meridians. In less than 2 breaths, he had already opened up a smooth passageway for Zhang Yang's inner breathing of the technique. Just like that, I have mastered it. Upon sensing the smooth passageway through the inner breathing, Zhang Yang instantly understood this fact. In this short moment, he had completely mastered the move, as though he had been practicing it for multiple years. Alright, keep this surge of Jinshi in your body. Continue feigning weak and powerless. And when the duel with Zhou Tian begins, you must strike him in full one blow. Zhang Xian's voice continued to sound. Comprehending the meaning behind his words, Zhang Yang nodded his head secretly. At the same time, he was perplexed. Why is Zhang Laoshi's Jinshi able to remain in his body without creating conflicts in his body? The attributes of one's Jinshi would change according to the cultivation technique a fighter pursued. As such, when one's Jinshi flows into another person's body, putting aside the question of whether the former is able to help the latter to achieve a breakthrough, it is likely that a conflict would occur, and this would cause the receiver's cultivation to go berserk. Yet, Zhang Yang did not feel any discord or discomfort within when Zhang Laoshi's Jinshi entered his body. He found it inconceivable. However, he also knew that this wasn't the time to be thinking about such things. After struggling to clasp his hand, he exclaimed, "Zhou Laoshi, come!" After which he staggered up the ring. Zhang Yang appeared as though he would fall if a strong gust were to blow at this moment. Witnessing his condition, the crowd stared at one another, flabbergasted. The heck? Are you serious? To fight a teacher using a spear art that even pigs can execute and a body that will cave in at any moment, how do you intend to win? Zhou Tian's face twitched as well. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. I fell for his trap. This fellow had probably intended to sacrifice the student from the very start to make a fool out of him. Imparting a move that can't even kill a chicken to deal with him, isn't he implying that he couldn't even match up to a chicken? Zhang Xian, you sure are despicable. Thinking that the other party was intentionally humiliating him, Zhou Tian gritted his teeth and stepped into the ring as well. Zhou Laoshi, please go easy on me. Portraying an extremely weak image, Zhang Yang struggled to lift his spear. Seeing how even such a simple movement could send sweat trickling down his forehead from fatigue, everyone was speechless. It had been long since someone challenged the teacher dueling platform. One wouldn't have imagined that the first one in years would be so eccentric. If word were to spread out, it would surely cause an uproar. Teacher, why don't I substitute Zhang Yang? Xiaoya spoke, unable to endure it anymore. Just watch. Zhang Xian didn't explain the situation to her. Seeing how confident her teacher was, even though Xiaoya was perplexed, she did not dare to question any further. Instead, she turned her attention to the stage. Go easy on you? Blame your beloved Zhang Laoshi for your plight. Deducing Zhang Xian's intentions, Zhou Tian was infuriated. Then, I will apologize for my discourtesy beforehand. Knowing that the other party would not make the first move in consideration of the disparity between their identities, he didn't dawdle further and shot his spear straight at the other party. The tip of the spear was shaky, as though there wasn't any strength behind it. It was the trash move that Zhang Xian had just taught him. Humph! Seeing that the other fellow had actually dared to use such a move against him, Zhou Tian felt even more furious. He suppressed his cultivation to the level of a Fighter 1 Dan Jushi realm, and without using any weapon, faced Zhang Yang's attack barehanded. Facing a spear barehanded. Even so, no one thought well of Zhang Yang. They all thought that the fellow would be in for a beating. Now, noticing that the other party was underestimating him, facing him with bare hands, Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. He immediately triggered the surge of Jinqi which Zhang Xian left in his body earlier on, and in an instant, his disposition changed. If he were a tame lamb a moment ago, he would be a ferocious tiger at this moment. Boom! The spear shot straight toward Zhou Tian's chest. What? Zhou Tian's eyes narrowed. He felt an overwhelming sense of danger from that attack. As firstly a teacher and secondly a fighter for Dan Pigu realm expert, although Zhou Tian had never learned spearmanship, he could tell how powerful the move was. The force behind the spear was so powerful that it compressed the air before it to the extent that a strong gust of wind was sent into the surroundings. Even if Zhou Tian had not suppressed his cultivation, he would have found it difficult to deal with such a move. How could a Jushi realm lad possess such incredible strength? He felt like he was going insane. Zhang Xian, you tricked me. At this moment, he realized that he had fallen for the other party's deception. No wonder that fellow was so confident. When did this Zhang Yang become so powerful? Without much time to think, he dared not to keep his strength suppressed any longer. Jinqi immediately gushed forth from his hands as he attempted to seal the spear's might. However, even Wang Chong, a fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm spear master, was unable to stand against this heaven's path spear art. Needless to say, him. Pong! The pole of the spear struck Zhou Tian's chest forcefully. He tasted a metallic tang in his mouth, and blood spurted forth from it. He flew off the teacher dueling platform immediately and fell to the ground. Battered. Silence. Complete silence. What? Zhou Tian Laosher was defeated with a single pierce? What the heck is going on? After a moment of astonishment, a commotion broke out. Initially, seeing that Zhou Laosher was dealing with a student who looked as though he would fall at any moment, they thought that he would easily crush him with a single finger. But, what is going on? With just one pierce from the student, Zhou Laosher went against the rules and released his full strength. Even so, he was sent flying. Am I seeing things? Can anyone tell me what the heck is going on? Xiaoya, Lu Yang, and the rest widened their eyes in disbelief. This fellow had been with them every day, so they knew his strength very well. How did he suddenly become so powerful? Furthermore, even if others were to train intensively, there would just be small improvements. This seems to be going way overboard. Sending a fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm expert flying with a single strike. Are we dreaming? No, it's not that we're dreaming. It's that spear technique. The few of them turned at the same time to look at Zhang Xian. They had also realized that the reason why Zhang Yang was able to become so powerful so suddenly was because of the spear art Zhang Laosher had just imparted him. Just that, how could that nonsense of a spear art which probably couldn't even kill a chicken be so powerful? Zhou Tian's students had raised their arms to cheer their teacher on, but before they could say anything, such an outcome appeared before them. Astonishment covered every single one of their faces, and they were at a loss. Teacher! Coming to their senses, the whole lot rushed forward to help Zhou Tian up. You! Standing up, Zhou Tian regulated his breathing and felt slightly better. He glared coldly at Zhang Xian, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Zhang Yang approach with his spear in hand. The latter clasped his hands together and bowed. Zhou Laosher, thank you for going easy on me. Pooh! Hearing those words, Zhou Tian's face flushed and he spurted out another mouthful of blood. Going easy your head. If I could, I would have beaten you to death. Who knew that you would have such a bizarre spear technique? For a teacher to lose to a student. He felt a stinging sensation on his face, as though he had been slapped by someone else. Zhou Laosher, you said earlier that if I were to win, you will give us 10 breath-forging beads. I will have to ask you to hand it over. Zhang Yang stepped forward excitedly. Even though he was infuriated, he knew that he had truly embarrassed himself this time. If he were to renege on his words after losing the teacher dueling platform, he would truly lose all dignity he possessed. Gritting his teeth, He retrieved a jade bottle from his pocket and passed it over. Accepting it hurriedly, Xianxia opened the cap and saw a row of breath-forging beads inside. Its fragrance diffused into the air, and one could feel an overwhelming spiritual energy. Teacher. Xianxia brought the breath-forging beads to Xianxia quickly, his face full of joy. The reason why they spent the entire afternoon causing a ruckus at the student bureau was to obtain these training resources for Zhang Laosher. Even though it was tiring, they had managed to succeed in the end. Damn it! Zhou Tian's heart was bleeding. A teacher could only obtain a single breath-forging pill a month. 10 breath-forging pills was a huge fortune to him. Even if he were to hand it over, he wouldn't allow Xianxia to use them. Humph, Xianxia, your students were the ones who won those breath-forging beads. You weren't entitled to them in the first place. I don't think that you will be so shameless as to consume something that belongs to your students. So what if you got those beads? Your students went through so much trouble to obtain the pills. Do you have the cheek to consume them yourself? If you aren't able to consume it, it is equivalent to not obtaining it. Consume it. Xianxia took the jade bottle and shook his head. Who would use such trash? After which he flicked his wrist. Put on. The jade bottle was discarded into a nearby pond. Ah! This! Witnessing this scene, everyone was taken aback. Even Zhou Tian was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Those 10 breath-forging beads are worth several thousands. You threw it away just like that? Even Xianxia, Xiaoya, and the rest were stunned. There's no need to be so shocked. Even though breath-forging beads can help a cultivator gather spiritual energy faster, consuming too much would make one reliant on it. It isn't good for one's future cultivation. Looking at their confused expressions, Xianxia whipped out another jade bottle and threw it to his students. These are some stuff that I have prepared for you. After you have finished it, I will get more of it. Doubtfully, Xiaoya and the others caught the bottle and opened it. Upon seeing what was inside, they leaped in shock. Breath-forging pills? The pills inside were round and radiant. They exuded a fragrance that permeated right into one's body. To think that it would be breath-forging pills. That is a true pill that is extremely useful for cultivators. Comparing it to breath-forging beads is like comparing gem to dirt, the two items on totally different levels. Breath-forging pills cost tens of thousands per pill in the market, and he took out 2 bottles at once? How many dozens of pills are inside those 2 bottles? He gave true pills forged by official apothecaries to his students? The bodies of the crowd swayed. They felt as though the world had gone insane. Given how many breath-forging pills there are inside, it should be worth at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins in total. Yet, he threw them so casually to his students. Darn, do you have to be so extravagant? No wonder the breath-forging beads did not catch his eyes. What a joke! Anyone who possessed so many breath-forging pills would not even cast a second glance at that trash. Pooh! Zhou Tian staggered and he nearly passed out. He only felt his cheeks growing warmer and warmer. He was nearly losing his sanity from all of the slaps on his face. Just by teaching his student a trash move, his student was able to beat him up so easily. The breath-forging beads which he values so highly was discarded by the other party like trash. Brother, aren't you the teacher who is paid the worst in the entire school? When did you become such an incredible figure? Teacher, are these really for us? Not only did the crowd feel as though they were going mad, Xiaoya and the others were also in a state of disbelief. Of course they are for you. It's not that I want to nag, but as my students, is there really a need to vie over those little things from the academy? Xianxia shook his head in disappointment. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a gourd appeared in his hand. Wang Ying, the meridians in your legs are injured. This is the body-nourishing medicinal solution that I have found specially for you. Pour it into a pail of water and soak your legs in it for 3 days. Your legs should recover entirely by then. Lu Yang, you practiced the wrong battle technique and injured your hands. I got this meridian rejuvenation pill for you from the Apothecary Guild. As long as you train properly after consuming it, your wounds should be able to recover quickly. Yes. Wang Ying and Lu Yang stepped forward and received 2 items from Xianxia. Body-nourishing medicinal solution? Could it be that body-nourishing medicinal solution from the Apothecary Guild? Have you heard of it? Of course I have. Back then, I heard that the item could heal a person's wounded meridians swiftly, so I had someone to look into it for me. According to him, a gourd like that costs 300,000 gold coins. 300,000? Are you serious? The Meridian Rejuvenation Pill is a true pill forged by apothecaries. It is even more expensive than the breath-forging pills. It is said that a single pill costs 200,000 gold coins. It might be cheaper to have an apothecary or apprentice apothecary buy it in your stead, but the price wouldn't be far from that. 200,000? That is to say, he spent 500,000 just like that. Don't forget those breath-forging pills as well. In total, it costs more than 1 million, and he gave it to the students just like that. Is Xianxia still accepting students? I want to come under his tutelage. There were quite a few knowledgeable persons in the crowd. The body-nourishing medicinal solution and meridian rejuvenation pill weren't considered secret medicine, and many people have heard of it. Upon hearing the prices, everyone went into a frenzy once again. A low-level teacher in the academy is only paid a maximum of 300 to 400 gold coins in wages every month. In fact, even high-level teachers do not earn more than 1,000 a month. Yet, he just casually took out 1 million for his students' cultivation. Putting aside other teachers, even Zhou Tian's reward for defeating Xianxia's students was only breath-forging powder. Look at the other party. He casually whipped out real pills and top-quality medicinal solutions. The heck? Why is there such a huge disparity between them even though they are both teachers? In a split second, gazes of admiration were focused on Xiaoya and the other students while looks of disdain fell upon Zhou Tian. Taking all of these into sight, Zhou Tian nearly vomited blood again. Xianxia, damn you! You must have done it intentionally. You took all of those out before me to slap my face. I am, after all, the teacher who is in charge of resource allocation, the one who holds the most lucrative position in the academy, and yet, I became a petty person who fought with another teacher over a measly amount of resources that the other person saw as worthless. Let's go. Being done passing the items to his students, Xianxia waved his hand and led his students away. He left quietly, leaving amazement in his wake. Isn't it clear? Of course I did it intentionally. Didn't you want to slap my face? I shall return you the favor then. To tell the truth, I came here to slap your face. Yes. Watching their teacher leave, Zhang Yang and the others quickly recovered from their shock and followed behind him in a daze. At the same time, their faces flushed in embarrassment. Initially, they came here to vie for resources and to uphold their teacher's prestige. Who knew that, in the end, they would realize Xianxia never did care for those resources. Of course, for someone who could whip out so many pills and medicine so easily, how would those breath-forging powder and breath-forging beads catch his attention? Teacher, these pills are really too valuable. Upon returning to the classroom, Xiaoya stepped forward. She was already given a stalk of frigid sun mother grass previously. Her conscience did not allow her to receive these pills. Cultivate properly. It would suffice as long as you win for me in the teacher evaluation. Xianxia beckoned. Teacher, rest easy. We will definitely give it our all. Upon hearing those words, Xiaoya and the others nodded their heads in unison. Their teacher had given so much to them. If they were to lose in the teacher evaluation, they would be truly ashamed to meet him. Seeing how motivated they were, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Zhang Yang, come over. After which, he walked into the small room. Zhang Yang knew that it would definitely be the matter with the spear art today. He had been perplexed over the issue as well. Not daring to keep Xianxia waiting, he quickly followed behind him. Teacher, this spear technique. Upon walking in, Zhang Yang could no longer suppress his curiosity. That technique is something that I have just created. I will tell you the cultivation method now. Zhang Xian recited the cultivation method to him once. This. Upon hearing the entire cultivation method, Zhang Yang was stunned. The spear technique is simply too profound. All the other spear arts which he had learned previously are trash compared to it. Previously, he thought that the skill is shaky, crooked and does not have a good form, but that isn't true. The emphasis on this technique is in its form. One can execute it either inelegantly or gracefully. Even though there is only one move to it, it still surpasses countless other spear techniques. Not only is the move flexible, containing countless variations, it holds peerless might behind it. All right, I am done imparting the full technique to you. Without my permission, you are not to teach anyone else the skill, Xianxia said. Yes. Zheng Yang dropped to the floor and kowtowed to Xianxia. After having immersed himself in spearmanship for countless years, he understood how precious this skill was. He also understood that if his skill were to be leaked, a bloody storm would ensue. Even though this spear art is simple, it is the basis of all spearmanship. There are still 10 days until the freshman tournament, and I hope that you can achieve a breakthrough in your spearmanship. Do not let down my efforts, Zhang Xian instructed. Teacher, rest easy. Zheng Yang nodded his head with resolution. Then, he lifted his head abruptly and asked, Teacher, may I know what this spear technique is called? The name of the technique? I haven't named it. If you come up with a good name, feel free to name it so. Zhang Xian waved his hand casually. Even though he had named it Heaven's Path Spear Art, it was a collective name for the set of techniques. There should be a separate name for the move, and Zhang Xian could not be bothered to come up with it. Thus, he decided to leave the task to his student. Yes. Knowing his teacher's personality, Zheng Yang suppressed the astonishment in his mind and left the room. After he left, Zhang Xian rubbed between his eyebrows. After solving Wang Ying and Lu Yang's hidden physical traumas, their fighting prowess would definitely soar greatly. As for Yuan Tao and Zhaoya, after their unique constitutions are awakened, their improvement would surely be greater than the rest. Of them all, only Zheng Yang was lagging behind. However, with this spear art, it was hard to tell which of his students would be the strongest in 10 days. After calling the other students in and offering each of them some pointers, Zhang Xian left the academy. Oh! You say that Du Miaoshuan has already been kneeling at the entrance of the mansion for an entire day. Even though Du Miaoshuan had lost the fight for the position of the clan head due to his illness, he is still an influential figure. For him to be kneeling at another's door for an entire day, could the owner of the mansion really be a master teacher? If that's true, then all of us have truly guessed wrongly before. In the time that Zhang Xian left the residence, learned spear art and imparted it to Zheng Yang, the entire Tianxian royal city had fallen into an uproar. Although many people continued to doubt the identity of the mansion's owner after Ling Tianyu's incident, Du Miaoshuan kneeling at the entrance for an entire day had caused them to waver. As a dignified elder of one of the 4 great clans, Du clan, and as an ex-contender for the position of the clan head, only a master teacher held the prestige to have a person like that kneel at his doorstep. Let's go over and take a look. We have to see what is going on. If the other party is truly a master teacher, we must quickly make acquaintance with him. When word spread out, countless powers and influential clans could no longer remain uninvolved. They quickly sent their men to look into the matter. In fact, some of the powerful leaders and clan heads even came to take a look at the situation personally. Luo Chong was one of them. He is the guild leader of the Blacksmith Guild in Tianxian Royal City, a true 1-star intermediate stage blacksmith. The best blacksmith in Tianxian Kingdom. Even Emperor Shenjue has to spend massive amounts of money to buy his weapons. Countless nobles lined up to purchase his weapons, only to leave in vain. Every single weapon he crafts is sought by many, and as such, prices skyrocket. Initially, given his position and standing, even if a master teacher were to come over, there was no need for him to please him and make acquaintance with him. After all, even though blacksmiths are not as prestigious as master teachers, they are still one of the top classes which ranks at the forefront of the upper 9 paths, and they have their own pride and standing. Even so, he came. Other people may not know, but he was aware of his own problems. Recently, he began to be unable to achieve the state of heart of tranquil water in his smithing. The items that he crafted often fell apart at the very last step to become a failed good. He had crafted the same way as he always used to, so the situation did not make much sense to him. Initially, he thought that it may be a problem with his stamina, so he specially rested for a few days before beginning to craft again. However, it made no difference at all. For the number 1 blacksmith of Tianxian Kingdom to be unable to craft weapons, if news were to spread out, not only will his standing be affected, his rivals and enemies would probably come knocking to ensure that he falls from the high pedestal he stood on previously. Thus, upon hearing that a master teacher had appeared in the city, he couldn't hold himself back and secretly came to see if it was true. If it was true, no matter the price, he had to find out the problem and have it solved. Indeed, it is Du Miaoshuan. Luo Chong recognized the middle-aged man who was kneeling by the corner of the street. He is the most famous elder in Du clan. There is few among the upper echelons of Tianxian City who doesn't know him. Back then, the other party even implored him to craft a sword for him. Thus, even though there was a distance between the two, Luo Chong was still able to recognize him immediately. This fellow is an extremely prudent person. For him to kneel down willingly like that, the person in the mansion must be capable of solving his problems. Furthermore, it seems like he is truly impressed by the person. With one look, Luo Chong made a judgment on the situation. If the person in the mansion isn't of high standing and is unable to solve his problem, Du Miaoshuan's actions would be equivalent to embarrassing himself. Given Luo Chong's understanding of him, he wouldn't do such a thing unless he was extremely certain. Jia. Just when he was making wild guesses at the situation, the doors to the mansion opened and a plump butler emerged. The old master invites you in. Sun Chong beckoned him over. Thank you, butler son, for speaking on my behalf. Du Miaoshuan was overjoyed. He hurriedly stood up and walked over. Let's go. Sun Chong didn't bother with pleasantries and led the way. Then, the doors to the mansion shut tight once again. He went in. Du Miaoshuan went in. In a moment's time, we would be able to know the truth after he leaves through observing his behavior. Indeed. Let's continue waiting here. Upon seeing Du Miaoshuan enter the mansion, the various powers of the capital were not in a hurry to leave. Rather, their eyes continued to focus on the situation with great intensity, as though a hawk. Luo Chong was in no hurry to leave either. He sat quietly and waited with patience. Oh. I apologize for doubting Xianxia's incredible abilities before. Please forgive me. The moment he entered the room, Du Miaoshuan immediately kneeled to the floor, void of the suspicions and arrogance that he held before. Get up. Zhang Xian gestured. After leaving the academy, he went to a remote alley and disguised himself as Yang Xian once again before returning to the residence. Noticing that this fellow's anger and resentment had subsided in the half-day that he was gone, he got Sun Chong to bring him in. I beg of Xianxia to forgive me for the discourtesy that I showed you before and save me. Du Miaoshuan continued kneeling on the floor. Since I have invited you in, naturally I would help you. Get up, Zhang Xian said impassively. Hearing those words, delight appeared on Du Miaoshuan's face. He hurriedly stood up. Du Yuan, who was standing behind his father, was perplexed. Isn't father's illness a thing of the past? Could it be that this master teacher can treat the trauma which was left behind in father's body previously by the illness? You know why I called you a beast, right? Zhang Xian looked at him. I understand, Du Miaoshuan replied. Sun Chong and Du Yuan were still confused. Previously, just after taking a look, Xianxia said that Elder Du is a beast. Initially, they thought that he was insulting him, but from the looks of it, things aren't as simple as it seems. Just that, they were truly unable to understand what was it with Du Miaoshuan that made him not angry despite being called a beast. On the contrary, he even seemed excited about it. However, their confusion did not last for long. At this moment, Zhang Xian's voice sounded in the air. It is a known fact that 10 years ago, you fell ill and your cultivation fell tremendously. However, if I am not wrong, you infused the blood of the snow wolf into your body, hoping to alter your bloodline. This caused you to be poisoned by the snow wolf. Every day at noon, white fur grows all over your body, and you turn into a being that can neither be considered human nor animal, just like a beast. Am I right? Yes, Xianxia's words are absolutely right. Du Miaoshuan nodded his head hurriedly. Even though he knew that Xianxia had seen through his illness the moment he said that he was a beast, when Xianxia pointed it all out spot on, he was still astonished. As expected of a master teacher, his ability of discernment is superb. This is something that even Master Yuanyu failed to see through. This blood of the snow wolf? A body full of white fur. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Sun Chong and Du Yuan came to a realization. Especially for the latter, his body shuddered uncontrollably. He finally understood why his father would head to the remote courtyard to drink cooling tea at noon and turn away all visitors. He thought that it was a habit of his father through the years, but to think that this would be the actual reason. For him to grow white fur every noon, he was afraid of being seen. That's why he went to hide in the courtyard. For a person to grow fur all over his body. If he isn't a beast, what else could he be? No wonder when Xianxia said these words. Not only did father not refute his words, he even kneeled outside the entrance. So this was the reason why. Snow wolf, a tier 7 white fur savage beast. It possesses strength equivalent to a fighter 7 Dan Tongshan realm expert, and it is known for its speed. Its blood is one of the main ingredients in Tongshuan pill, which helps to open up one's meridians and raise one's cultivation. You probably read some secret manual which caused you to mistakenly believe that if you were to successfully fuse your blood with that of the snow wolf, your cultivation would be raised significantly. Ignoring the shock on everyone's faces, Zhang Xian continued. Yes. A bitter smile appeared on Du Miaoshuan's face as he nodded his head to confirm Xiangshi's words. It is just like what this Xianxia said. Back then, he read a secret manual which detailed that as long as he managed to successfully swap blood with that of a snow wolf, he would be able to reach Tongshan realm immediately to become a fighter 7 Dan expert. Who knew that not only did his dream not come true, it was actually the start of a nightmare. White fur would sprout from his body daily, making him look neither human nor animal. Even though it was just for an hour every day, the anguish he went through was unimaginable. One had to have incredible mental fortitude to survive 10 years in such a manner. Otherwise, one would have long committed suicide in despair. I was immature back then, and I failed to discern truth from the false, believing a manual so easily. Xianxia, I beg of you to save me. Du Miaoshuan clasped his hands. Thinking about it now, he must have had a screw loose back then. Just because he coincidentally found an ancient manual. He thought that it was a precious treasure and explored desolate lands and utilized many means to kill a snow wolf so as to obtain its blood. He thought that his cultivation would soar rapidly and he would become the next clan head. Never did he expect to land himself in such a state. If this isn't a screw loose, what else could it be? Failed to discern the truth? That secret manual that you obtained is real, Zhang Xian said. Is that true? Hearing those words, Du Miaoshuan's body jolted. How is that possible? If it is real, how did I land myself in such a state? If what that was detailed in the manual was true, why would he fall into such an unsightly state for so many years? Furthermore, why would his cultivation fall from Pishua realm to Dingli realm, and thereafter be stuck at that level? The secret manual is real, but the most important portion had been destroyed by someone else, leaving behind an incomplete version. That is the reason why you are in such a state. After which, Zhang Xian did not continue to linger on the topic. All right, I will be performing acupuncture on you to resolve the hidden problems in your body. Yes. Du Miaoshuan took a step forward hurriedly. With a turn of Zhang Xian's wrist, a silver needle appeared. Then, with a flick of his finger, the needle flew straight at Du Miaoshuan. The Library of Heaven's Path only revealed basic information and the person's flaws. The way to solve their problems are not written in it. However, Du Miaoshuan's problem is similar that of Ling Tianyu's wife, and he had blockages in his meridians. This caused the blood of the snow wolf to fail in achieving its original purpose. Zhang Xian just had to clear the blockages to settle his problem. To Xianxia, such problems are a piece of cake. The Jinqi from the heavens path divine art is as clear and pure as water. Any blockage would be washed away by it immediately. Hu. Dozens of needles pierced through Du Miaoshuan's skin. Du Miaoshuan could only feel numb and itchy sensations on his skin. That bestial instinct which he had been suppressing before, that which caused him to enter into a berserk all the time, flowed through the open meridians as though river water, and to the rest of his body. Jai. The moment the blood of the snow wolf assimilated into his body, his Jinqi soared instantaneously. With a series of pops that was reminiscent of a live firecracker, the acupoints in his body exploded open one by one. Pa. As though he were a magnet, the spiritual energy in the atmosphere gushed into his body frenziedly. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through Dingli Realm Pinnacle, Pishue Realm Primary Stage, Pishue Realm Intermediate Stage. In a short moment, he had reached Pishue Realm Pinnacle, but the momentum did not seem to be stopping here. Boom! Du Miaoshuan's body shook. Finally, the soar in his cultivation level had come to a stop. That bestial instinct which caused him so many worries had also disappeared without a trace. Fighter 7 Dan, Tongxian Realm Primary Stage. His cultivation level had actually risen from a Dingli Realm Pinnacle to Tongxian Realm. That was more than one entire realm. After sensing the changes in his body, even though Du Miaoshuan is a man with mental resilience, his eyes reddened. For an entire decade, he had been tortured by untold pain. Every day, he would turn into a beast and white fur would sprout over his entire body. He thought that this affliction would remain with him until his deathbed. Yet, in just a short moment, it was solved by the man standing before him. Furthermore, he even achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. Pudong. Du Miaoshuan knelt to the floor. He was extremely grateful to Xianxia, and with no hypocrisy behind his action whatsoever, he said, "Thank you for granting me a new life." Not only did Xianxia solve his affliction, he even helped to raise his cultivation realm to Tongxian realm. Du Miaoshuan saw this favor as equivalent to the noble deed of birth and had already regarded him as his parent. The new him, upon returning home, would definitely regain his status as one of the top elders in the clan. No one would dare to underestimate him anymore. To achieve such results, he would have been willing to kneel for even a year. Hurry up and take the things out. Calming the agitation in his heart, Du Miaoshuan signaled to his son. Yes. Du Yuan hurriedly took out a stack of gold bills and passed it forward. Initially, Du Yuan thought that his father was mad for kneeling before the mansion and taking out so much cash at once. Only now did he realize that his father was not only rational, he also had foresight. Tongxian realm. So what if he had lost 10 years of his life? With the current strength of his father, he would be a frontrunner for the position of clan head if he were to want to vie for it now. No one would be able to stop him. Even if he isn't able to become the clan head, given his strength as a Tongxian realm expert, earning a back that few million isn't a difficult task. This is the capability of a master teacher. This is a master teacher, the most respected occupation in the entire continent, capable of determining the fate of a person, either sending him to heaven or to hell. They were still looking at Xianxia in admiration when Sun Chong walked forward, took over the stack of money and gestured outward. Elder Du Gongzi. Let's go. The old master wants to rest. Yes, I have intruded on Xianxia today. I will come by and pay my respects to you another day. Knowing that the other party was inviting them out, Du Miaoshuan walked out of the main hall along with Du Yuan. Right as they were stepping out, a faint voice echoed in their ears. As for why there were missing pages in the Snow Wolf Blood's secret manual, you should investigate whether it was due to malicious intentions. Du Miaoshuan's body stiffened. He turned around and bowed once more. Xianxia, thank you for your advice. After which, he turned around to leave. Back then, Du Miaoshuan was a strong contender for the position of the clan head. It was too much of a coincidence that he would abruptly engage in such a dangerous cultivation technique in a vain attempt to break through to Tongxian realm. It is hard to believe that there were no human hands behind that incident. Thus, Xianxia offered him one final piece of advice. Of course, whatever that happened afterward would not be a problem of his. Oh. 10 years ago, Du Miaoshuan was afflicted with a major illness, causing his cultivation realm to plunge and resulting in him being eliminated from the race to become the clan head. The reason why he was kneeling before the door is probably to beg this master teacher to resolve this illness. Keeping vigil outside the mansion, Luo Chong recalled the various things that had happened to Du Miaoshuan and could not help but guess the situation. If Du Miaoshuan's issue can be settled, then mine shouldn't be a problem for him either. Du Miaoshuan's illness was one that even Master Yuan Yu was helpless toward. Even though Luo Chong had no idea what his condition is, he knew that he had sought many different physicians over the years, and they were all helpless. If that master teacher could easily solve such a conundrum, then the issue he has, that is to have suddenly become unable to maintain a tranquil mind during forging, should be a piece of cake for him. He was still immersed in his thoughts when the tightly shut gates began to open slowly, following which Du Miaoshuan and Du Yuan emerged. I wonder if his problem has been solved. Hurriedly taking a look, Luo Chong's eyes suddenly widened, his body stiffening immediately. Tongxian realm? This, how is this possible? Just moments ago, when Du Miaoshuan entered, he saw clearly that he was Fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm pinnacle. How did he, in less than 10 minutes that he was inside, step into Tongxian realm? Most importantly, he is now in high spirits, appearing vastly different from the man that he was on the way in earlier. What was going on? It can't be that it is real. Even if a master teacher can offer guidance on breaking through cultivation realms, there has to be a limit to that. To rise from Dingli realm pinnacle to reach Tongxian realm in around 10 minutes, Luo Chong rubbed his eyes gently, afraid that he might have seen wrongly. Staring intently at him once more, he realized that he wasn't wrong. The other party is truly Tongxian realm, and furthermore, judging by how he is unable to control the inner breath within him, it is likely that Du Miaoshuan had just broken through. Otherwise, as long as an expert of this level hid his cultivation, it is impossible for anyone, even a person of Luo Chong's caliber, to discern. Brother Sun, farewell. Still in shock, he saw Du Miaoshuan bid Butler Sun farewell and leave. I should go over and ask. Unable to suppress his urge any longer, he chased after Du Miaoshuan hurriedly. Elder Du. Oh, it's Master Luo. Du Miaoshuan recognized the other person and hurriedly bowed. That mansion is. Diving straight into the topic, Luo Chong asked. That is where Xianxia lives. Aware of what the other party wanted to know, Du Miaoshuan nodded his head and verified the other party's doubts. Is he really a master teacher? Luo Chong's eyes narrowed. Xianxia is a man of incredible capabilities. If Master Luo Chong has any problems, you can beg for his guidance. However, Xianxia came to Tianxian Kingdom with the intention to rest. He doesn't really wish to be disturbed. Du Miaoshuan said. Doesn't wish to be disturbed? Luo Chong's complexion turned awful. Even though he is of considerable social standing, he does not dare to interrupt a true master teacher's rest. Actually, there is no need to be frustrated. Xianxia said just now that anyone who wishes to obtain his aid has to pay 3 million beforehand. Regardless of whether the problem is solved or not, the sum will not be returned. Also recalling what Butler Sun said, Du Miaoshuan continued, of course, as a master teacher, Xianxia cares not for material possession. The reason why he made such a request is so as to limit the number of visitors. Otherwise, if everyone were to rush to him to plead for guidance, he wouldn't even need to think of resting. He would probably work to death instead. As he said those words, he couldn't help but be envious. To think that just the entrance fee would be 3 million, a master teacher is indeed a master teacher. Even their means of earning money is that incredible. As an elder of the Du clan, his entire fortune, both liquid and fixed assets, was only worth this amount after so many years. That makes sense. Hearing that it is a problem that can be solved with money, Luo Chong heaved a sigh of relief. 3 million may be a huge sum, but for a master blacksmith like him, it isn't a big deal. Thank you for telling me this. I happen to have a matter to consult Xianxia about. so I will have to take my leave." Upon finishing his words, Luo Chong walked toward the mansion. The mansion's layout is in no way elegant. In fact, it even seems ordinary. If not for Du Miaoshuan ascertaining it personally, he wouldn't have believed that a true master teacher lives here. After paying the fee of 3 million upfront, Luo Chong followed Sun Chong into a room. In there, he noticed a middle-aged man seated quietly in the middle of the room. Somehow, the person's presence is so faint that if not for seeing him in the flesh, he would not have noticed the other party. Incredible! Luo Chong's eyes narrowed. Luo Chong is a Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm expert. There are only two possibilities when he is unable to sense a person's cultivation realm. Firstly, the person's level of cultivation is higher than his. Or secondly, the other party's jinqi is much purer than his. Regardless of which of the two it is, it points to the fact that the person before him is a true master teacher. Putting away his arrogance as a master blacksmith, he stepped forward and bowed. "Luo Chong pays respect to Xianxia. From what Xiao Chong told me, you are a blacksmith?" Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. Like apothecaries, blacksmiths are also ranked highly in the upper 9 paths and possess exceptional social standing. He didn't expect that such a person would have something to request of him. "Yes," Luo Chong replied. "What unresolvable problem have you encountered?" Zhang Xian asked. Replying Xianxia, "Recently, all the attempts that I make to forge equipment all end in failure, and until now, I am unable to find the reason for it. I hope that you can enlighten me." Luo Chong did not hide anything and spoke directly. "Let me see you forge an equipment," Zhang Xian said. "Yes." With a flick of Luo Chong's wrist, an entire set of equipment required for equipment forging appeared in the room. As a 1-star blacksmith and the leader of the Blacksmith Guild, he carries such basic equipment with him everywhere he goes. Starting the fire, forging the equipment, melding the metals together, refining the equipment, his movements flowed elegantly, reminding one of drifting clouds and flowing streams. An hour later, a long sword appeared in his hands. However, just as he was about to apply the final touches, a crisp note echoed from the sword and a crack appeared on it. Failure. Just like he had said, he is unable to successfully forge the weapon. Looking at how he was unable to forge even the simplest sword, Luo Chong was depressed. That was just an ordinary mortal tier sword, and there are no profound techniques involved in the process whatsoever. It is truly an enigma why such a situation would occur. Luo Chong turned to look at the master teacher before him and bowed. "Xianxia, please enlighten me." "You want me to enlighten you?" Zhang Xian stood up and approached the other party. He picked up the broken sword and lowered his gaze to take a glance. Then he sighed. "If I'm not wrong, you stuffed yourself when you were full. You stuffed yourself when you were full." This is a Chinese phrase that meant to say that one deserved it. Thus the title, "Looking for It." "What?" Luo Chong's face darkened. "Even if you are a master teacher, you shouldn't insult me like that. No matter what, I am the dignified leader of the Blacksmith Guild. I am of noble standing, and you say that I stuffed myself despite being already full, looking for it. I came here in earnest to consult you, yet you gave me such an answer. Aren't you looking down on me?" Even though Sun Chong already knew that the old master would say such shocking words, he was still unable to control his shock upon hearing those words and nearly knocked his head against the wall. "My great old master, it is really okay for you to speak to a true blacksmith like this?" Cough cough. "Even an ordinary person would turn all out against you if you say such words to them. Most importantly, the reason why he came here is to seek enlightenment on why he is unable to successfully forge an equipment. Yet, the first few words you say to him is that he stuffed himself when he was full, looking for it. Aren't you being too arrogant? What does stuffing oneself have to do with forging equipment? The only relationship between the two is that one would feel weak if one doesn't eat. However, for a Tongxian realm expert like guild leader Luo Chong, this shouldn't pose a problem at all. There's no need to get so agitated." Seeing that the other party was getting agitated, Zhang Xian smiled, not paying the other party's anger any heed. "You don't need to deny my words so hurriedly. Let me ask you, have you been eating dragon-scaled prawns daily? Indeed. Is there a problem? Luo Chong looked at Xianxia doubtfully. The dragon-scaled prawn is an animal unique to Lake Hong, and it made a delectable dish. It is one of the most favorite food in the upper echelons of Tianxian Kingdom. He also used to eat it frequently, but such an anomaly had never occurred in the past. Could his failure to forge equipment really be related to this? If I'm not wrong, these dragon-scaled prawns that you ate came from one batch you bought at a single go. Zhang Xian continued asking. Luo Chong nodded his head. At the same time, a doubt arose in his mind. How did the other party know this? His dragon-scaled prawns came from the same batch he bought a few days ago. There were several thousands of it, filling 2 whole crates. In order to ensure its freshness, he even reared them specially in his courtyard's pond. He would carefully pick the living and healthy ones to eat, so it is impossible for anything to be wrong with the prawns. Furthermore, after consuming it, there weren't any anomalies with his body, and he didn't suffer from diarrhea or any other symptoms either. How can this be related to him being unable to successfully forge weapons? That's right then. Zhang Xian chuckled. Do you know when do dragon-scaled prawns reproduce? When do they reproduce? Luo Chong became increasingly confused. He was only interested in eating the prawns. How would he possibly know all these? I know. Just as he was about to ask Xianxia for the answer, Sun Chong suddenly spoke. Speak. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Dragon-scaled prawns usually bear their offspring near the end of summer, the start of autumn, which is around now, Sun Chong said. He had worked in Tianyu merchant firm for numerous years. Even though he had never bought them, he often came into contact with these products and naturally, he possessed a little bit of knowledge on them. That's right. It's this season. Zhang Xian nodded his head. The academy semester had just started not long ago, and it is currently the start of autumn, which is also the mating season for the dragon-scaled prawns. Hearing those words, Luo Chong felt his head going faint. He was about to go insane from the confusion. Xianxia, I'm here to ask you why I am unable to forge equipment. Not to look into when dragon-scaled prawns reproduce. What matter is it of mine that they bear offsprings? It is not like the children are mine. There's no need to be anxious. You being unable to forge equipment has something to do with this. Seemingly sensing his bewilderment, Zhang Xian continued to say, the dragon-scaled prawn is considered an yin-type food. Eating too much will weaken a person's yang energy. Of course, this weakening effect is minimal and negligible, and doesn't affect a person's body at all. However, the dragon-scaled prawns after mating are different. The dragon-scaled prawn infuses all of its essence and vitality into its offsprings, causing its own body to weaken. Furthermore, its body generates a substance that will numb a person's nerves. With excessive consumption, one's mind will become dull. At this point, Zhang Xian paused and looked at Zhou Chong with glowing eyes. Have you been unable to enter the state of will of mind Tudan, heart of tranquil water? Not only so, you find yourself getting irritated easily, causing your forging abilities to take a huge blow, resulting in you being unable to successfully forge an equipment. Regardless of whether one was forging pills or equipment, one's state of mind is of absolute importance. Without a steady mind, it is impossible for one to succeed. Could it truly be that I've eaten too many dragon-scaled prawns? Luo Chong's entire body shuddered and he staggered 2 steps backward. It is true that recently, he had been unable to focus his attention on forging equipment, and that he was unable to enter the state of heart of tranquil water to achieve total serenity. He had tried all kinds of methods and means to calm himself but to no avail. To think that the problem lies with the prawns. It was inconceivable to him that a dragon-scaled prawn which had undergone the reproduction process would produce a substance that would numb one's nerves. If not for the other party pointing it out, he would have never imagined that this would be possible. However, why haven't he heard of it before? All animals have their own means of self-protection. Dragon-scaled prawns are the same as well. They are at their weakest right after their birth, and thus they produce such a substance to protect themselves. However, they still ended up on the plate anyway. Xianxia shook his head. I know my fault now. In future, I will never eat dragon-scaled prawns again. Xianxia, please guide me on how I can resolve this situation. With a pale face, Luo Chong hesitated for a slight moment before hurriedly clasping his fist. Even though he loves eating dragon-scaled prawns, forging equipment is far more important than the former. Air. Upon hearing the other party's words, Xianxia was stumped. Actually, he didn't know how he should resolve the problem as well. The Library of Heaven's Path only detailed the reasons behind why he was facing such a condition. Luo Chong's main problem is that he had eaten too many dragon-scaled prawns, causing the nerve-numbing venom to accumulate in his body, thus resulting in his unstable mental state and him failing in his forging attempts. As for how he can dispel this venom, Xianxia is truly clueless. However, even if he didn't know, he wouldn't let anyone else find out. There was barely a brief moment of hesitation before he placed his hands behind his back to portray the image of a supreme expert. First, release those dragon-scaled prawns that you have caught. As for the solution to your problem, it will depend on your future actions. However, I can tell you this. As long as you stay away from it for a long period of time, you will recover slowly but surely. He wasn't deceiving the other party. The detoxification ability of a human body is extremely powerful, especially so for a Tongxian realm expert. As long as he stays away from the prawns for a period of time, the venom that had accumulated in his body will be passed out quickly. Xianxia, thank you for your guidance. Knowing the cause and solution to his problem, Luo Chong heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly bowed to him. At this moment, he was already completely impressed by this Xianxia. Just by seeing him forge an equipment, he is able to tell that he likes to eat dragon-scaled prawns and even found the root of the problem as to why he was unable to successfully forge an equipment. He stuffed himself when he was full, looking for it. As expected of a master teacher, his ability of discernment is indeed incredible. The 3 million, worth it. Xianxia, can you offer me some pointers for equipment forging? Finally uncovering the reason behind his problem and knowing that time can resolve it, Luo Chong's mind started to wander. He had been stuck at the 1-star blacksmith intermediate stage for a very long time, being unable to break through this limit. Now that there is a master teacher before him, he was tempted to make full use of this opportunity to obtain a pointer or two so that he can break through this impasse. Equipment forging? Xianxia did not expect that the other party would not leave right after his problem was solved and instead request to learn equipment forging from him. For a moment, he was taken aback. Honestly, he didn't even know what one had to do for equipment forging, so how could he offer him pointers? Looks like I am being too impetuous. Upon receiving no reply from the other party, Luo Chong felt awkward. A master teacher only teaches his own students. He is in no way related to him, so it is indeed a little inappropriate for him to have made such a request. Xianxia waved his hands. Xiao Chong, escort our guest out. Master Luo, the old master needs to rest. This way, please. Sun Chong stepped forward. Yes. Luo Chong nodded his head and bid farewell. It is indeed difficult to pass off as a master teacher. Seeing Luo Chong leave, Xianxia rubbed between his eyebrows. Master teachers grasp the knowledge of innumerable occupations in their minds, and they possess discernment abilities unimaginable to others. At present, the reason why he had been able to achieve this much was due to the help of the Library of Heaven's Path. The moment he stops using it, he will be exposed in an instant. I really do wonder how those master teachers gather and store so much knowledge in their mind. A person's energy is limited. After undergoing the apothecary examination, he understood that the knowledge required in just the field is as vast and as deep as the ocean. Without the library, not only would be unable to pass the examination, he might not have been able to score even a single point. A true master teacher can't possibly possess such a cheating machine. It is truly a mystery to him how they are able to learn so much and pass all those examinations, given a human's limited lifespan. Regardless, I have to read more books from now on. After all, the library is still an external object. The thought appeared in his mind. To him, even though the library is incredible, it remains as an external tool. If he were to rely on it for everything he does while not putting in any effort to improve himself, even if he were able to pass off his disguise successfully in a remote and backward kingdom like Xianxia Kingdom, he will definitely be exposed if he were to go somewhere more prosperous. Thus, no matter what, his own vault of knowledge is important as well. The thought appeared in his mind and grew so powerful that he is no longer able to flush it out. With a jolt of his mind, he looked at the library of Heaven's Path once more. Reading books and learning from them in the real world is a slow process, but he is able to speed up the process multiple folds by reading the books inside the library. He had already experienced such wonders for himself previously. Even though the books in the library are accessible to him with a single thought and he is able to freely look through it, the knowledge nevertheless can't be said to truly belong to him. It is just like in Baidu and Google in his previous life. Although such technology allows one to look up for solutions to their problems, the knowledge is external to its users. One is unable to utilize them easily and freely. Only by memorizing everything in his own mind can he be truly considered as knowledgeable. What is that? Upon entering the library, he noticed something that is out of place. Unknowingly, a golden book had appeared in the depths of the densely packed bookshelves. He is extremely certain that he had never seen this manual before. Come here. With a swipe of his hand, the golden book gently quivered and fell right into his palm. The book is extremely thin and there doesn't seem to be much content in it. Flipping it open casually, Xianxia was dumbfounded. There was only a single page to it and there were no content whatsoever in it. It was a blank book. What is the use of this book? Xianxia was bewildered. He doesn't know when such a book had appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path, nor does he know why it is completely blank. I should just put that aside for now and focus on gaining knowledge from the other books. After examining the golden book for a very long time, he remained unable to uncover its purpose. Thus, Xianxia shook his head and chose to put it aside. He looked at the Library of Heaven's Path once more. Many books had been formed in it, and he intended to look through them properly so as to assimilate the knowledge into his mind. The moment the thought flashed through his mind, before he could even make a move, the golden book in his hand quivered and transformed into a brilliant ray of light. Under the blinding radiance, all of the contents of all the books in the library came surging into Xianxia's mind. Before Xianxia could react, everything went dark. He had fainted. The Chun clan, due to having an official apothecary within its ranks, is an extremely prominent and distinguished clan in Xianxia Kingdom. Usually, in such a clan, there would be no shortage of pills. Everyone would have great accomplishments and they would walk with their heads held high. Yet, at this moment, every member of the clan had put on a bitter expression. A depressing atmosphere loomed over the entire Chun residence. All right, let's go by this rule. No one is to object or he will face being expelled from the clan. In the hall, Apothecary Chun Shao surveyed the surroundings before speaking sentimentally and desperately. He was invited as an examiner for the pill debate with a fellow named Xianxia. But the other party declared that he would be unable to live for much longer. Feeling that his body functions are indeed starting to fail, he felt extremely dismal. Thus, he started to make preparations upon returning to the clan. He is an apothecary and his presence brought the entire Chun clan to prosperity. The moment he dies, those who are envious of his fortune would definitely employ every possible mean to wrestle for a share. If so, it would just be a matter of time before the clan falls. Thus, in order to prevent such a scenario from occurring, he ordered for all clansmen to sell their assets and disappear from the capital, never to return. Clan head. After those words were spoken, wails echoed in the air. They had been living a life of luxury, and many could not accept the fact that they have to move to a faraway place so suddenly. Enough! What is this clan becoming? For you to be crying and wailing. Chun Song. Make the necessary preparations. Apothecary Chun Shao said. Chun Song is his son. Knowing that he doesn't have many days left, he had already appointed him as the new clan head. Yes, Chun Song nodded his head. Just as he was about to leave, a young man walked forward and whispered something into his ears. Then, Chun Song's eyes lit up and he hurriedly raised his head. Father! What is it? Apothecary Xianxia lifted his teacup and frowned angrily. He always believed that his son comprehends the importance of prioritizing. So why is he so disobedient now? Does he not know that the clan's prosperity is due solely to his identity as an official apothecary? Without his prestige suppressing the ambitions other clans possess, they wouldn't be able to guard the wealth they had accumulated through pill forging throughout these years. Father, a master teacher has appeared in the capital. Perhaps he can solve your problem. Noticing the displeasure on his father's face, Chun Song spoke quickly, not daring to hesitate in the least. Master teacher? Could it be fake news? Apothecary Xianxia shook his head. If it were indeed a master teacher, how could he, a dignified one-star apothecary, possibly have not received any news? I don't know for sure, but I sent Chun Tao to investigate upon hearing the rumors yesterday. This master teacher is known as Xianxia, and not only did he solve Ling Tianyu's wife's illness, even Du Miaoshuan from the Du clan knelt before his gates. Furthermore, what? Furthermore, when Du Miaoshuan emerged from his mansion less than 10 minutes after entering, he had already evolved from a Dingli realm pinnacle to a Tongxian realm expert. Chun Song hurriedly said. On top of that, the guild leader of the blacksmith guild, Luo Chong, also entered his mansion, and when he left, he was full of praises for the person, claiming that he is a true master teacher. Dang Lang. Before he could finish his words, the teacup in his father's hands had fallen onto the ground and shattered into pieces, following which, his lifeless and pitiful expression vanished, and in its place was a face so flushed, it was as though his cheeks were on fire. Where does this master teacher live? Bring me to meet him now. Right now? I have to first sell the family fortune. Chun Song muttered, but before he could finish his words, his father, who seemed as though he might breathe his last any moment now, had already reached the doorstep, and he bellowed, Selling your head. Hurry up. Chun Song. The crowd in the Chun clan. The wailing in the room silenced in an instant, and everyone's mouth was so wide that a chicken egg could be stuffed into it. Looking at the clan head, whose attitude did an 180-degree turn all of a sudden, they became completely speechless. Oh! Pavilion Elder Qian does not wield actual authority in Tianxian Kingdom, but he holds a very important position. Every fortnight, Emperor Xinjue would summon him to the royal palace and query him. He is the emperor's eyes. He gathers all news within the country and sorts them into books for the emperor to peruse. It is only with these news that Emperor Xinjue is able to keep abreast of current affairs and continue making wise decisions for the country, allowing the kingdom to grow stronger steadily and not be threatened by powerful enemies. Thus, in the kingdom, even personnel who hold true authority do not dare to offend him. They fear that he might pass on incorrect news which could cause the emperor to doubt them. Today is yet another day to sort and compile the gathered news for reporting. Thus, he had arrived at his personal office early in the morning. At this moment, the room is squeezed full of people, all of them embroiled in a squabble. Causing a ruckus like this, how inappropriate! Seeing that his subordinates were arguing among themselves instead of working, Pavilion Elder Qian's face darkened. Yes, everyone immediately ran back to their positions fearfully. Pavilion Elder, a middle-aged man walked over. Are there any important incidents that happened these few days? Pavilion Elder Qian sat in his chair and looked over. This is his job scope. He would ask his subordinate about the incidents that had occurred in the capital and compile them before considering whether he should highlight any individual incident to the emperor. In these 10 days, there is a total of 17 one-star incidents, 12 two-star incident, and 3 three-star incidents. The middle-aged man hesitated before passing over a stack of paper. Countless incidents were detailed on top, and they were divided in terms of their importance so as to make it convenient for others to read through it. They were graded stars based on their respective importance. 1 star is the lowest level, and it means that the incident isn't important at all. As the number of stars increase, the more important the incident become. 5 star is the highest number of stars an incident can be given, and the severity of the matter would be equivalent to that of an enemy invasion and the downfall of the country is in sight. Listening to the report, Pavilion Elder Qian lowered his head to take a look. Bai Sun Xiao Wangye challenged son of Prime Minister Lu Chang and injured him, causing a huge conflict between the two great clans. Evaluation: 1 star. Royal Secretary Lu Zhong brought a new concubine to his family, and she is a citizen of Tianyu Kingdom. Her exact identity is unknown. Evaluation: 1 star. 17 people of Tianxian merchant firm assaulted by bandit at Plum Snow Ridge, and they were completely annihilated. Bandits likely to be the same ones who escaped from the capital several months ago. Evaluation: 1 star. Even though 1-star incidents are of the lowest severity within the classification, they had far-reaching impacts. Taking the first example of Bai Sun challenging the son of the Prime Minister, for example, if the matter isn't resolved properly, it is easy for the conflict to escalate. If discord were to be sowed among two authorities of the royal court, the internal stability of the country would be affected. However, it is clear that these people are used to dealing with such matters. They aren't too agitated upon seeing these earth-shaking incidents. You did well evaluating them. Looking through the 17 one-star incidents, Pavilion Elder Qian nodded his head. Then, he flipped to the second page, and what was written on it was mainly 2-star incidents. A calamity occurred in the southwest 100 ridges and thousands of people lost their homes. Currently, they have been settled. Evaluation: 2-star. Tianxian Money Vault recently released new bills. The highest denomination is 1 million. Evaluation: 2-star. Zhuanan Marquis reached Tongxian Realm Advanced Stage, becoming one of the top 10 experts in the kingdom. Evaluation: 2-star. These matters are closely related to the politics and situation of the kingdom. The impacts these matters could possibly bring are much greater than that of 1-star incidents. After looking through the 12 2-star incidents, Pavilion Head Qian nodded his head once more. There is nothing wrong with the evaluations here as well. Flipping over to the third page, 3-star incidents were detailed on it. The Teacher Guild stripped Elder Shangchun of Hongtian Academy of his position as the head of Education Bureau for being not partial in his evaluation of Zhang Xianlaosher's teacher qualification examinations. Evaluation: 3-star. Zhang Xianlaosher and Lu Sunlaosher would be competing in a teacher evaluation 12 days later. Evaluation: 3-star. Incidents regarding the Teacher Guild and academies would automatically be promoted by a single star. Lu Sunlaosher is the individual who is most likely to become a master teacher of Tianxian Kingdom, and as such, incidents involving him are given an additional star. These two events are indeed worth 3-star. Not bad. After which, Pavilion Elder Qian nodded his head. There are no problems with these. The problem is. Hesitation shrouded the middle-aged man's face. What's wrong? Pavilion Elder Qian's eyebrows shot up. Something has happened these few days, and we are unable to determine a star rating for it. That is the matter that we were discussing earlier, the middle-aged man said. Oh? Tell me. Pavilion Elder Qian glanced at him in curiosity. 3 days ago, a person named Yang Xian appeared in the capital. He claimed that he is a master teacher, and he settled Ling Tianyu's wife's illness. The middle-aged man said. Oh, I've heard of the matter. I even specially headed to the Teacher Guild to investigate the matter. But there isn't such a name in the records of that kingdom. It is probably a gimmick of Ling Tianyu, so there's no need to pay it much heed. All right. Classify it under 1-star incidents, Pavilion Elder Qian said. Master teachers are just like stars in the sky, an existence that others can only look up to. As long as a kingdom has a 1-star master teacher supporting it, its overall might would be bolstered significantly. If the other party is truly a master teacher, how could he come into the capital without anyone knowing of it? 1-star incident? The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that the matter isn't as simple as that. If he only treated Ling Tianyu's wife, 1 star would suffice. However, yesterday, Elder Du Miaoshuan from the 4 great clans knelt at his entrance for an entire day, and in the 10 minutes that he was in the mansion, he broke through from Dingli Realm Pinnacle to Tongxian Realm. What? Such an incredible increase in his strength. Pavilion Elder Qian was taken aback. A grim expression appeared on his face as he said, "If that's the case, the matter can be classified as a 2-star incident. Yesterday afternoon, the guild leader of the Blacksmith Guild, Lord Luocheng, entered the residence and his face was glowing when he emerged. He was full of praises for the master of the mansion and claimed that he is a true master teacher." Ignoring the evaluation Pavilion Elder Qian made, the middle-aged man continued speaking. "Luocheng." Pavilion Head Qian abruptly stood up with completely widened eyes. "Who is Luocheng?" "The guild leader of the Blacksmith Guild, one of the top figures of the Tianxian kingdom." If he thought so as well, could it be that this Xianxia is truly a master teacher? Then, this incident can be classified as a 3-star incident. Pavilion Elder Qian was astonished. Before he could finish his words, the middle-aged man's voice sounded once more. "This morning, guild leader Ouyang of the Apothecary Guild and Apothecary Chun Xiao visited his mansion, but they were blocked at the door by the other party's butler. Even so, not only did they not leave, they waited patiently without a single word of complaint. This. Pavilion Elder Qian's face turned completely white and he staggered backward in disbelief. "This is a 4-star. No, it's a 5-star incident. Hurry up and write all of these down. I have to report this to the Emperor. Do it as fast as you can. 5-star. Is there no need to double confirm it? 5-star incident. It has not appeared in Tianxian Kingdom for several decades now." The crowd, who were unable to determine a star rating for the incident, upon hearing Pavilion Elder Qian's words, were flabbergasted. Then a brief moment later, chaos broke loose. "You say that even guild leader Luocheng was full of praises?" Du Miaoshuan had knelt for an entire day, and not only was his complexion glowing when he left the mansion, his cultivation was even raised? "Looks like we have all guessed wrongly. This Xianxia is definitely a master teacher. Only a true master teacher can make a person like Du Miaoshuan kneel willingly and leave guild leader Luocheng impressed. Hurry up and prepare my name scroll. I want to pay him a visit." "What? The Yang residence isn't accepting any visitors? Those who truly want to meet Xianxia has to first pay 3 million, and the sum is not refundable." That makes sense as well. Everyone wants to meet a master teacher, and if he really met anyone who visited his residence, he wouldn't be able to rest at all. Only when such standards are implemented will he be able to ward off others, especially those who had malicious intents. Such a situation is occurring in almost all of the powerful clans within the capital. Everyone was taken aback. Those who previously claimed that he is a fraud were completely silenced. "Oh!" After passing out for an unknown period of time, Zhang Xian opened his eyes once more. Upon waking up, the first thing he realized was that countless knowledge had been assimilated into his mind. Every single book that was bathed in the golden book's radiance had been imprinted into his head. This golden book can assimilate the knowledge within the library to be mine? Zhang Xian was in a state of disbelief. In the past, he had to manually browse through the books in the Library of Heaven's Path. The corresponding knowledge did not truly belong to him then. But now, all of it is deeply imprinted in his head, becoming a part of his memory. That is to say, the current him, even without the Library of Heaven's Path, is a true apothecary in terms of his knowledge on pill forging. Where is that golden book? Zhang Xian focused his attention into the library hurriedly and saw that the golden book is still there. However, the empty page within it had disappeared without a trace. Zhang Xian blinked. The disappearance of the golden page and the sudden infuse of knowledge in his head had occurred at the same time. It looks like the golden page holds such abilities. I wonder how this golden book is formed. It is simply too efficient to convert any book's content into my actual knowledge in such a manner. Initially, even with the enhanced learning speed in the Library of Heaven's Path, finishing hundreds of thousands of books would have taken at least 2 years or so. Yet, with a single glow of the golden page, everything had been converted into his knowledge. Learning has become an incomparably easy process. I was unconscious for an entire night. Awaking to the delight of unexpected gains, Xianxia looked outside and he was shocked. To think that he would have lost consciousness for an entire night just like that. Stretching his back, just as he was about to look for some food, he saw his butler, Sun Chong, walking in. Old Master, Guild Leader Ouyang Chang of the Apothecary Guild and Apothecary Chen Xiao are here to visit. Ouyang Chang? Apothecary Chen Xiao. Zhang Xian was taken aback. He is currently Master Teacher Yang Xian, not Apothecary Zhang Xian. In this identity, he does not know the other party, so why would they suddenly come looking for him? Yes. Furthermore, they have already waited 4 hours outside. Sun Chong was at a loss for words. The old master sure can sleep. He returned to his bedroom the moment the sun set yesterday and slept all the way until now. When the sun has already risen high up in the sky, it is truly a wonder just by thinking of it. He did not dare to interrupt the old master's sleep, so he could only tell the other party that the old master was resting. Who knew that the two of them would continue waiting at the entrance, camping outside for 4 straight hours? They sure are patient. Old Master Apothecary Chen Xiao has paid the 3 million. Look! Have them enter. Zhang Xian gestured Sun Chong to invite them in. Sun Chong left the room and in a moment's time, Guild Leader Ouyang and Apothecary Chen Xiao entered, paying respects to Yang Shi. Not daring to act haughtily before a master teacher, the two of them bowed immediately upon entering the room. Initially, Apothecary Chen Xiao wanted to come alone, but considering that his prestige may be insufficient by itself, he roped Ouyang Chang in as well. There's no need to stand on ceremony. If I'm not wrong, the reason why you two came so early to look for me should be because this Apothecary Chen Xiao doesn't have long to live, and he hopes to look for a solution for his problem. Just as he was perplexed over the two's arrival, an inspiration flashed through his mind and Zhang Xian recalled the matter at the pill debate. This Chen Xiao had been cursed by someone else and as such, a death aura engulfed him, eating into his lifespan. Back then, during the pill debate, Zhang Xian felt that he had reneged on the promises he made and that he wasn't worth saving, so he didn't elaborate much about the matter. This fellow probably couldn't find a solution to his problem, and upon hearing that a master teacher had arrived in town, he came knocking to try his luck. That was fine by Zhang Xian as well. He could make him pay a hefty sum, and in this way, he could redress the grievances of the person who entrusted his final will to him. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's abrupt words, Ouyang Chang and Apothecary Chen Xiao nearly knelt down from fright and fainted. Didn't a master teacher require a person to first display their battle technique, pill forging, or at the very least examine one's body before deducing one's problems or illnesses? How was he able to tell all this in a single look? Is this still his ability of discernment? Even a seer isn't as incredible as him. Shocked by Yang Shi's capabilities, Apothecary Chen Zhao's face paled further. He was worried. For the other party to be able to see through this much with a single look, his illness must be truly serious. Can it be that he can't even survive to the next day? Where is the cauldron? Have you discarded it yet? Also, reneging on your promises without even trying to fulfill it just because the other party is dead should be an action unbefitting of your identity as an official apothecary. Oblivious to the two's astounded expressions, Zhang Xian recalled the contents of the book and continued speaking. Noticing that there was no response, he lifted his head to take a look, only to see that Ouyang Chang and Apothecary Chen Zhao's face were ghastly white. Especially for the latter, his entire body was convulsing as though he was suffering from a stroke. Unable to endure any further, he collapsed to the floor on his knees. Yang Shi, save me. I beg you. Please save me. Apothecary Chen Xiao was scared witless. No one knew that he had obtained a cauldron from his dead friend. Even Zhang Xian had only inferred that he had obtained a treasure from a deceased and didn't know what it was exactly. Yet, this person, even without a close examination, was able to tell so immediately. Are you a deity? Or else, how would you know? Is what Yang Shi said true? Even though Ouyang Chang had no idea how Apothecary Chen Xiao got afflicted with a death aura. Looking at his expression at this moment, he realized that what Yang Shi had said was the truth. He was overwhelmed with awe for the other party. Without requiring anything but just a single glance, he is able to tell the root of a person's illness, his symptoms, and even the cause. This is too incredible. Air. Only upon seeing the dumbfounded expression on their faces did Xianxia remember that he is master teacher Xianxia currently, and he does not know the two of them. Clearing his throat to break the awkward atmosphere, he said, "It's not difficult to save you. Firstly, you have to bury the cauldron with that old acquaintance of yours. Then complete the task that he had delegated to you before his death. Finally, you just have to get some pills that are rich in spiritual energy to nourish yourself for half a year." Actually, the other party's problem isn't really serious. He was cursed by the old acquaintance of his, but as long as he fulfills his promise solemnly and stays away from the cauldron, the power of the curse will slowly weaken, and as time goes by, he will recover completely. Xianxia, thank you for your guidance. Hearing that there is hope for him, Apothecary Chun Shao hurriedly nodded his head. At this moment, he does not doubt the other party's words in the least. To be able to tell what his problem was with a single look, he is definitely more than capable of solving his problem. Having learned the method to save himself, there was no longer any need for the two of them to stay. Thus, they turned around to leave. Walking straight out of the main gates, Apothecary Chen Shao still felt as though everything that had just happened is a dream. The problem that left him in anguish and despair for numerous days made him order his clan to sell their fortune and move to the rural countryside, was solved in just a few moments? There's no need to think too much about it. A master teacher's words are gold. Even though he phrased it in a very simple manner, his ability to provide a solution to settle the root of a problem is not something others can emulate. Upon seeing the dazed look on the other party's face, Ouyang Chang glanced backward with a look of admiration before commenting in awe. "Oh!" The matter of Apothecary Chen Shao and guild leader Ouyang Chang entering and leaving the mansion became another affair that the various powers in the capital were concerned over. These two apothecaries had barely been in for 5 minutes and they are already out? Could it be that their problem is not settled? Help me look into it. I want to know what kind of problem that two apothecaries of noble standing could meet with such that they require the help of a master teacher. You say that Apothecary Chun Shao had already conducted a funeral at his residence, sold all of his fortunes here, and even wrote a will, but after meeting Xianxia, he immediately swapped the white cloth into red ones and celebrated, as though the crisis had been averted. He was afflicted with a severe illness that could lead to his death at any moment, but in the 5 minutes that he met Xianxia, was cured of his illness. Looks like we were all wrong. We only know the names of one-star master teachers. Given the capabilities of this Xianxia, can it be that he isn't just a mere 1-star? A higher-tier master teacher? The entire city shook when the news was spread. Today, the name of Xianxia resounds throughout the capital. As his fame grew, master teacher Xianxia, who is a guise of Xianxia, instead had more time to relax. Even though there are many wealthy individuals in Tianxian City, not many of them are capable of whipping out 3 million gold coins out of a blue. Furthermore, considering their own status, if they truly didn't have grave problems that were beyond their own means, they would not dare to interrupt a master teacher's rest. After guild leader Ouyang and apothecary Qin Zhao's departure, the courtyard quietened once more. After resting for an entire afternoon and seeing that no one came, Xianxia removed his disguise and returned to the academy. "Teacher, Huang Yu Xiaojie has come to look for you, and she is currently waiting in the classroom." Before he even reached the classroom, Yuan Tao had walked up to welcome him. What matter could she have for me? Xianxia was perplexed. Knowing that it was impossible for Yuan Tao to answer this doubt of his, he returned straight back to the classroom without asking him too much about it. As expected, upon walking in, he saw Huang Yu Xiaojie in the room, and she stood so quietly that the scene resembled a still painting. The reason why she was able to become an assistant master teacher isn't just because she is the daughter of the guild leader of the teacher guild. On top of that, she possessed a relaxed and soothing disposition that naturally gave others a good impression of her. Sure enough, Zhang Yang. Yuan Tao and others' eyes drifted toward her frequently but unwittingly. causing Xiaoya to be so infuriated that she could murder someone. Wang Ying and I aren't inferior in any way, alright? Why don't I see you peeking at us during lessons usually? Damn it! Master Zhang. Oblivious to the thoughts of the young lady, Huang Yu's eyes lit up upon seeing him and hurried forward. For Huang Xiaojie to come looking for me? Is there any urgent matter? Zhang Xian asked. Master Lu invites you over. Huang Yu clasped her hands. Could it be that he wishes to bring me to the royal palace's book collection vault? Zhang Xian's eyes sparkled. Previously, Lu Chun had promised to bring him to the kingdom's book collection vault to look up Pishue realm secret manuals. As Emperor Xinjue wasn't in the capital then, the matter had to be postponed. However, given how he had specially sent Huang Yu to find him, there must have been some progress on the matter. That isn't it, Huang Yu said a little awkwardly. Master Lu wishes to conduct an examination for me and by soon and thus, he wishes to invite you over as a judge. Judge? Zhang Xian was stunned. Huang Yu and Bai Sun wished to obtain Master Lu Chen's ink daylily canvas. Thus, Master Lu Chen declared that whoever proves to be more knowledgeable on painting would be given the painting. As a result, the two of them came looking for Zhang Xian a few days ago to have him offer them some pointers on painting. However, how could Zhang Xian possibly know anything about painting? Thus, he could only come up with some random statements, but who knew that the two would regard his words so highly and study them vigorously? This is probably the final examination. Yes, Master Lu Chen knows that you have a deep understanding of painting and thinks that you are able to come up with the most precise judgment. Hence, he tasked me to invite you over at all costs. Huang Yu said. Zhang Xian's eyebrows twitched. He didn't even know what kind of brushes there are, needless to say, to make a precise judgment. This Master Lu Chen sure regards him much too highly. However, the other party had done a lot for him, and he is still hoping to enter the kingdom's book collection vault. Therefore, he wasn't in a good position to reject the other party's invitation. Furthermore, Huang Yu had played a big role in helping him resolve the matter regarding the Enlightenment Will trial. So as long as you don't mind me spouting nonsense, I am fine with it. When does it begin? Zhang Xian nodded his head and accepted the invitation. Initially, we agreed to start the test at noon, but you were not in. However, we should still be able to make it in time if we leave now. Huang Yu said. Noon? Zhang Xian was taken aback. By the time he woke up, the sun was already hanging high up in the sky. Furthermore, he had idled for quite a long time before walking out of his mansion casually. It is already going to be noon shortly. Aren't they in too much of a hurry to conduct the examination right now? Huang Yu nodded her head. All right then. Realizing that the other party was clearly determined to pull him over, Zhang Xian knew that it would be futile to try rejecting the offer. Thus, he had a word with his students before following her out of the academy. I know that painting is hard to learn, and it doesn't seem like it would be easy to assess your standards. On the way, Zhang Xian commented curiously. He had never heard of a painting examination, needless to say, its rules. After all, Master Lu Chen can't possibly have Bai Sun and her draw at the same time and evaluate them based on it. Huang Yu was born in the teacher guild and she is an assistant master teacher as well. Even though she had never specially learned painting before, it is likely that she possesses an acceptable level of skill. As for Bai Sun, it is truly difficult for a fellow who only knows about martial arts to contemplate over a person's painting posture. The examination is something Master Lu Chun and Master Yuan Yu came up with. Bai Sun and I hadn't heard of it from them, so we don't really know the details of the examination and how it would be conducted. Huang Yu shook her head. Master Yuan Yu? Zhang Xian was puzzled. Isn't that fellow a famous physician in Tianxian Royal City? Why is he determining the format of an examination? Master Yuan Yu is not merely a master physician. He is also skilled in painting. In fact, even Master Lu Chun is full of praises for him. He drew the river canary painting, of which the river looked so lifelike that it seemed as though it was flowing. While drawing the painting on a boat, he actually attracted birds to his painting and the melodious chirping traveled far and wide. This became quite a legend in the city. Huang Yu's eyes glowed with respect. He's that incredible? Xianxia was taken aback. He had heard of Master Yuanyu from Wang Ying on the day that he accepted her. All along, he had thought that the other party was simply a physician. He would never have thought that the famous physician would be an accomplished painter as well. To be able to attract real birds to his painting skills are definitely comparable to Master Lu Chen's. Indeed, Master Lu Chen had invited him over as well. He said having 3 people serve as judges would result in a more objective evaluation. Huang Yu said. Xianxia nodded his head. Since there are already 2 true master painters, Xianxia's presence should be more of a supplement than a mandatory one. When the time comes, he just has to go with the flow. As such, he became less anxious. The only reason why he is able to impress Master Lu back then was due to the library. Given his absolute ignorance about painting, he should avoid speaking later on so as to prevent himself from speaking anything amateurish and giving himself away. The 2 of them chatted as they proceeded forward. Soon, they arrived at Master Lu Chen's residence. Before they could even step into the entrance, the butler Uncle Cheng walked forward to usher them in. Master Zhang? Huang Xiaojia. Why did you 2 only arrive now? Master Yuanyu says that he has to visit someone else later on this afternoon, and he is already getting a little impatient. I happened to be out then, causing Huang Xiaojia to wait a long time for me. Xianxia said in embarrassment. The other party had decided to hold the examination this noon, but Xianxia was often away from the academy the past few days, making it difficult to get hold of him either. As such, their arrival was delayed. Please enter. Upon hearing his explanation, Uncle Cheng did not dare to nag further and immediately called for the 2 to enter. After obtaining a mansion of his own, the feeling he had upon returning to this place was completely different. Even though the design is simple and plain, the minute details are exceptionally exquisite. The mansion that he had rented pales too far in comparison to it. The 2 aren't even on the same level. Of course, if a true master teacher were to be the one who renovated the residence he rented, there was no way it would have looked like that. The sense of aesthetics of a merchant can't compare to that of a master painter. Following behind Uncle Cheng, they soon arrived at the lounge. Taking a rough glance at the room, he saw Master Lu Chen and an elderly seated across each other, sipping on tea. The incomparably arrogant Bai soon hid in the corner, looking at his surroundings anxiously. Upon seeing the duo, a delighted expression appeared on his face, and he hurried forward to welcome them. Master Zhang, you're here. Xianxia nodded his head and turned his attention to the renowned Master Yuanyu. He looked around 60 to 70-year-old and possessed a snow-white beard. Even though he isn't young anymore, his eyes are extremely spirited, giving one the feeling that energy is radiating from his eyes. For him to possess such vigor despite his advanced age, he truly lives up to his reputation as a famous physician. Little brother, you're here? Master Lu Chen stood up with a smile. Master Lu Chen. Xianxia clasped his hands. Come over. Let me introduce you to Master Yuanyu. He is my best buddy, as well as a master painter. Lu Chen happily introduced the 2 to each other. Yuanyu, this is brother Xianxia, the one that I have told you about. Even though he is young, his talent in painting is probably in no way inferior to yours and mine. Master is truly generous. I just casually spoke, casually learned a bit, Xianxia hurriedly said. Even though he was able to see through the flaws in Master Lu's painting, it was mainly due to the cheat machine he had on him. If he were to try to decipher it using his own abilities, he probably wouldn't be able to make heads or tails of it even if he spent 3 years on it. Knowledge and skills have nothing to do with age, and only those who are truly skilled will be deemed as masters. Since you were able to analyze Lu Chen's summer autumn painting and Qi Xiong howling to the heavens and tell what is amiss with them, your ability of discernment is truly incredible. We really lack youngsters like you nowadays, Master Yuanyu said. His voice was calm and clear, and it granted its listeners a tinge of warmth. It seemed that he had heard of Xianxia's matter through Lu Chen's mouth, and his pitch-black eyes evaluated Xianxia with curiosity. I am unworthy of your praises. Xianxia clasped his hands once more. Only now did he know the names of the 2 paintings. If Lu Chen and Yuanyu were to know his thoughts, they would definitely spurt blood. A painter would often leave their names, bookmarks or words on it, so that their name would remain in the annals of history. He had seen the names on it, but as it was written in a unique font commonly used by painters, not to mention it was written extremely sloppily, causing Xianxia to be able to recognize those characters. For him to be unable to recognize the words discernible by apprentice painter, to the point that he didn't even know that it was the name of the painting, to be called master with those standards of his, if he were thick-skinned enough to admit it. Of course, back then, when he came into contact with the paintings, the Library of Heaven's Path had recorded their names in the books compiled on them. However, as he wasn't asked about the names then, he didn't pay any attention to it. The few of them traded some pleasantries. Master Yuanyu is indeed a person who is easy to get along with. Other people might look down on Xianxia due to his young age, but not only did he not do so, he even held a level of admiration for him. All right, since everyone is here, let's start. Master Lu Chun stroked his beard. Yes. Huang Yu and Bai Sun nodded their heads simultaneously. There's only one ink daylily canvas, and I can only give it to one of you. Thus, I devised this examination. Firstly, I do not wish to pass on this painting to someone who is completely ignorant of painting. Secondly, I hope to temper you too so as to rid your impatience and complacency, especially for Bai Sun. Master Lu Chun said calmly toward the two. Even though he loved this ink daylily painting a lot, he was willing to pass it on to the later generations. The reason why he had established this examination was for the two to come into more contact with painting and learn more about it. He had been devoted to painting his entire life, even placing his entire youth into it. Seeing that there is no one to succeed his legacy, he started to panic. At this moment, Huang Yu and Bai Sun came over to request for the painting. As such, he made use of this opportunity to lay down the rules so as to have them learn about it. Perhaps, through his actions, painting can flourish within Tianxian Kingdom. Using his words, everyone is too engrossed with martial arts and youngsters who are interested in painting are dwindling. If he does not do anything soon, this craft might even find itself without a successor. Also, by doing this, it had the effect of tempering Bai Sun's personality. This fellow was short-tempered and often liked to resolve problems through his fists. Learning about painting could help him to calm his mind, thus keeping his temper in check. Otherwise, given that impatient personality of his, how could he inherit his father's position and guard the northern border on behalf of the royal family? However, it hasn't been long since you two came into contact with painting. Not only would it be ineffective to have you paint for your examination, it would be an insult to the craft. Thus, after discussing with Yuanyu, we came up with a new examination format. It has just been a month since Huang Yu and Bai Sun first came into contact with painting. Even if Master Lu Chun were to have them paint, what kind of painting could they come up with? It would just be embarrassing to have that. Thus, Master Lu Chun chose to use another method to test them instead. Speaking to this point, he chuckled and continued. The format would be that I, Yuanyu, and Brother Xianxia will first paint, and the two of you will then appraise and rate the paintings. The person, whose review is the most accurate and precise, will be presented the ink daylily canvas. To paint? Sipping on his tea, Xianxia had merely intended to show his presence for the examination. But upon hearing Master Lu Chen's words, he staggered and nearly spat his mouthful of tea onto the elder's face. You must be joking. I am just here to add to your number. Yet you want me to paint. Are you examining them or me? I don't even know how to hold a brush. What kind of painting can I draw? I think it's better for me to not to paint. Xianxia said anxiously. Don't reject this offer. Let's bond over literature. There are many literature gatherings that require one to come up with poems or drawing. It's rare to have you and Brother Yuanyu here at the same time, so let's interact through our paintings. At the same time, we can have these juniors understand the true charm of painting. Perhaps, they might even fall in love with the craft and become a master in the future. Master Lu Chun stroked his beard and chuckled. Xianxia was on the verge of tears. Are you listening to my words carefully? What I mean is that I can't paint and I don't want to paint. Yet, you go on rambling about interacting through painting. The heck that we interact through painting. Cough cough, there's really no need for it. It's enough to have you two draw. I haven't done any preparations for this. Xianxia could only phrase his words even clearer. I have already prepared the brush, paper, and ink slab. Brother Xianxia, there's no need to be so restrained. Treat this as your home and draw as you please. At the same time, let them understand what true painting. Master Lu Chun replied. Restrained? Understanding what true painting is. This isn't what I am trying to say at all. All right, Chang, go and prepare the painting tools. Xiao Yu and Bai Sun. Watch carefully as we paint and learn from it. Lu Chun thought that Zhang Xian was embarrassed and waved away his concerns with a smile. Yes. The butler Uncle Chang waved his hands, and a few maids carried in 3 sets of painting tools and placed it on the table before them. Zhang Xian's eyebrows twitched furiously. He couldn't even draw with a pencil, and he has to do it with a brush now. If he knew that the examination would be like this, he would never have come. Since we're here to get acquainted with one another through our paintings, let's not constrain ourselves to any topic. Once the preparations were in place, Master Lu Chun looked at Master Yuanyu with a grin. Brother Yuanyu, you are a guest, so it'll be best if you go first. All right, I will be displaying my inferior skills then. Master Yuanyu stroked his beard with a smile and walked forward to the table. Picking up the brush, he mused for a moment before starting on his painting. His brush flew around the paper with astonishing force and elegance. The moment he started painting, his kind face and disposition transformed. He exuded the aura of an expert painter without an equal, garnering respect from the onlookers. There are 4 main levels to painting. They are namely reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intentions, and breathtaking verisimilitude. Reality depiction means the recording of the sight one sees in reality perfectly. Even though such a drawing may be remarkably lifelike, it is the lowest level of a painting. As Master Yuanyu started painting, Lu Chun explained the various levels that a piece of painting can be assigned to the crowd. Spiritual canvas refers to the level where the scenery and objects one draw comes alive through the infuse of spiritual energy. The entire painting will look as though it is a living scenery. For example, if one drew a fish, the spectators would feel as though the fish is alive, and that it would leap out from the canvas at any moment. The third level, infused intentions, refers to the level in which one is able to infuse one's intentions into a painting. One must first attain a certain state of mind before they start painting in order to produce a painting that can move and allure others. My summer autumn painting and Qi Xiong howling to the heavens happens to reach such a level. That's why one would feel as though the paintings are unfolding before him, as though he has been pulled into its world. Brother Yuanyu and I happen to have reached this level. If we're sufficiently lucky, there is a small possibility that we might be able to produce a level 4 painting. Breathtaking verisimilitude refers to a painting in which characters carry a disposition of their own, to the point that even animals and savage beasts are unable to tell the difference between a painting and reality. The ink daylily canvas that Xiao Yu wants and Brother Yuanyu's river canary painting of such a level. Oh! Zhang Xian nodded his head. He thought that whose drawing was the most lifelike would be the better painter. Only after listening to the explanation did he realize that drawing a lifelike painting was simply the lowest level. Only when a drawing was infused with the painter's spirit and unique artistic conception can it be considered a true masterpiece. In the midst of the discussion, Master Yuanyu's painting slowly began to take shape. It is a painting of a mountainous jungle sparrow. Within the tranquil forest, 2 sparrows are dancing around. Even though they are motionless, one can almost hear the bright chirping of the birds in the air, as though one had entered the mountainous forests, and is surrounded by the fragrance of the flowers and the melodious twitter of the birds. Master Lu, is this an infused intentions painting? Huang Yu couldn't resist asking. For it to induce such a sensation, this showed that the painting contained a profound artistic conception. One couldn't help but be absorbed into it with a single glance. Master Lu Chun nodded his head. This painting has indeed reached the level of infused intentions. However, it barely meets the mark. As for why I say so, it is your job to analyze and appraise it. Whoever who is able to come up with the most precise answer will be the victor. Yes. Huang Yu and Bai Sun immediately focused their gazes on the painting. In no time, Master Yuanyu placed his brush down. He had completed the mountainous jungle sparrow painting. Hee. Looks like my skills have gotten rusty after resting for too long. Here is my humble painting. Master Yuanyu smiled. Lu Chun, it's your turn. All right. Master Lu Chun walked up to the table, picked up the brush, and his hands started to fly about. Even though they are both master painters of the 3rd level, it is clear through Lu Chen's fluid movements that he is more adept. In his painting, a lone boat could be seen floating on the surface of a river. There were no astonishing waves or fearsome storms, but it gave the feeling as though one was trudging ahead against all odds, that the entire world was hindering the boat's path, even though the person on the boat was drawn with just 2 mere strokes. His courage in charging ahead despite the dangers that lurked ahead induced the spectator's hot-bloodedness. Looks like Brother Lu's technique is superior to mine. Even before the painting was finished, Master Yuanyu couldn't help but comment. He is skilled in painting and is renowned in the field as well, but when compared to Lu Chun, he is still a long way off. While the artistic conception behind his mountainous jungle sparrow painting isn't bad, if one were to analyze the 2 paintings thoroughly, Lu Chen's artistic conception would be a tier higher than his. He had only contrasted the silence of the forest along with the liveliness of the birds, but the other party had brought out the inner struggle of a person. It is clear that the other party is much more skilled than him. How is it? Can you tell anything from it? Master Yuanyu turned his attention to Bai Sun and Huang Yu and questioned them with a smile. I can tell that Master Lu had used 3 types of painting techniques and 12 types of painting strokes in his flowing river painting. Also, there seems to be the shadow of the renowned painter 80 years ago, Chun Jiao, in his painting. Huang Yu pondered for a moment before replying. Chun Jiao was a famous female painter in Tianxian Kingdom back then. Her strokes were delicate, and she specialized in painting mountains and rivers. In that aspect, she was said to have reached the pinnacle for river paintings, and she was honored as the #1 painter in the Tianxian Kingdom in the last 300 years. I saw that too, Bai Sun hurriedly said. Seems like you have good eyes. Master Yuanyu chuckled. 3 types of painting techniques? 12 types of painting strokes. Xianxia was speechless. From his perspective, all he saw was Master Lu Chun picking up the brush and drawing randomly. He couldn't tell anything unique about it at all. Even though he had infused all of the knowledge from the books which he had flipped through into his head through the golden page in the golden book, they were all mainly related to cultivation techniques, battle techniques, and pill forging. There were barely any painting-related books in the teacher compendium pavilion, and as such, he is nearly completely ignorant on the topic. Ha! Brother Yuanyu. You are way too humble. In a moment's time, Master Lu Chun completed the flowing river painting as well. Chuckling, he walked over and said, I have been touring the Bunma River these few days and accumulated several days of emotions before unleashing them all on this painting. That's why I was able to up you one in this painting. Brother Yuanyu is normally busy going around treating others and isn't as free as me. If you were to be like me and immerse yourself into painting, I'm afraid that I would be far from a match for you. Painting is dependent on talent. It is because I find myself lacking talent that I chose to tread on the path of a physician. Master Yuanyu shook his head. All right, we 2 old folks shouldn't be praising one another here like that. Speaking of talents, Brother Xianxia is truly a genius. Despite being young, he possesses a unique view and understanding of painting. I believe that his painting ability is in no way inferior ours. Master Lu Chun shook his head smiling and gestured Xianxia forward. We are already done painting. Brother Xianxia, it's your turn. Voila. The moment he said those words, everyone's eyes turned to look at Xianxia. Master Yuanyu also nodded his head in approval. His eyes were filled with curiosity. He was interested to see what kind of painting Xianxia would come up with. He had heard Lu Chen spoke of Xianxia's matter before. Even though he does not doubt his words, he still found it a little unbelievable that Xianxia could reach such an incredible level of expertise at such a young age. Painting is different from martial arts. It isn't something one can succeed in just because one has talent. One needs to accumulate a multitude of experience and emotions in order to comprehend life so as to produce good paintings. Even for him, it was due to him treating innumerable patients that he gained the inspiration required for his mastery in painting to soar, reaching the current level he is at. However, Xianxia is not even 20. Even if he was born with natural compatibility to painting, at the very most, he only has a solid foundation that allows him to reach the level of reality depiction. If he wants to create paintings of the level of spiritual canvas and infused intentions, he probably needs a lot more training. Of course, he wouldn't vocalize these thoughts. After all, it would be impolite. At that moment, when Master Lu Chun invited him to paint, he couldn't help but peer over to see what standards that fellow possessed. Even Bai Sun and Huang Yu looked excited. Xianxia had performed impressively the previous time he was here, pointing out the flaws and secrets behind Master Lu Chen's painting, even giving him pointers. They couldn't help but admire him for that. Right now, they are truly curious to see what kind of level had this Zhang Laosher, who isn't much older than them, had reached. Me? Sensing their eager gazes, Xianxia felt his head swelling up. He thought that the other party was just casually bringing the matter up. To think that he really needed to draw. How can he draw when he doesn't know a single thing at all? He can't possibly draw a little chick, add a halo to it and call it Divine Phoenix. If he really did so, he probably wouldn't have to dream about stepping out from the residence alive. He would surely be beaten to death. This, can I first browse through some books? Scratching his head, Xianxia suppressed his embarrassment and asked, browse through some books? Lu Chun and Yuan Yu exchanged gazes. They were perplexed. We invited you here to draw. You can feel free to draw anything you like to display your painting prowess. Browse through some books? What does that have to do with drawing? Bai Sun and Huang Yu, who had prepared to be amazed by Xianxia, were also stunned. To want to browse through books when you are about to draw, isn't it a little too late for that? More importantly, brother, given your high standards, are you sure that reading books will help with your painting at all? Yes. Even though he could sense that everyone was looking at him with bizarre looks, Xianxia could only suppress his awkwardness. He truly had no other ways. Painting? He also wished that he is an expert who can produce a third-level or fourth-level painting easily and impress everyone here. But the truth is that he doesn't even know how to hold or use a paintbrush. How can he paint like that? The Library of Heaven's Path allows him to see through all flaws and take the knowledge in books for his own usage. However, it doesn't possess the ability to allow him to become a true master painter in an instant unless he read sufficient painting books to form a Heaven's Path secret manual. The library is able to extract the correct portions of a manual, allowing Xianxia to achieve mastery in any art swiftly and easily. If this really works out, perhaps he might become a true painting expert in a moment's time. What kind of books do you want to read? Could it be that you have reached a bottleneck in painting? After a long moment, Master Lu Chun asked. Similar to cultivating, one can meet with a bottleneck in painting. There are people who are able to reach the third level with just a few years of training, while there are also people who find themselves unable to reach even the first level their entire life. He truly couldn't fathom why Xianxia would request to browse through books. After musing for a moment's time, it suddenly struck him that perhaps he had reached a bottleneck and wanted to attempt to break through his current level. Otherwise, why would he need to browse through books before painting? Reading and painting are two completely unrelated matters. That's not it. It's that I have yet to reach the state where I can reach the state of mind required for me to draw as and when I like. Before I draw, I need to read a lot of books to calm my mind, and only then will I be able to create high-quality paintings. After squeezing out his brain juice, Xianxia finally came up with an excuse. After all, he can't possibly tell them that he doesn't know how to hold a brush, and he needs to browse through some books to learn. If he were to truly say that out, the other party might treat him as a lunatic. Painting is something much harder to learn than martial arts. It is impossible to reach Lu Chun and Yuanyu's level of mastery without decades of effort, countless wasted paper, and worn-out brushes. To want to learn painting just by browsing through a few books, isn't that dreaming? Even if you wanted to lie, you should at least take the trouble to come up with something more believable. A good painting is related to one's state of mind, luck, and opportunity. Given your age, it is understandable that it is difficult for you to produce a good painting without adjusting your state of mind. Master Yuanyu nodded his head in approval. Master Lu Chen didn't reject Xianxia's words as well. Painting is an art, not a physical technique. Even if one's physical condition isn't good, it is unlikely for one's strength to be impacted greatly. However, if one were unable to get in the appropriate state of mind, no matter how well one painted, it would only be a painting with form, but devoid of a soul. Can never be considered as a masterpiece. It's my habit. He didn't expect the two masters to not refute his words. Halfway through his explanation, he paused abruptly in surprise. But soon he came to a realization. Art is the same no matter what world one came from. Back then, when Wang Shi wrote the preface of the Orchid Pavilion, he was drunk and wrote it casually. But when he woke up and tried to rewrite it, he found himself unable to surpass his previous work. This is the importance of one's state. It is just how even if you were to give Master Yuanyu brush and paper and have him redraw his masterpiece, River Canary painting, he would definitely be unable to replicate it. Everyone has their own masterpiece, and often many factors are contained in their work. It was perfectly reasonable for him to request to browse through books to adjust his state of mind. Lu Chen, don't you have quite a bit of painting secret manuals and collection in your study? Why don't you have our little friend here go in to take a look? We can wait here while he gets into his ideal state to display his painting skills, Master Yuanyu said. My study. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. The previous time that the fellow achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, he had wrecked his study. Until now, he remains traumatized by the event. However, he is also curious to see what level of painting had the other party reached. Thus, he nodded his head. Chang. Bring Brother Xianxia over. Thank you, Master. Seeing that he had managed to muddle his way through, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and followed butler Uncle Cheng into the study. The previous time he was here, he was looking for Fighter 6 Dan Pishue Realm secret manuals. Back then, he had never thought that he would return here to read up on painting. When Zhang Xian stepped into the study, the atmosphere in the lounge turned bizarre. Adjusting one's state of mind, Master Lu, why have I never heard of such a precedent? Huang Yu couldn't help but ask. As an assistant master teacher, she had seen and experienced many different things. Honestly speaking, she had never seen such a strange action. The need to adjust one's state of mind differs from person to person, so it is hard to say for certain. Lu Chun didn't reply, so Master Yuanyu spoke up in his place after a moment of contemplation. Actually, this is more of a habit. In the past, there was an expert who sold firewood before he became famous. I know that. Is Master speaking of Elder Lu Chai? I soon asked. Elder Lu Chai's original name was Lu Chuan, but as he used to sell firewood for a living before he became famous, people termed him as Lu Chai. When he reached Tongshan Pinnacle, there was hardly anyone in Tianshan Kingdom who was a match for him, and as such, his name rang far and wide during that period of time. From a lowly ordinary man who sold firewood, he became an expert whose name rattled the entire kingdom. Elder Lu Chai often spoke of his affairs to motivate the younger generation, so quite a few people knew of his background. Indeed, it's that Elder Lu Chai. You know how hard he worked to raise his cultivation and how he became famous, but you aren't aware of the fact that he chopped firewood to adjust his state of mind before battling. He would lock himself in his room and spend an entire day chopping firewood so as to get into his top form. Now that Brother Yuan had said so, I recall another expert from a century ago, the aloof swordsman Wu Jiangping. He was known to be capable of calming the seas with a single sword. I've heard that before he made a name for himself, he was a bamboo weaver. Before every battle, he would adjust his state of mind through weaving bamboo, thus achieving the level of a Tongshan eventually, and becoming a figure respected by everyone, Master Lu Chen said. Indeed, there are many such examples. Our friend here seems to utilize books to adjust his state of mind. It is not really a bizarre sight, just that. Yuanyu's words suddenly paused here. Brother Yuanyu, feel free to say anything that's on your mind. Lu Chen chuckled. Back then, when you were painting, I took a glance at him and intentionally questioned Huang Yu and Bai Sun so as to see how he would react. However, he seems to be confused by what was going on, as though he is completely ignorant of painting and, in fact, I doubt that he was able to notice anything about your painting. Recalling what he had seen previously, Yuanyu shook his head. Brother Lu, you said that he was able to discern the flaws and secrets behind your summer-autumn painting and Qi Xiong howling to the heavens, so he shouldn't have been showing such an expression. As a physician, Master Yuanyu is adept at paying attention to minute details. Back then, Xianxia was clearly shocked when he saw Master Lu Chen's painting, and he had seen it clearly. Ignorant of painting? That shouldn't be possible. Master Lu Chen isn't as sharp and attentive as Master Yuanyu. So he found the latter's words slightly hard to believe. This Xianxia was able to see through his layout immediately upon walking into his courtyard, and after which, he proceeded on to tear open the top layer of paper on the summer-autumn painting to unveil the contents hidden within, as well as point out the errors in the Qi Xiong howling to the heavens. With such discerning eyes, how can he possibly not know anything about painting? This is just my intuition. There is also a possibility that I might be wrong. Master Yuanyu shook his head. He was truly filled with curiosity toward Xianxia. Before he even saw him, Master Lu Chen had described him in a way such that it wouldn't be shocking even if Xianxia turned out to be a heavenly being who descended to earth. This had piqued Yuanyu's interest, but after meeting the person in question, honestly speaking, he was slightly disappointed. Master painters had a disposition unique to them, but he did not feel any hint of it from that fellow. Furthermore, that person was filled with hesitation when it came to talking about painting. He couldn't help but suspect whether that fellow is truly a master painter. If not for the sake of his old friend's dignity, he would have started challenging the other party's identity. If the other party truly had painting capabilities that were in no way inferior to them too, he shouldn't have been like that. Could it be that he doesn't know anything at all? He feigned it all out. A thought suddenly popped into Master Yuanyu's mind and he frowned. If it is true, then everything else makes sense. It is precisely because he knows nothing about painting that he tried to avoid the topic and claim that he needs to browse through books to alter his state of mind. It is precisely because he knows nothing about painting that his face reflected his confusion when he saw Lu Chen painting, and that he could not compare to even Huang Yu and Bai Sun. But that made sense. The other party isn't even 20 yet. Even if he were to boast a vast knowledge on painting, how high can his mastery of painting be? He probably did an investigation on his old friend's painting beforehand and then pointed it out, feigning knowledge, when in fact, he is a fraud. If that is indeed true, he would have to warn his old friend so as to not fall for the other party's deception. Brother Yuanyu, don't you have to visit someone in the afternoon? Would it be inconvenient for you to wait like this? Just when he was pondering about how he should bring up the topic, Master Lu Chen's voice sounded in the air. Oh, I heard that a master teacher named Xianxia had appeared in the capital. He had resolved Ling Tianyu's wife's illness and the problem Du Miaoshuan faced through extraordinary means. Thus, I would like to pay him a visit to learn from him. Master Yuanyu nodded his head. Ling Tianyu's wife and Du Miaoshuan were his patients. He had been searching for ways to solve the problems plaguing the two, but he wasn't able to succeed. Yet, that master teacher named Yang Xian managed to solve everything so quickly. As a master physician, it is natural that he would want to pay the other party a visit in hopes that the latter can offer him a pointer or two, allowing him to tread further in the way of the medicine. Master teacher? Master Lu Chen uttered in disbelief. He had always been secluded in his residence. As such, he was completely oblivious to the storm Yang Xian had raked up in the capital. Indeed, why don't we pay him a visit together this afternoon? I know that you have been hoping to reach the 4th level of painting, but it has been eluding you. Perhaps, with the guidance of a master teacher, you might be able to do so. Master Yuanyu smiled. All right, that's a promise. After we're done examining them, let's go. Master Lu Chen nodded his head in excitement. Oh. While Zhang Xian was at Master Lu Chen's residence to conduct an examination for Huang Yu and Bai Sun, a youngster carrying a spear on his back had arrived at the classroom. It is Zhang Yang's childhood playmate, as well as his best buddy, Mo Xiao. Initially, the two of them intended to acknowledge Wang Chao as their teacher, but only Mo Xiao succeeded. Zhang Yang became Zhang Xian's student instead. I have learned a new spear art recently, and I came over to spar with you. With a jerk of his spear, Mo Xiao seemed to have melded into a single being along with his spear, and he exuded an extremely sharp aura which caused others to frown in discomfort. All right. Zhang Yang stood proudly with his spear ready, not intending to back down from the challenge at all. Upon hearing that they would be dueling, the rest of the students immediately stood by the corner of the classroom. Sensing the aura the two emitted, Zhao Ya's face turned grim. Zhang Yang's fighting prowess was far below hers previously, but after learning a spear art from Zhang Laosher, his strength had been growing swiftly. If she were to fight with him now, she wouldn't be a match for him at all. Who of the two do you think will win? Lu Yang asked. They grew up together, and Mo Xiao's talent and comprehension toward the spear isn't something Zhang Yang can compare up to. I've heard that in the few times that they had crossed blows, Zhang Yang had always been on the losing end. I'm afraid that it would be difficult to surpass him this time as well. Zhao Ya hesitated for a moment before saying. Even though she hated to admit it, Mo Xiao is indeed a fearsome adversary. Even Zhang Yang himself understands that he isn't a match for this good buddy of his. Perhaps it is because Lu Sun knew of this that he poached Mo Xiao over from Wang Chao Laosher to have him face off against him. His means were truly unscrupulous. I've heard that for this teacher evaluation, Wang Chao Laosher had even imparted Mo Xiao a few of his family hereditament spear art. Even though Yuan Tao's cultivation is lacking, he is well abreast with the news in the academy. Family hereditament spear art? You mean the Wang clan's spearmanship? Zhao Yu was taken aback. Is the Wang clan's spearmanship famous? Seeing her shocked expression, Lu Yang was puzzled. There are two prestigious Wang clan in Tianxian Kingdom. One of it is my Wang clan, one of the four great clans, while the other one is the clan of the spear master Wang Chong. This time, it is Wang Ying who replied his doubts. As a member of the four great clans, and given that the other Wang clan was equally famous as theirs, it was natural that Wang Ying knew of it. Wang Chong. Indeed, Wang Chong is known as the #1 spear expert in Tianxian Kingdom. Even Emperor Xinjue is full of praises for him. He single-handedly and remarkably built the Wang clan just by his spear arts, and his skills are the ultimate techniques that countless spear practitioners dream of, Wang Ying said in admiration. So incredible? Lu Yang was astonished. He couldn't help asking, then, what's the relationship between this Wang Chong and Wang Chao Laosher? Wang Chao is the sole son of this spear master. That's also the reason why countless spear practitioners vie to come under his tutelage, Wang Ying said. So that's why. Turning his attention to the two dueling parties, worry appeared on Lu Yang's face. Doesn't that mean that Zhang Yang is in danger? Indeed, the Wang clan's spearmanship is formidable. It isn't something that outsiders are allowed to learn. To think that Wang Chao Laosher would break the rules of the clan and impart him a few moves generously. Looks like they are really determined to win this teacher evaluation. Zhao Yao harumphed coldly. The Wang clan spearmanship is a set of family hereditament spear art. It is only passed down to male offsprings of the clan. Yet Yuan Tao said that Wang Chao Laosher imparted a few moves to Mo Xiao. From this, it could be seen how highly the latter valued the teacher evaluation. From the very start, Zhang Yang wasn't a match for this Mo Xiao. To make things worse, the latter had managed to pick up the Wang clan's hereditament technique. How can he possibly defeat him now? For a moment, the crowd was full of anxiety. On the field, Wang Laosher has imparted me the Wang clan spearmanship's 3rd form, 7th form, and 18th form, so you better watch out, Mo Xiao said as he twisted his spear and sent a pierce toward Zhang Yang. The 3rd form, onset of the cold gleam, 7th form, remnants of the setting sun, and the 18th form, the returning forest canary? All right. Zhang Yang's face turned grim. The Wang clan's spearmanship is extremely famous. Those who had learned the basics of the spear would be acquainted with it. However, they would only know the forms but not its essence and intent. Then I shall go first. The third form, onset of the cold gleam. Mo Xiao moved his spear, and with a loud whistling of the air, his spear shot straight out. Before even reaching Zhang Yang, its might could already be felt from the shock wave of the taut spear. The spear emanated an intimidating pressure that induced cold sweat. The move focused all of one's attention and strength on the tip of the spear. Perhaps even a steel board several inch thick would be pierced through instantly, as expected of a spear genius. Despite the high difficulty of mastering the Wang clan's spearmanship, he was able to exert such incredible strength. Good move! Witnessing the incredible move the other party was executing, Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and charged forward to face him with a spear art of his own. What an incredible spear technique! The shock wave from Mo Zhao's stroke blasted into the surroundings. Sensing the incredible force behind his move, everyone's face turned grim. Xiaoya, since Mo Xiao has learnt such an incredible spear art, why didn't he keep it for the teacher evaluation? Why would he come to look for Zheng Yang at such a timing to duel with him? Wang Ying was perplexed. If one learned such an incredible move, he should practice it secretly so as to catch one's opponent off guard during the duel. Yet, Mo Xiao came to challenge Zheng Yang, causing the latter to know of it in advance. Zheng Yang would then be cautious against it during the duel later on, making it more difficult for the move to work. It's brotherhood. Upon seeing the look of confusion on Zhao Ya's face, Lu Yang said, Brotherhood. Mo Xiao grew up alongside Zheng Yang, and no matter what, he is definitely reluctant to face off against Zheng Yang in an official duel. Thus, he specially came here to find his good friend to show him what he had learnt under the pretext of dueling with him, so that he would be guarded against it. Didn't you see him reveal the names of the moves before the duel? Have you ever seen anyone revealing the moves they are going to use before a duel? Only a man will understand brotherly feelings. Even though Mo Xiao had done it in a roundabout and secretive manner such that Zhao Ya and Wang Ying were unable to see through his true intentions, how could his actions escape the notice of Lu Yang? So that's the case. Everyone came to a realization and turned their attention over to the duel once more. Ding ding ding. In the brief moment the others were conversing, both parties on the field had already crossed blows several times. The crisp sound from the crossing of spears could be heard, and the force of their clashes sent shockwaves into the surroundings. As expected, Zheng Yang was unable to stand his ground against Mo Xiao and retreated continuously. Good spear art. I haven't been slacking while you were working hard. Mo Xiao, allow me to show you the spear art that Zhang Laosher has taught me. Despite being in a disadvantageous position, Zheng Yang did not fluster. Rather, he smiled calmly. He only used his own understanding and fundamentals of spearmanship to fend off Mo Zhao's blows previously, and thus, he was unable to withstand the other party's Wang clan spearmanship. Boom! The moment after Zheng Yang said so, his spear rose and flew toward Mo Xiao, as though a dragon treading the river. It was just an extremely simple move, but Mo Xiao felt as though a mountain was weighing on him. The overwhelming pressure left him short on breath. Pong! Before he could even react, he felt a dull pain in his chest. The form of his Wang clan spearmanship fell apart immediately and he was sent flying, skidding backward 7 to 8 meters. Ah! Zheng Yang clearly had not expected the move to be able to wield such strength and was taken aback. He had been practicing this move ever since he learned it from Zhang Xian, but he did not think that it would surpass the Wang clan spearmanship. He had always thought that it was due to Zhang Laosher's Jinqi that he was able to defeat Zhou Tian Laosher. Only now did he realize that even without that surge of Jinqi, this is an invincible technique. Ever since they were young, regardless of whether it was in spearmanship or cultivation realm, Zheng Yang has never been a match for Mo Xiao. Now that he had learnt the Wang clan spearmanship, he thought that it would already be incredible if he could stand his own against him. However, he did not imagine that a single move would send the latter flying. In fact, if he hadn't held back at the very last moment, Mo Xiao would have likely been injured. I'm fine. Zhang Yang rushed forward to help his buddy up. You? What move is that? While struggling up, Mo Xiao's eyes were widened in disbelief. The move he had used was part of the Wang clan spearmanship, the #1 spear technique in Tianxian Kingdom. Yet, his spear art was as laughable as playing house as compared to the other party. With a single move, his spearmanship fell apart. If he hadn't witnessed it personally, he would have never dared to believe it to be true. This is the spear art that Zhang Laoshi imparted to me, Zhang Yang said proudly. Back then, his greatest wish was to come under Wang Chao's tutelage and witness, as well as learn, a thing or two from the Wang clan's spearmanship. However, at this very moment, he is thankful that Wang Laoshi had rejected him. Otherwise, how could he have stumbled on such an opportunity and became Zhang Laoshi's student? Zhang Laoshi imparted you this spear art? Such an incredible spear art, and he simply passed it down to you like that. Mo Xiao found the situation unbelievable. Wang Chao Laoshi valued the Wang clan spearmanship greatly, and if not for Lu Sun Laoshi's request, he would have never imparted these 3 moves to an outsider. The depth of this move isn't something the Wang clan spearmanship could compare up to. Yet, Zhang Laoshi imparted such a move so easily to Zhang Yang. Are you for real? Zhang Laoshi never holds anything back when imparting knowledge to us. He is a true teacher, Zhang Yang said affirmatively. Hearing the earnest words of his good friend and understanding that he truly admired this Zhang Laoshi, Mo Xiao chuckled. Initially, he thought that it was regretful that his good friend failed to come under Wang Chao's tutelage. To think that it would be a blessing in disguise, he found an even better teacher and learned an even greater spear art. Just by seeing the move, he understood that even if he were to learn the entire set of Wang clan spearmanship, he wouldn't be a match for his friend. This spear art is incredible. I concede defeat. Can you tell me its name? Recovering from his shock, Mo Xiao asked. He should at least know the name of the spear technique which he had fallen in defeat to. Name? Zhang Yang scratched his head in embarrassment. I don't know its name as well. It is a move that Zhang Laoshi had just created, and he hadn't had the time to name it. Created? Hadn't had the time to name it. Mo Xiao staggered. He nearly fainted from shock. Which one of those who managed to create a spear art wasn't a spear master that possessed an intense amount of knowledge on spearmanship? Usually, before a move had even been created, they would have already come up with a name for it. He had already imparted the move to his student, and yet he didn't have a name for it? Furthermore, this move is even more incredible than the Wang clan spearmanship. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the #1 spear of Tianxian Kingdom, and it doesn't have a name. Are you sure you aren't pulling my leg? How about this? Why don't you help me think a name for it? In the midst of his shock, he heard his friend's voice sounding out. You! Upon hearing those words, Mo Xiao's face darkened. Zhang Yang, watch your words. Every battle technique is created through the blood, sweat, and tears of a cultivator, and its name will be passed down for countless years to come. Since this move was created by Zhang Laoshi, he has to be the one to name it. Naming it yourself, how can this be acceptable? If he finds out about it, wouldn't he think that you are insulting his effort and be infuriated? Naming someone else's move after learning it from them? You must be joking. Ah! Upon hearing the solemnity in his good friend's tone, Zhang Yang was taken aback. Insulting his effort? Zhang Laoshi has already created multiple cultivation techniques, and each time, he had us name it by ourselves. Recalling this fact, he replied, Don't worry about it. Zhang Laoshi has already told me to name it as I please. To tell you the truth, our cultivation techniques are also created by Zhang Laoshi, and he had us name them ourselves as well. What? He allowed you to name the cultivation and battle techniques he created. Mo Xiao's body swayed and he nearly passed out. Other teachers are reluctant to pass on their own moves to their own student for fear that it would leak out. In comparison, not only did Zhang Laoshi create cultivation techniques and battle techniques for his own student, he even allowed them to name it themselves, Xianxia. What kind of teacher is he exactly?